Welcome to the Update 24.2, which introduces a revitalized arcade experience, an expanded reputation system for cultivating a vibrant community, and more. Let's dive right in. First, allow us to welcome you to our newly revamped arcade, with several game modes waiting to be played. No more time-limited laps. The arcade is now home to both brand new and beloved modes, accessible whenever you like. The interface has also undergone a transformation, featuring a more intuitive hub and lobby room. Plus, when it comes to arcade, we're saying farewell to BP and introducing Arcade Points, or AP, as the new reward system. Time spent playing now harvests AP, which can be used to claim rewards. Additionally, with the end of match page, you will now be informed about your arcade journey, including earned AP, achievements, and rewards from different modes. Also, be sure to earn the special arcade medal, a reward not to be missed. Meanwhile, in our ongoing efforts to elevate your gaming experience, we're providing even more incentives to our reputation system. Through the end of match page, you can now give compliments to your teammates and foster a positive gaming environment. The higher your reputation, the sweeter the rewards. Check out your reputation level and corresponding rewards on your career overview page, and get to know your fellow players better by viewing their reputation levels through their profiles as well. This update brings plenty more changes, including an upgraded report function that enables more comprehensive reporting of in-game misconduct, advertisements, and cheating, with an edit feature of detailed text input. Lastly, there are 10 exciting new areas added to Intense Battle Royale. Be sure to visit the patch notes for a complete rundown, and we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
It's my turn now! Fire away!
I shall protect my kingdom! Thunder! Lightning!
Woohoo! You can do it!
Looks like you need my help. Go to hell! Let's go.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away!
The power of the lightning calls me! Get struck by lightning! Surrender to the power of the dragon! Back off!
I'll repay you for your trust. Water clears the mind.
I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn! like you need my help. Go down! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away! Rapid fire!
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ha! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that!
Welcome to the Update 24.2, which introduces a revitalized arcade experience, an expanded reputation system for cultivating a vibrant community, and more. Let's dive right in. First, allow us to welcome you to our newly revamped arcade, with several game modes waiting to be played. No more time-limited laps. The arcade is now home to both brand new and beloved modes, accessible whenever you like. The interface has also undergone a transformation, featuring a more intuitive hub and lobby room. Plus, when it comes to arcade, we're saying farewell to BP and introducing arcade points, or AP, as the new reward system. Time spent playing now harvests AP, which can be used to claim rewards. Additionally, with the end of match page, you will now be informed about your arcade journey, including earned AP, achievements, and rewards from different modes. Also, be sure to earn the special arcade medal, a reward not to be missed. Meanwhile, in our ongoing efforts to elevate your gaming experience, we're providing even more incentives to our reputation system. Through the end of match page, you can now give compliments to your teammates and foster a positive gaming environment. The higher your reputation, the sweeter the rewards. Check out your reputation level and corresponding rewards on your career overview page, and get to know your fellow players better by viewing their reputation levels through their profiles as well. This update brings plenty more changes, including an upgraded report function that enables more comprehensive reporting of in-game misconduct, advertisements, and cheating, with an edit feature of detailed text input. Lastly, there are 10 exciting new areas added to Intense Battle Royale. Be sure to visit the patch notes for a complete rundown, and we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it.
like you need my help. Go to hell! Let's go.
Now, shall we fight? Heh, fire away!
The power of the lightning calls me! Get struck by lightning! Surrender to the power of the dragon! Back off!
I'll repay you for your trust. Water clears the mind.
I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn! Looks like you need my help. Go to hell! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. Help me, Karabik.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. Alright, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away! Rapid fire!
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ha! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
Welcome to the Update 24.2, which introduces a revitalized arcade experience, an expanded reputation system for cultivating a vibrant community, and more. Let's dive right in. First, allow us to welcome you to our newly revamped arcade, with several game modes waiting to be played. No more time-limited laps. The arcade is now home to both brand new and beloved modes, accessible whenever you like. The interface has also undergone a transformation, featuring a more intuitive hub and lobby room. Plus, when it comes to arcade, we're saying farewell to BP and introducing arcade points, or AP, as the new reward system. Time spent playing now harvests AP, which can be used to claim rewards. Additionally, with the end of match page, you will now be informed about your arcade journey, including earned AP, achievements, and rewards from different modes. Also, be sure to earn the special arcade medal, a reward not to be missed. Meanwhile, in our ongoing efforts to elevate your gaming experience, we're providing even more incentives to our reputation system. Through the end of match page, you can now give compliments to your teammates and foster a positive gaming environment. The higher your reputation, the sweeter the rewards. Check out your reputation level and corresponding rewards on your career overview page, and get to know your fellow players better by viewing their reputation levels through their profiles as well. This update brings plenty more changes, including an upgraded report function that enables more comprehensive reporting of in-game misconduct, advertisements, and cheating, with an edit feature of detailed text input. Lastly, there are 10 exciting new areas added to Intense Battle Royale. Be sure to visit the patch notes for a complete rundown, and we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
It's my turn now! Fire away!
I shall protect my kingdom! Thunder! Lightning!
Woohoo! You can do it!
Looks like you need my help. Go to hell! Let's go.
Now, shall we fight?
Fire away!
The power of the lightning calls me! Get struck by lightning! Surrender to the power of the dragon! Back off!
I'll repay you for your trust. Water clears the mind.
I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn! Looks like you need my help. Go to hell! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength! I'll take care of it!
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there!
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away! Back off!
Now, shall we fight?
Fire away! Rapid fire!
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning! Thunder! Lightning!
Oh, is it time to go? The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell! I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn! Take that!
Young now making this push to find that last member of Trinigo who's been there for so long. He finds all three!
Tem flash pra cima dele, lá vem panelada!
有信息在这个位置啊，刚那个集装箱的位置，他为什么没顶这个点呢？他选择直接来这里。
这波是肯定要没了，因为这个半波之前 Form 在整个二段这一侧也不吃任何压力。
是。
Bike, I'm not sure if that's going to help Ola, but they have 3 base players currently going without vehicles and weapons. And there you go, one fight, but no, the run over! The run over instantly after! And he gets the gun picks, so effects does he...
มีไฟที่สวยสุดนะว่าระเบิดลูกนี้หยอดย้อยๆแต่ไม่ถึงครับถึงนี่ไงไปต่อน็อกเลยไม่แกะสลักเลยถึงโอ้แล้วหลุมนี้ ยากแล้วไม่รู้นะไม่ได้แกะนี่ไปแกะก่อนนะให้เนตไปโดนพุ่งหมดเลยเหรอหมดอีกลูกหนึ่งย้อยๆมาหมด
But no, I went to the pool too.
Wait. I thought they hadn't added mortars to competitive yet.
Well, none of the pros want it, and well, yeah, they're. Oh my!
I mean, not bad as when you're in that dip. He's like, guys, give me an 8. I got the angle down. Give me an 8. I know how to find them. Everyone is running over, or maybe they just want to do it themselves. He's like,
Yeah.
So
My turn.
Ein Unterhandgranat, and then that's all. I don't know what I'm saying. I was just trying to make an impression.
Oh
Kill the guy
my!
Welcome to Mortars.
They must, right? But like they're peeking to the other ridge, which is a little bit scary. He does get up though. Nixie actually with a double nade on towards them.
And welcome here to the PGS EMEA Qualifiers desk here. And today I am joined by Toby. And of course, Saga is here to cover for Calaris not wanting to join us on the last day. Saga, how are you doing? And how do you think of the game's win so far?
I'm doing great. I don't know if we're seeing what everyone else is seeing, but I really hope so. That's fantastic. And honestly, the games have been exactly that as well.
Yeah, I hope that you guys out there can hear him. If not, it is the funniest desk segment opening that we've had in PUBG for a long time. It is, of course, obviously Saga that is the body and stun double for James Carroll Calaris that will be joining us later today. If you haven't heard him, he said he's super excited. Toby, talk to me about the games and what do you think how they've been so far?
I think they've been phenomenal. It's been a pretty wild ride throughout both yesterday and the day before, and I'm curious to see what today's matches are going to bring. Are we going to see the same few teams continue to succeed, or will more teams now, with just 6 games to play, finally make it up to the top 2?
Yeah, and obviously it's extremely close at the very top here. Let's take a look at the schedule. This is the last day of finals. We have fought so hard through the upper bracket and the lower bracket. We found 8 teams from upper, sent some of the upper bracket teams down to lower, and then of course gotten some team. There he is. Look at that. Beautiful. Rick Sharples is joining us. How are you feeling? You look beautiful.
Oh, I appreciate it. That's actually the second time I've been told that on this VMix call, so I must have done something good today. Just touching grass, it does wonders for the skin.
Fantastic. I mean, I saw the grass that you've been touching. It looked like it was in a forest, so it wasn't much sun you've been getting, though.
Oh, thankfully, I don't. The sun is my natural predator, as it is for James. So unfortunate for him that he's already jetted off in a plane to get too much sun for a man like him.
The only grass you touch is the ones that are in the constant shadow, of course. But Toby, of course, we've been talking about this the whole time, and it has been extremely close, obviously, and it is already and is currently extremely close for our top here. The road to PGC is a seed right now. Our teams are also fighting for PGC points. 650 for first place, 550 for second place. We have a lot of teams that are currently in need of them. Face Stand is one of them. Navi currently not inside the PGC top 6 for EMEA here, Saga. So they need to have a really good showing today to make sure they are feeling comfortable once we get to PGC fall.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people recently who are somewhat confused about exactly how the Global Partner Team invites will work. They do, in fact, get an invite to PGS2 regardless of their placing here, but that does not mean that they'll be going to PGC at the end of the year if those points are not in place for Navi. So they had a bit of a turnaround yesterday compared to where day one left them. They need to keep that momentum going.
Yeah, if they keep that momentum going, they will still kind of need our top 3, top 4 teams to kind of slow down compared to what we've seen from them so far. Because if they continue to get that kind of 50-point average, that would only leave Na'Vi on like 150, 130. And as you see right now, Twisted Minds is on 108 already, Toby. Savim 99, Ascend and Question Mark and FaZe just 1 point each. And even Foot with a good start to the first like 1 or 2 games, they could even quite easily catch up to that.
Yeah, it's hopefully gonna be extremely close. It already is lining up to be just that, but we would hope that there's gonna be more teams joining in on the hunt for those top 2. Excluding GPT top 2 spots.
Right, exactly. And of course, we are going to be starting with Miramar today. 2 Miramars, 1 Tego, and then ending on 3 Wrangle here, Saga.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting scenes, actually, considering the way that Day 2 worked out pretty slowly for Twisted Minds, which is somewhat of a difference to what we normally would be saying. It's normally Day 1 that sucks for them, and then Day 2 is where they start to mount the comeback. But there were Wrangle games on Day 2. They got 5 points across both of the games. So starting off on Miramar, maybe they can continue what was a good end to Day 2, and then just carry that on towards the very end.
Yeah, I'm just crossing my fingers for a bit more variety than we had yesterday, Toby, in terms of Wrangle.
Yeah, it's I don't know what it is with military these days, but the game
it's you,
really like. Oh, it's me. Okay, fair. It might just be, I don't know, but we are getting a hell of a lot of military games, and
we have.
Yeah, it's been pretty brutal. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, obviously we are playing 3, so we're hoping for some more variety that we've seen. But I'll say, Saga, we've had some pretty, obviously interesting ones in terms of where we've been. It's not been just, your normal sender ones. We've been in a 50-50 George. We've been in a lot of military throughout the whole thing, even here yesterday as well. Obviously, back-to-back military is kind of rough for some of the teams.
It is, and in particular those that like to drop up towards the north. I think Monarch is a fantastic example of a team that has suffered pretty heavily from the amount of military zones they want to be dropping up in 70. It's like that's Finland territory. But thankfully for them, the one game that did end up north, they had a fantastic game. They took the opportunity to close things out when it was given to them. They're just hoping for 1 or 2 extra little bit of scraps from the circle machine just to give them that final chance.
Yeah, and obviously with this and what we've been saying on Twisted Minds, we have some teams, Toby, that are like Twisted Minds, are one of the teams that really step it up once we get through kind of the tournament. And obviously the more that you learn and how, we've seen Twisted Minds be able to perform here coming into today, they might be able to hold on to that first spot, and that would actually qualify them quite easily into PGC.
I mean, I'll say this. If there's one team who we know to get up into first place and keep that first place, it would be Twisted Minds. Foot is a team that we've seen get up into first place rather early, but then get caught up on by other teams. So going to be interesting seeing them playing from behind. And then also FaZe with how extremely good their first day was yesterday. All right as well, but nowhere near the first. Interesting again to see how they're going to be able to come out and perform, considering how kind of up and down the 2 days have been back to back.
Yeah, and it's a little bit scary because, right, so you have these teams that are obviously competing for PGC points, but it's also you're indirectly competing with the teams for the placements. Our top 2 teams that are not GPT teams are obviously going to PGS2, which is a $2 million event, like a potentially life-changing event if some of these teams get to go.
And especially for the teams that do not yet have any of those PGC points on the board. I mean, if we look at how things worked out towards the end of last year, where Question Mark invisible for the first half of the year, but then starting off they had some very solid placements towards the latter half and ended up going on to actually do very well at PGC. So for a team like Sarvam, who has found themselves miraculously in a top 2 position, if they can hold on to that, there's still a chance that they can look to make a bit of a late run. Probably not to take away the MEA slot. Howl should still have that on lockdown, but there's still a potential that they can take one away when all's said and done.
For sure, but also it's really, Howl right now, 12th place. It could really mean a lot to them, Toby, if they're able to get just a little bit more PGC points. They could lock in both the MEA spot, but also in general, just top 6 for the PGC points.
Definitely, and there's also, I mean, they are obviously going to be looking very actively towards Foot. So hopefully for them, they won't get surpassed by them, because if they, get nothing to show for here, and then Foot does incredibly well, and then Howl don't, for whatever reason, get anything going in PC4 either, maybe the 1070 ain't gonna be enough.
All right, guys, we are soon ready here with Miramar, and once we're ready, we're going to be launching right into it. Let's talk a little bit about the games and how everything shapes up here. Even with 12th tier for HAL Saga, though, that would mean 100 PGC points. That's potentially enough to put them in through to the EMEA spot.
Yeah, for the MEA spot, so Howl is a bit of an edge case in this fact, right? Because if we look at a team like Exalt, who they have the same amount as Howl, they're on 1,000, but the fact that they're really having an awful time in this current lobby, those extra points that they will pick up, as few as they might be, they don't mean quite as much as it does to Howl. There's no guaranteed slot that they're looking to get their hands on, but definitely for Howl, yeah, they've done so well in the first half of the year, it would be a shame to see them start to let it slip now. But if they can continue the strong form, if they can have a bit of a comeback, every single placement that they can get by the end of the day is really good.
Yeah, and Savim already on 100 PGC points. If they get like top 2, top 3 here, that would add like 550 for them in second place. That would be putting them quite close to be within striking distance if they're able to step up for PGC fall here, Toby. So them being able to either go to PGS 2 or get enough points to potentially go to PGC would be huge for a team like Savim.
Oh yeah, I mean, that would be through the roof. It would pretty much be as, I won't say as surprising, but in a weird way, kind of, yes, as surprising as Howl being the ones making PGS 1. It would be back-to-back big upsets in terms of expectations, no doubt about it.
All right, guys, we are ready to launch into the first game of day number 3 here. It is a Miramar, and obviously this is the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers. Let's see what's going to be going on Miramar. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Martin. And again, Toby, joined by Saga here to bring you the final 6 matches of the EMEA Qualifiers for PGS 2. And Saga, you've had the pleasure of watching these last 12 games unfold that we've seen. And I'm not gonna lie, I did not think that Takeo was gonna be the map that was gonna give us the most variety. And for the sake of this map here, Miramar, it really has been a lot of the same.
Yeah, we're setting up a full base camp, full everything, like tents. We've got the Spitfire going, everything, like roasting all the meats, whatever. Just around Los Leones, we just refuse to leave. We're just hunkering down, and every single time we seem to play this map, it's sometimes it's north Los Leones, sometimes it's east, but almost always it will be within the vicinity. And this flight path seems like it's not gonna break that chain, but you know, we can always hold out hope for a little bit of Cruise del Val action.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It's not always that just because the plane is far towards east, and as in this case, that the circles necessarily do end up going there. But we'll see. If anything's to take off of yesterday's games, I feel like the circles are going to go where Sabim is. And right now that's Picado.
Yes.
Whether that's going to continue through the day, we'll have to wait and see. But Sabim sure did manage. I don't know which PUBG gods they prayed to yesterday before the game started, but whichever it was, it worked out.
They've been manifesting some big zone magnets, but this is actually quite an interesting position for Savim. I mean, we will give them a little bit of airtime. They've definitely earned it so far. That zone, you know, Los Leones is there, and it's very unlikely that the island is gonna even come in before you even mention it, Toby. But yeah, Savim, they are a team that, if you look at the strength of this lobby and just the history of the map and how it's been played, especially in global events, Pachinki, Picado, those central drop spots, they've been hotly contested. You would not expect that Savim is the team that gets hold of them, but they are a team that plays extraordinarily early out from those positions. I give them another 45 seconds, they'll be in the cars, they'll be looking to rotate, and that's how they keep finding these central positions.
Yeah, exactly. Them and DA. We saw DA, I mean, to James's critique yesterday, going for emergency pickups pretty much as soon as they could in the majority of yesterday's games. And, well, sometimes it worked out somewhat decently. For the most part, it did not really amount to a whole lot. Other than the fact that, of course, they did get to move towards the center earlier than most other teams. Now, this circle down towards the south, it's pretty straightforward, really. But as I say that, of course, we do have some funnels that teams will have to navigate their way through. Some kind of trenches, so to speak, in rotation. Because Los Leones, obviously, is up on that northern edge of the circle. It's going to be a lot of space that people probably won't occupy. Maybe except for one team that are going to sit on the edge and wait for the new circle to pop. Outside of that, rotating through Picado towards the northern side ain't going to be too fun either. So I'm expecting to see a lot of teams here wrap either far east around, like southeast of Los Leones, down by Impala, or come in all the way west around Chumacero, really.
Yeah, the full Western wrap has to be in the eyes of a couple of teams, given the way that the flight path was more towards the eastern side, so you would expect that East Coast to be as congested as it is. So thoughts and prayers for a team like Exalt all the way up in Campo Militar. They've got at least 5 kilometers if they would drive in a straight line, which it's highly unlikely that that's the approach that they take. You never know. Emergency parachute could be on the line. That could make me eat my words. But then again, you still have to more than likely fight for a position from a team that started off from a closer loot spot. So it's very rough. It's been very rough for Exalt the entire time, and it's not looking to get any easier.
Yeah, no, and that's what we were talking about yesterday, and that's why I brought up Sabim in that conversation yesterday. Yes, of course, it's as a viewer, it can get frustrating if you're a fan of one team to see another team get a lot of circles in a row. But you also have to give Sabim credit because, I mean, they don't know where they're gonna go. They're just, I guess, in that sense, lucky, but they make so much of what they're given. Constantly finding late game, finding a lot of kills with it. And Exalt, yes, sure, this game you go out and say, oh, they're so far down, they really needed a good circle, now it's against them. Well, believe me, there has been a ton of games where they were the team in the best positions. Every single military game we've had on the Wrangle has had Exalt in the best position to get something going early, but they haven't capitalized anything over the circles they were given there. So it's really all about making the most of it, maximizing the potential of the situation you're given, and Exalt, it just hasn't done it.
Yeah, swaying the odds in your favor it's just a huge part of a game like RNG. There's so many variables and so many factors. If the situation was right, then Jimmy Biscuits, who's playing on a Nintendo Switch, could sit down, example, in a 1v1. But, you know, if he's got his back turned and his monitor turned off, it could still happen. And Baron Peak, you know, this is the other downside of making those early moves. You're going to be contested for priority positions. And as you called out, DA is going to be right there to contest them.
Exactly. DA are usually a team to get up into these hills early when the circle shifts towards the southeast and try and set up some camps, especially against the teams coming out of Ricardo. We've seen it for years, them trying to do it against Team Liquid back when they were here, and now, no different, they're going to try and do it to Sabim too. But good for Sabim that they get Baron Peak back up on his feet, and at least now they know which team is sat right next to them.
Elsewhere, just to the south of this little early game engagement between the two scrapping MEA rosters, there's a whole lot of congestion between a whole lot of other teams. Those that jumped out of the plane early all along the south coast have started to converge. Once again, of course, you're going to be seeing Ascend take the high ground just to the northern side of the Los Higos Bridge. Of course, you can see all this on the map stream as well, so I highly recommend that you get that bad boy open. Howl, Woo, and Entropic all starting to make a little bit of a move just to the south side of Los Leones, and that southwestern tip, where those warehouses that are currently being occupied by Woo are in place, is a pretty decent chance of getting an endgame in a zone like this.
Yeah, sure is. And by the way, Saga, I was just informed that that what we saw in the first part of our intro segment with you being pretty much
being James,
that now is the time. Thank you for talking then, Saga. I'm again not sure exactly what happened there, but here we are. And as you said, acceleration down too early on. Not something they would want to have happen. It's a pretty steep hill they need to climb in order to get anywhere near the top. And as much as we saw them shine in the lower bracket, this has just not been their time either.
It really hasn't. It's very unfortunate. I mean, Hello My Bad was farming, to put it in a positive light, in the lower bracket, absolutely coming in and just slapping the lower bracket teams around. It just has not been quite the same way in the upper bracket. It's just an entirely different kettle of fish, fully different caliber of team that we have at the very top end of EMEA, and there's a lot of teams that are of that level, which is why the leaderboards always end up to be so darn close together. Only 5 points between Sarvum in second and Question Mark in fourth.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. So of course, for the sake of entertainment, we're all hoping that Sarvum Ascend and Question Mark die. Again, as I said the other days, I don't have anything against them. Simply the fact that they are ahead of everyone else. That is why I'm currently disliking them. And then of course, Foot, Entropic, Navi, DA, Monarch as well, just having banger games for us to tie things up, coming down to the very final.
You do make a very good point, though. The fact that they are up so high on the leaderboard is the very reason that you want to see them stumble and falter, just to make the leaderboard a little bit tighter. Well, every team who's below them in the leaderboard wants the exact same thing. There is a huge target on the back of teams like Sarvum, of teams like Ascend, and that comes with a whole lot of pressure. Ascend, it's been proven, they can deal with the pressure. They've come out under some very significant pressure in a global event in Malaysia and picked up a second place, but Sarvum have yet to really be tested on that same level of metal, so it'll be very interesting to see whether they crumble when the stakes get very high later on today.
In all fairness, Sarvum has really yet to be tested against just this caliber of play, and here they are, set in second place. So if this is anything to go by, you'd be pretty confident. Circle in the meantime swings down towards the southern shore, down towards the hill that Ascent currently finds themselves on. A Question Mark as well. We've seen many games end up on that hill itself, and it usually has some involvement with the team set in the compound, which currently is Ascent, but there's also the thing where when it shifts off of that hill, it is so difficult to get off because it is incredibly barren.
It really is. I mean, I'm getting some flashbacks to every Erangel map so far, with a south circle with Ascend playing the high ground. 15 kill third place again on the cards. They would absolutely not say no to that. Laza would be saying no if Bestalok requested kindly to put those bullets in his face, but it seems like he just did it the old-fashioned way. Just did it without asking first, and I don't think he appreciated that.
Not at all. So I'm gonna full speed send it, but where are they opting to stop? You see the mat. I think it hurt them holding up in his position, and unluckily for him, the Coop doesn't accelerate all that great in the dirt, but is able to get out of there. But I think he's running from one kind of trouble. Yeah, straight into the other as the vehicle blows up. Adusa gets the knock, but Schiller there for the kill.
Worst possible team for Question Mark to see stealing their kills in the kill feed. That has now extended the gap just that little bit extra, but how many times have we seen a team fail by less than a single point, even just a week ago? Rest in peace, BBL. We hardly knew you. Laza also picked off for Twisted Minds, their third point of the game already, so they are definitely coming out swinging.
Yeah, out here finding some of those early kills is it usually bodes to pretty good double-digit games for them when they get things going early on, but we'll see. At least for now, this is a good way to kick things off, getting a couple of kills in the back with having had little risk, or little to no risk really, involved in getting them.
They've somewhat forced their way onto a decent high ground position. DA was holding a little bit of a 2-2 split, but now with Twisted Mind's presence on the same ridgeline, just a couple of 100 meters to their east, they've had to give up the split just in case Twisted did get a little bit antsy and consider a push. So DA have now been backfilled by Exhalation on the north side, who may come under a little bit of pressure as FaZe expands their hold, takes some more space, but just look at the sightlines. Who needs Batulins on a mountain when your whole team can be sat on it and you can get full information on everyone in the zone?
Yeah, everyone's just sitting around waiting this one out. Of course, this is one of those cases where both because we have the water on the southern side, but then also some unplayable terrain in and around the middle of the map, when this next circle, when the third circle shows itself, you can pretty much guarantee, at least to some extent, where that fourth circle is going to shift based on the third circle popping. Yeah. So everyone right now is not wanting to make too aggressive moves, maybe spread out a little bit more, you know, just claim that extra hillside, claim that extra rock. But overall, I think everyone is sat pretty tight right now, just waiting for the next circle to pop in a half minute's time.
I say highest percentage chance is either an east or a northeastern shift, but there is still that outlier percentage that this does do something a little weird and go maybe to the western side of the Ascend Mountain where Na'Vi is setting up shop right now. Finally, some shots exchanged between Twisted Minds and Lyron. Actually, it looks like that's enough to just force them away from playing their sort of overwatching peak type game, and they're going to start backing away, maybe get a bit of a pre-drive, expecting this next zone to pop, and it doesn't go as far to the east as maybe we might have anticipated. So once again, Sarvum straight in the middle, but they're in a dip. Let's calm down. It's not the prime real estate game-winning position, but still, good to note.
Good to note indeed. Sarvum sat, as you said, pretty well, but limited what they can really do from this position. Twisted Minds, in the meantime, driving out. Had to get off that hill eventually, also knowing that Exhalation was coming in from behind. Didn't want to sit around too much longer. They're going to drive forward. So Entropic, a little bit of a task at hand, trying to deal with the players down below. As you can see here, the vehicles are allowing for some angles to be utilized, but not a whole lot. But these nades, if Naleb gets just one in here, that could be a whole team. Why does I say that? One confirmed, two more down. Aspiro now forced to run off. He almost got the last one as well. Aspiro is down to really low HP.
Now, Entropic may struggle to close the gap to get to PGS2, but by God, they're going to give Twisted Minds the experience. They're going to say, you want to play a dip, get used to the bomber, because it is coming. One grenade takes out a player completely and knocks two more. And Twisted Minds, that 10-kill plus game you were talking about, usually comes when they get some kills on the board in the early phase. That is a pipe dream now.
Yeah, not looking optimal. Not looking good at all. And for Entropic, couldn't be any better. Now they're set on the northern side here, and the fact that they get to wound so many different teams from this position is huge, because not only obviously do they get kills on players, but they also get a lot of info on who are the teams around them. So now found kills on both Twisted Minds and Moo is a great start for them.
And another unfortunate loss for the Wu, down to just 2 players remaining as they were forced to make a risky send through treacherous terrain and just too many angles, too many shots coming in their direction. It's just Ibby and Quizzy who do make it to relative safety in a dip. I'm not sure exactly how safe I would really consider this. Fair is not safe at all, as Uber has already got the Canuck, and he's going to creep up on top looking for the flush, just making sure there's no opportunity for a trade to come through first, so doesn't fully commit to the spray. But Exalt not really in a position to get the trade. Maybe just weren't anticipating this push from Na'Vi at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what their play was. They're set up in kind of a scouting forward position, but maybe expecting that they were the last team coming in and then caught a bit by surprise there. At least now they know that there's a team set right on their heels, and I think, either you leave now and just start rotating, or you have to take this fight. You know they're close. You can't just sit around and wait it out.
Very massive central split as well. 2-2 in the warehouse, 2 in the compound for question mark. And it really seems like they're hedging their bets. This zone will likely either go east or west, and regardless, they have a fantastic defensible position to regroup on as soon as they know which it will be.
Circle swings straight on top of Ascent. Not going to be complaining about that one at all. Again, when it isn't Sarvum, it has been Ascent being able to get some of them swinging their way. So for after all, for Foot, the face as well. I feel like, I don't know whether it is Ascent getting hard shifts or if it's just Circle shifting away from Foot, or a combination of both. I feel like whenever there's a chance for both things to happen, it will happen.
Maybe they just need to start shacking up in the same compound.
Yeah, that's right. Then the game doesn't know what to do.
We'll just break the game. That's where we get island circles and things get really weird. But again, it's another opportunity for a high ground position from Ascend. Not quite as easy to free farm from this position as it is from Observatory, but it's still a very solid one that they can look to defend and have another grand game.
Definitely. FaZe trying to make the push on through as they get shot by the last players from Twisted Minds, but they also quickly learn that there are indeed players up above trying to deal with them, and that being Ascent, of course. But teams does fall in the end of that rotation. They do come away with 1 point, but still far from the great position. Could they get just up to Twisted Minds position here? They would actually be much better off.
Setting up the smoke wall to give it a shot, but Brex is overwatching, and as well, Lyron from up on the northern side. They were completely left uncontested once Twisted Mind made their play to make a move for the dip, and they still have those same angles on lockdown. So FaZe looking to try and make an aggressive push, trying to take a little bit more of a proactive play than sitting in a shack and hoping for the best. Doesn't quite work in their favor just yet, but there's a chance they can maybe go for the revive, but Brex is still watching.
Yeah, good thing for Ascent that Melman just got knocked by Ali. I think he stepped right in front of Ali when he was shooting. So that's going to slow the Na'Vi push down a bit, but it is a little worrying that Brexco is currently looking so much circle center when they're fully aware that there's a Na'Vi team pushing up behind him. Again, Twisted Mind's in trouble. This position's, it's not optimal for them at all. And again, as well, it's DA able to apply the pressure.
Again, Lyron overwatching from a distance, just giving the information over to the squad, letting them know where they need to peek the angles, throw the grenades, and Brex is just under no pressure at all. He's over here solo. The rest of his squad is looking over towards the west, where Na'Vi is still trying to deal with the rest of Exalt, and Brex is just farming the rest of the lobby while he's got the chance to do so.
High ground frag master Brex is on it once more. Again, as you were saying earlier, bringing us back to observatory games on Erangel down on the Millie Island. It's just what Ascent likes to do, and you know what? Why not like to do it when it didn't show as many points as it has been here?
FaZe finally starting to get some ground back in the battle for the low ground, but it's a grenade onto Metralius that I don't think Corexi's going to have really much of a chance to try and secure a flush unless he has more grenades, because again, as soon as he steps out of that shack, he is in real danger. Just as much danger as After All, as they unfortunately rotate into the dip that's already occupied by Sarvam, and that does not go very well for them at all.
Not very well at all, Sheila. Finding kill number 2 as the circle swings off the mountain down towards the east. Question mark sat dead center. And then foot down on the southern side. They will be able to sit around for a little while longer. And still, all these teams in the field having to try not just touch and weave each other, but also Ascent that are still peppering them from above. Or Brexco, I should say, shooting from up high, because it really is him doing all the third partying here.
He really is that guy in this game, but unfortunately it's resulted in no kills. Either they've all been revived or stolen away, and so Ascend have actually found themselves with the competition creeping ever closer to them, but they've still got plenty of time to get some placement points on the board, and an angle for Spyro through the window might get some extra damage in. Oh, okay. If that was a headshot, he might have been in real trouble, but Brexco's already on 600 damage.
And 0 kills. That is, I guess that's what you get sometimes when there's too much distance to the knocks you're finding, or when it's players in a shack that peeks a window, and when they get knocked, they fall back down again. In any case, a lot of damage being done by Brex, a lot of vests and helmets broken, which of course, in the end, will just make it that much easier for them come the later and most likely up-close fights we'll have to take.
Actually, a grenade from Metabay as Yepa have finally made a bit of an entrance. They've been holding down the concrete just to the north of Ascend for a while, and finally started to poke their head out from the tortoise's shell and see what they can find. And in front of them, they've got multiple players in dips that they can maybe get angles. The branch is just blocking Global Army from getting the last shot on Spyro. Never mind, the headshot comes through. The MK12 gets it done for Global Army, and finally, I mean, you've got 500,000 people shooting at you. One of them had to hit the headshot.
Sometimes you can prone in a field, but when there's mountains all around, those fields are simply nothing but graveyards. It's not easy to play around there, not at all. Na'Vi tried to make the run on up just before, got a few shots off towards my camp, but fell back as a result of it. I don't think they're interested in taking the fight proper to the compound, knowing that it's most likely going to come off that hill anyway. So now Na'Vi trying to wrap down below. Issue is that all of Ascent is now looking in their direction, so they got to be very fast about whatever they're going to do. Same thing here for Sabim, knowing they're in the open, knowing they're down the hillside. If they up to aggress on Quizzy here, which you don't know why they wouldn't, it's got to happen fast.
If Sarvam have been diligent in their kill feed counting, they may recognize that pretty much everything they have left to contest them on this eastern side of the zone is just solos. Maybe just steadily bleeding out on the inside of the warehouse and not really much of a chance for Quizzy to cross over, but Question Mark is putting a lot of pressure in. They can't commit to the push. Finally, Ascend comes under some pressure as Na'Vi wrapping around the southern side of the compound, Mika peeking over the top looking for an angle. It's Yepa from the northern side that stabs him in the back.
And everything I say about hard shifts before, I take back, because we just shifted away from Ascent and Sabim to give it to Foot. So there you go. I guess, you know what, in the end of it, nature is fully balanced. We'll see now, though. as Ascent. Those have to take the fight, but not against the Na'Vi we thought it might become. But no, as you're saying before, Yepa are the ones on approach. Odin is down, but so is Brex. Voldemort falls to the nade from Killiakai now, and Metabay has to make up his mind here. Those who want to go aggressive, he has Stendalos behind, but he has to push up and help much more, I feel like. He has to apply a whole other set of pressure if they want Metabay to get the double res up.
Chris putting the M249 away for just a second, switching to the mini, and puts 2 big tags into Thunderlost, forcing him off the angle. Gives just a couple of seconds for Ascend to try and catch out Yepa. If they do look to try and flank around the side of the smoke, Odin Mavesi a step or 2 further to the right would have been in line of sight. Thankfully, held it off. And they do manage to get everyone back up and revived, but they still have to deal with this fight before even attempting to make a push down the hill. And there's going to be a whole lot of line of sight from everyone else on the south.
I feel like Yepa's chance to go aggressive here is, dwindling by this second. And of course it is Ascent to have to come out of the compound, so it makes sense that they'll wait for them at least for a little while longer as EB goes for some aggressive shots forward. Not really a whole lot to gain, but does give a point away to Savim, so they'll say thanks for that. In the meantime, Odin peeks on over, finds Christ. Howl falls, but not really expecting too much from Howl, as they're currently still sat down in 12.
Fortunately for Ruin, it was about 7 players combined from Monarch and Question Mark that were shooting him as he crossed the road. Eventually, he was always going to go down. Phil first, still putting more on the board for Question Mark. He is the top fragger in the lobby so far. Still cracked since, the latter half of the previous year was when he really burst onto the scene and had a huge impact for Question Mark. Odin Mavisi gets it done for Yepa. Brixco, as much as he's been farming, he did not get the points to match. Only a single kill on the board for Ascend. 1 point from the position that they had. It's very, very unfortunate.
It sure is. They might be one of the top 3 damage-dealing teams of this game. But Uber, mid-air, finds Molodog. Will see if he can get more with it. Now as Fate, surprised by the jump down from up high. Roman does bleed out. There are still 2 players up above in Uber. Oh, he's not aware. They stab and swings on him! Oh my lord, it's actually Alia. It's actually Alia that gets the kill, but holy moly. Na'Vi, when no other options present themselves, jump down and take him out midair.
Uber was the bait. Alia was the man with the plan. He jumped down the midair hipfire spray, and then the most disgusting 180. Oh, that is pain for Exalt. Just couldn't even get the free kills in this one. Na'Vi just that little bit better.
Yep. Now, next circle pop is gonna take us towards the west, over towards the compound that Question Mark currently still in control of. They have Hewith out in the blue, as I said that he does fall, so now they do not have him. I was gonna say maybe he could do some damage and cripple this Question Mark team, who are currently looking very, very good. They have not really had to fight anything up close here in the mid game, and should have pretty good both vest, helmets, and everything else. So we'll see how this one goes through. But right now, Question Mark in a very good position.
Have a lot of high ground. Yepa has higher ground, but much less of it, and much more exposed to the angles from down south. But somewhat of a split along a couple of ridges, and Global Army's just going to send it in classic Sarvam fashion. This is normally what happens when they don't have a central position, but thankfully it's at least got them some points on the board, but Foot will happily take those as well.
Yeah, sure will. As they're trying to set up kind of a southern perimeter here. They're obviously coming in as late as they did. They know that they have all the space in the world down towards the south. There should be no snakes in their midst. Their decision now is really to do we clear Monarch from the compound, because they know they're there, or do we try and take the fight to Na'Vi? Issue is, regardless of which direction they opt to go, they will be shot at by the other team while doing so. So they have to be very swift about their approach, and I think it only makes sense that they're grouping up on Vard and HC on that south side compound, because it's one of those, at least that's in the circle. Yeah. So maybe we can wait it out, get a blessing of a southeast hard shift, and then see Na'Vi come to us instead. I don't know. It's a tricky position for Foot to try and make space here.
Wherever they go, they're on the low ground. They're grenadable, but at least here they have buildings that they can hide within, and if somebody does get knocked, possibility for a revive. And actually, they can break the line of sight from Monarch above them and start looking to maybe put some shots into Na'Vi or even Yepa, as they now are forced to make their move down the hill. A little bit of damage coming in from Monarch in the building, but this is exactly what we were worried about. Playing the low ground below Monarch, grenadable from that angle. An example finds an angle to find a headshot as well.
should be able to get the rest here. And now some, not preemptive nades lobbed up, but just, I think it's them trying to force, or just tell Monarch, don't even think about looking down here or reversing T-Bone. We want to get all players back up. And now the circle swings back up the hillside, just exactly excluding all compounds. So I guess only fair. But this is where we're going, and as for right now, again, question mark alongside Yepa, the teams in the better positions.
Odd sawed-off Savant, though he might be, he's brought a bigger shotgun because he knows that Monarch are still 4 up. The 2 bullets in the sawn-off might not be enough, but there is a DBS ready and waiting, so when this push does eventually come through, it will be hectic. And Foot coming from the low ground, angles from Na'Vi if they're looking the right direction, but they are somewhat distracted from Yepa right now, but it will be very difficult regardless. But this information, that example, is looking up north towards Thendalos, might give them the go signal.
And that's the thing, I think right now Na'Vi is just wanting, waiting for Foot and Monarch to take that fight, which they eventually will have to take. So focus north, apply pressure there. If you can get a knock or two, you you push up in that direction. But if not, oh my, the amount of damage example can do at any distance is disgusting.
There's smokes, there's trees, doesn't matter. I'll still just fire 1 bullet and hit you in the face. That's very suboptimal. And the grenades to follow it up as well. So the heal that has just come through has just been nullified, softening them up in preparation for the push. This is the benefit of having a position like this for Monarch, where they've come under 0 pressure the entire game. No one has attempted a breach. They have full utility left, but Foot has some of their own. They got some good damage with a grenade onto Mauser. Got to make this push happen pretty quickly because the zone is about to start moving.
Yeah, there was a lot of smokes on the building just before. I'm curious if that was Foot smokes or if it was Monarch smokes. If it was Monarch smokes, I'm surprised they didn't up to make a play earlier, especially with the Foot player knock. But now they have to come out, and the time might just have gone out for them to make a play here. We'll see. The fight up close would have to happen eventually. 80 goes down again. I mean, Example has a perfect angle on this, but we're not seeing any Na'Vi names in the kill feed right now.
It's good to see that they're not picking and choosing sides. They'll just fire at anyone they can see, but not able to get any of those pickoffs on the board. Actually, Yepa did steal one, but that's given away their position, and Phil First is going to look down with a 3x spray and a grenade to follow it up after he softened them up. Voldemort, so damn close, but the blue zone won't be enough.
This game here is one where everyone can third-party each other. It's really just a matter of picking and choosing who you want to shoot at. Na'Vi falls instantly after Monarch goes out as well. Foot alive. Yepa down to 1. No, scratch that out as well. As question mark up now with 10 kills, all 4 alive still, going up against a very bruised Foot Esports.
And of course, the high ground is going to be king. When they were forced to make a move, Yepa had no options left. Question mark ran them over completely. 10 kills on the board. 4 still standing, but Foot getting out of that compound fight with 3 still alive. They do still have a reasonable chance if they can get the opening pick.
Sure do. Sure do. But low ground, limited utility. I think I saw one of them without a helmet as well. It's going to be incredibly difficult. But I should say, can they just get that opener? There might be a chance. T-Bone, steamed by best of luck, sprays on through, nothing connects. But look at the amount of blue damage coming through with every single tick. As the first 2 falls, now it's just Vart left alive. Do you deny here? You might just, but no! Not gonna happen. Peeks over, finds one, can't get the first show. And that is question mark. 13 points. And a win is going to push them into first.
Well, our questions have well and truly been answered as to whether or not this team was going to absolutely dominate the lobby or flop. They've been a bit of a coin flip in the past, but this time they are on form. They always seem to find form when it matters the most, and this seems to be no exception.
Yeah, nope, not at all. It's, of course, I mean, Circle did go for them this time around, but again, they knew exactly how to work that compound. Prioritize north, even though there are kills to be found down south. Prioritize that north side, because if you don't completely clear it out early on, you are going to get backstabbed. They deal with the last DA player as well, then they take their attention towards the south. And what a chaotic endgame there. No one wanted to be the first one to engage.
Really solid stuff as well from question mark earlier on in the game, holding the 2-2 split, keeping their options open when phase 4 came into effect. If it goes east, they've got the warehouse. If it goes west, they had the compound, and those 2 positions played a crucial role regardless of where the zone went, and all being able to hold it down and keep the utility levels high really paid out for them from playing up in the high ground.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Good game for question mark here. I mean, again, able to bring it home too. We've seen question mark have chances to go out and get really good games, but fall a bit short this time around. They just took no chances, came out victorious. There we go.
And welcome back to the PGS2 EMEA desk here, guys. What a fantastic game and an insane game for Question Mark to start things here, Toby. As you just broke down here, they were able to obviously have a greedy 2-2 split, then come into a compound here and then defend it really well. 13 kills, 23 points in the first game is going to put them in first place.
Yeah, it's a great start for them here today. They avoided the majority of the chaos that was up in those open fields up north, and were just able to play like as one. Once they wrapped down and committed to that south side compound, they had a game plan and they executed it perfectly.
I'll say though, Foot, they were on that eastern side, Saga, and they were super far away. They had to rotate first to under the bridge, then scout to under kind of the lip of the road, and then breach into Monarch, then take the Monarch fight and win that. So they were able to get really far considering how little circle lock they had in that game.
You would normally think, as a Puerto Paraíso dropping team, having a zone in that position, you would get pretty much freedom to make early rotates, but just the way that the plane path worked out so far south and east, the road ahead of them was actually much more congested than it usually would otherwise be. So they did have to bide their time as much as possible. They had to play patiently, but we know that T-Bone coming in and bringing that experience, that level-headedness to the team can be a massive deciding factor, and it really did seem to work out for them in getting that low ground position, finding the angles, and actually coming out with 3 players still alive after the push onto Monarch with so many third-party opportunities is no easy feat at all.
Yeah, and Sabin on top of that, Toby was also able to find a dip early and actually get quite a lot of kills. Global Army was able to find so many.
Yeah, it's not often when you commit to a dip in phase 1.5, I guess we can call it, that that you're able to get so many kills. But a lot of these wounded teams from that open field slaughter just saw no other option than to try and kind of crawl down into the pit and hope they'd be safe. But there was Sabin players just there, ready and waiting to feast on anything coming their way.
Yeah, and on top of that, of course, we see a situation where Na'Vi actually was able to kind of get into pretty late game here, Saga, with the placements they were able to get, and also creep in under Ascend and take out Exalt and take on some fights. They're able to get 8 points in this one here. Obviously, Question Mark 23, Yep at 13, with the 8 kills they're able to accrue to, and Foot on 11. But Na'Vi, let's talk a little bit about them, how they're able to get in from a pretty bad spot into the circle.
Yeah, it could have potentially been a very good spot had the zone gone further west, but eventually that shift that made them play the low ground actually did come in effect with the downfall of Ascend, because it was them making the fight against Exalt that drew Ascend to the southern side of the compound that opened the angle up for Yepa to third party onto it. So it was a little more impactful for Na'Vi than I think even they were expecting.
And this puts 3 teams into the triple-digit club here, Toby. 117 for Question Mark, 112 for Twisted Minds. They're able also to get some points here. Savim now 107. And then an extremely tight kind of mid-pack here with Send, Foot, and Face on 96, 95, and 94.
Yeah, we invite Foot to the somewhat close teams up high. But then again, already now, with Question Mark and Savim starting to separate themselves, Ascent in third. Oh, well, fourth overall, but if we're excluding GPT teams, they need to catch up that 11-point margin. Just 5 games left to play, of course, easily capable of doing it. I'm still worried of when will Sabim fall. It has been going so well for them for so long now, and it's simply because I'm not used to seeing them play this consistent, especially not against this caliber lobby. My brain tells me it's a fluke, it's a one-time thing. Next game they're gonna get 16th with no kills, but they just keep on getting placement points, keep on getting kills. It's very impressive to see.
Yeah, they've been extremely consistent, moving into positions on the map extremely early here, Saga, and getting away with it also. Yeah, staying 1 or 2 guys alive, still getting some success, getting into the placement points too, while they also have added the kills throughout the early game.
Now, I distinctly remember before PEC Spring, we were all asked to give our hot take opinions, and in a sea of, BBL roster changes are interesting, I wonder how Foot's going to do. My hot take was that Savim could come out and look like one of the best rosters in EMEA and even potentially qualify to some globals this year. They did get absolutely stomped by Howl, as did everyone else in the early part of the season, but maybe my hot take was just a little ahead of its time.
I think, yeah, it was ahead of your time, or a broken clock is right twice a day here. So what do you think?
No comment. I like the fact that Saga dared to go out and call Savim the champions. Right now, he gets to ride on that high. But again, my brain tells me they won't be one of the 2 teams who send through. But usually when I say something like that to myself, it ends up turning out that way anyway. So we'll see. I'll wait and see.
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about something else here. If Savim comes into a spot where they're able to get a top 3 here with Systemind still being in their Saga, I will say I really kind of want to see one of the guys, Global Iron, Baron Peak, maybe, in a situation where they have a chance to go to Nations Cup and represent Turkey.
I would love to see it as well. They've really been grinding very, very hard. And while their playstyle can look very one-dimensional, their individual mechanics make up for that massively. I mean, Baron Peak with the bolt actions was hitting some nuts shots as well. So just that level of excitement that they can bring, despite how sometimes it looks in their playstyle, would be really welcome at a tournament like Nations.
Especially if they're able to kind of boast this through here and follow through with it and maybe even get, first place, second place here, Toby. Imagine a lineup of Baron Peak, Global Army, Ruan maybe, and then Code Marco. That would be an insane Turkey lineup.
It would definitely be an insane roster. It would also be a roster that just a half year back, if we mentioned those names, we'd be like, wait, who? It's phenomenal to see a country be able to present so much high-level talent in PUBG. It's absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, and obviously coming into this here, we are still 5 games to go before we're going to figure out what 2 teams we're going to send with our 3 GPT teams to PGS2 in Rio to compete for $2 million. An insane event here we're going to be moving in. And we're going to have just 1 more Miramar to go here. Obviously, guys, look at make sure you open the map, make sure you open your fantasy team, make sure you check out everything before we are figuring out who we are going to be sending to PGS2 here. So guys, take it away for the final Miramar of PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers.
Thank you so much, Martin. Long one to get through there, but we got there in the end as we, take to Miramar once again. And I feel like South and East has kind of been the shared opinion on all circles so far. So how about we go north? I don't want to go Crater Fields north, but how about like Oasis north? Or Ruins, Trailer Park north. Even Cruz del Valle north. Just anything new.
Pushing the boat out just a tad with bringing Ruins into the mix, but no, for sure, some variety would be very much welcome. But actually, all in all, over the course of Miramar, across the entire finals, there hasn't really been anyone who has consistently farmed on Miramar. I mean, the highest percentage of points gained on Miramar compared to the other maps is Entropic, with just below 54% of their overall points coming from Miramar, excluding the game that we've just witnessed. So there's been, if we compare that to on Erangel, where teams like Ascend are pushing 60%, teams like Monarch and Afteralt are above 60% of their points on Erangel, you can definitely see that those military zones have been paying off for certain teams. But over here, as much as the zones have been similar, no one has really been consistently dominating.
Odin
bicycle plays!
Currently being pushed away by one of the DA players, but Odin with the bring should be able to get the safety. Issue is there's a car coming for him, and oh my lord, they're dodging and weaving, but here he is, Marco, with the AK in hand. I know that the bike dodges fire, but it does not dodge bullets.
Yeah, it doesn't dodge that kind of gunfire. Oh man, that was some cyberbullying we have just witnessed. Odin Maviti got turned into a hood ornament for the red Murado. Actually looked pretty sick, but no, it must have felt pretty sick for Code Marco just to put him down like that with the kill on the board. Early one for DA, and it's always been a threat when you've got a team like DA who's looting in this position that's so close to other teams' compounds that if the plane path was just slightly too far to the side, you get contests for vehicles. Yeah, maybe he's a little fortunate there was even a bike in the shack, or he wouldn't have even lasted that long.
Can I also mention how I love the variety of the circle we're getting here? It's oh no, really? Yep, Team finds 8 seat. That's whenever you have circles that force a bit of variety, you see one team do something else. Now they adapt to one other team. Then you have FaZe adapting to that one team, one rotate, like looting a bit differently. And all of a sudden you have half of FaZe in here, and Foot is like, wait, is this something you do all the time, or is it just because we rotated out of Porto Paraíso a bit early?
Yeah.
Clearly, AIDS did not expect anyone to be there.
Aren't you guys supposed to be in El Pozo right now? There's nobody there. What are you doing in our cave? But hey, I'm more than happy to see players getting killed in the cave. I think that is a really cool looking area of the map that we don't see enough of. So if more teams could, hot drop in there, that would be fantastic.
Maybe that's the issue. Sorry to interrupt.
TDM
maybe
map
that's
there
the
would be
issue. No, maybe that's the issue with Miramar. All the cool, unique locations are in areas of the map that we never go to. We have like the coolest prison. The coolest Miramar prison on an island that we never see.
The ruins.
We have
really,
the cave
really cool.
southeast of Los Leones. We never go there. All these really cool, unique places. When is the last time you've had an ending in water treatment?
Yeah, I mean, forget about land ratio. We've got the fun ratio enabled here, which is going back to painful old fields and Los Leones once again. But this time around, it's looking a little more Monte Nuevo, or maybe even just sort of southwest Picado. And you know what that means? Sarvam, once again, early move straight towards the center of the circle with a very familiar split, if you were watching yesterday's Miramar matches, that got them some very solid points on the board.
Exactly. Not gonna... Again, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So might as well go back and see if you can get something going from the exact same spot as yesterday. Well, in the meantime, wrapping in on that eastern side, they're gonna claim a very free church area that, surprisingly enough, is free, considering that we had both Yepa and DA in and around here just before. Now, we do have Entropic in the nearby vicinity, coming down to say hello, but I'm not sure yet. Okay, never mind. This is a proper fight. And Nail Up is gonna be able to find the first.
Not a friendly hello. Definitely not rolled out the red carpet for them, but Keanu is there to trade the knock onto Nixie. Still a little bit surrounded right now. Mexi is on the southern side, but the backup is inbound. Ivas looking to try and find a way around, just checking the flank is secure before he commits to either a push or the revive.
Yeah, and they don't have Lucarox nearby either. He's on the far hill towards the southeast, so they really do need to do this outnumbered.
It just put a hefty chunk of damage into Ibi. Some range. He's going to be forced to step back into a heal for now. Once again, you start hearing the gunshots from any range. There's always going to be temptation in the back of your mind to look for a pull-up, but Howl and DA are the teams closest to this. They're circling one another, so it looks like this is going to be an isolated fight for now.
Yeah, sure is. Lucarox again trying to get over towards his teammates, trying to become more of an impact player here. That Molly just short. Getting all the way up on the roof, but Evie now has to watch out. He's hearing these nades, hearing the molly coming in. Oh, that nade could be good, but Evie's looking the other way. But he might get seen in the open here. Now, Lucarox, let's go back into the car. That might allow for Ibiza to get some free shots on towards him. Indeed, it does. And with double tires popped here, again, limited, very limited what Lucarox will be able to do from that position.
Can't do much more than just drive in a straight line, but that's enough to break the line of sight from Ibi up on the church roof, and maybe give him a little bit of a potential to find another angle, but it won't do much against the rest of Wu. Mexi will get that done himself with a quick peek through onto Quizzy. And he has now given Entropic the numbers advantage in the compound once again.
Yeah. Nail Up, though, instantly there to respond as... Nail Up, so Keanu. Instantly there to respond as Nail Up pulls. They will also commit to the rest as fast as possible to make sure that Wu don't get anything off the knock. They do have one down themselves, as
Cino going for the revive. It should be game over for the Wu. It's at least game over for Quizzy, and Ibi just has to turn tail and run. There's very little that he was able to do from that position once that grenade was in the hand of Mexi, starting to be cooked, and I don't think there's much more he can do about this push either.
Yeah, 1v3. Let's see if he can pull it off. Does find the first one. Skyrl ain't always the best gun, but finds the second as well. He knows that there's one isolated, but Mexi just in time swings in, finds him, and Entropic gets to live with the scare.
Give this guy an M249. If he didn't have to reload that could have been a big spray. The It's Chris strategy sometimes pays off, and unfortunately for Ibi, just did not have the tools.
Yeah. One fight straight to another now. As once again, Turkish action galore. Usually where we see the early fights happening, and I guess maybe Wu and Entropic being a bit of an outliner there, but at least for DA and Howl, nothing new under the sun. They've been brawling for quite a bit of this one, and Marco hearing these footsteps, he's just going to sit tight and wait it out. I don't think Howl has any clue that he's still here.
Definitely been careful to not give away his position too much. But there's also a big solid concrete wall, so I don't think too much of a push will come through from Howl, especially given the fact in the far distance you can see Laza looking to regroup a split already with the Mad. So hopefully for Howl they don't overstep their bounds and get shotgunned in the face, but
they probably will. I mean,
yeah,
just in knowing how shotguns work and them eventually probably gonna go open that door, at least someone will probably get a whole hell of a lot of small pebbles right in the face.
Or the body. That would do the job just as well. And Code Marco could quite easily clean up what's left of Howl in that compound. But they are just about to hop in the vehicles. I did see the symbol on the minimap, so maybe they're just going to make a swift exit. And may come under a little bit of fire from Entropic, who have fully claimed the church for themselves. Full revives, 4 points on the board. Big start for Entropic, and maybe the symbol of a bit of a push to try and make a late run for a top 2 qualifying position. I think, realistically, when you've got 2 teams sharing Los Leones as a drop spot, a zone like this, they're eventually going to run into one another, and Entropic this time came out ahead.
Yeah, able to get that going for them. Twisted Minds in the meantime know that it's a bit of a journey towards the southern side should it swing down there, so setting up the deployable a little bit earlier here, as Perfectix doesn't want to take any fall damage. Makes sense. Jumps on down. I think this might be a case where they just send one forward. Yes, they have the hill. Yes, they can scout towards the south, but send one person up in that parachute and see if he can get some info. Unless if we see a massive shift in either direction, then they might opt to take it. But with them driving away currently, I'd be surprised if... now they're all leaving it. So maybe just wasting one of them so that opponents can't get them.
That is actually a very good point. Yeah, there was a bit of questioning. I think it was Ibby that was asking about it in one of the Discords about why his emergency parachute failed to deploy and whether it was intended or not. And very likely it was because another team had just deployed one. So actually really smart from Twisted Minds if that's what they were doing, to deny uses for other teams, because you always want to be using it to time your positioning to be around the center of phase 1 by the time phase 2 pops, so you always have the option to drop on, let's say for example, the rock where Batulins currently is would be prime real estate for a drop. So really smart if that's the case.
Exactly. Twisted Minds opting to go a bit further east. They do have Afteralt up north, and you can see here with Question Mark wrapping in from the western side, you'd imagine that they're going to backfill now that they see Exhalation leave Montenuevo. They probably go down that direction and then maybe head a bit towards the north as well on their journey forward. Sabim set up dead center in the circle, waiting this one out. Again, they don't really have to go anywhere, so why not just sit around and greet your neighbors as a lot more of them come closer.
They have, in fact, regrouped their split, and I'm worried for the future of Howl if they choose to do the same, because the Mad and Lazar are hovering around their vehicles, and if they choose to pull up in their compound where Ruin and Schofield have remained, they will be greeted by Code Marco, and he has pellets galore for the new arrivals. They are on the way there right this very second, so keep your eyes on the kill feed.
Yep, Exalt haven't been able to really get anything going throughout this grand final so far, and seeing as to how FaZe has been performing, you'd be surprised if Exalt were the ones to come out on top. But then again, they are the ones in the better position currently. What was about outside of Howl pulling up?
No, this was smart. They weren't pulling up to go and regroup in the compound. They were pulling up to join the convoy as they made an aggressive move onto the split of Na'Vi and force them to regroup. So Howl, I don't know whether or not they knew that Code Marco was in that compound, but they've subverted the situation entirely and forced Na'Vi back in a huge move.
Yeah, and while James is looking towards Exalt, the rest of the team FaZe, of course, looking down towards the east side. And the issue is, I don't know if they realized that James was there. Maybe that's what alerted Exalt to look in this direction. But now they see Correction. How greedy and shooting, considering the fact that he's set on 1 HP right now.
That's always the last time where they expect you to peek, is when you 100% should be healing. There's always the option that you can just catch them out while they're on the move, maybe with a grenade in hand. And sometimes you find yourself on the receiving end of that. It's tilting, and Yepa are just going to have to back away. Maybe knowing that slightly better aim, a pixel or two higher upper chest damage might have been enough to get that knock in the first place, but just not quite the case.
Not quite the case, no. And for FaZe, well, they were fighting on 2 fronts. Now we might as well just add a third to it. As Ascent comes over the hillside. Mika did a match and feeding the information across their players on the other side. Spots one on the rope, spots Correxy in the open, and somehow able to get away from there alive. Good warning shots for Fexy. Instantly gets down on his stomach on that rope.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, there's an entire team behind us. And now, as you can see, Gustav aware of it too, but I'm kind of liking this position from Gustav. He's a little isolated, sure, but I'm not sure if Ascent knows that he's set up on this hill. Or up against the hill, I should say.
Pressing the panic button on his keyboard, which is, as we all know, Z, just to make sure he hits the deck quickly behind that block of bricks. So Ascend couldn't swiftly snap onto him after they were intending to sit Corexy down as he made the move, but the MK, you know, it's a very solid gun. There's a whole bunch of damage, but sometimes it's a little awkward to hit the shot.
Sure is. A bit of a spicy shift here as we go up towards the north, and with this next circle shifting away from unplayable terrain, this might be one of those really weird, awkward field endings out towards the west, like pretty much towards the Nuevo in Mountain Nuevo. A hard western swing here wouldn't be surprising considering the big mountain that Exhalation is sat right next to. The one currently in the center is supposedly getting shifted away from.
Expecting to see a whole lot of car forts coming in just north of the warehouse where Monarch have currently pulled up. If that is to be the zone we're expecting. Alia, good dodge on the grenade to jump aside swiftly as he was tagged down low. Couldn't get too close to that fragmentation device, but it's enough. And the fact that After All are still so widely split, with Danimon probably doing wheelies on top of the mountain far north, means they're not going to overcommit to the fight, and Navi get away with it. Laza, though, you cannot get away with rotating in a buggy through a field like this. Unfortunately, Arbor will sit him down.
Exactly. So many of these teams just opting to send it straight through the middle. Again, pretty much everyone expecting this one's a hard shift towards the west in just a second. And now Sabim up close with Entropic. They've already taken down an entire team without taking any casualties, but this time around there are multiple people on the front. Chilla finds one, CC finds one as well. They have lost Global Army in return, but a lot of damage coming out right away.
Third-partying shots coming in from a lot of angles, but it's Entropic who are coming off the worst for wear. Up on the northern, or actually the eastern side, it's Hibako and Ainan that really were looking to get the damage, steal away the flushes, and forcing Ivas down into the dip. He couldn't really do anything to help out the squad, couldn't even get in range to throw a grenade without being in danger of fragging his own teammates, as Global Army did to himself after he got knocked, and you can't even get out of there quickly enough before Ainan gets an angle.
Now, Ibis folks over the top. He gets met by a ton of bullets from Ainan. And Foot flying on in. I was looking at the map feed for a while, unable to see them. I was like, where are they? But we knew they were wrapping south around, and this is where the option to go to straight across the entire circle down towards Klim. Now, if only they knew that After All is in a wide 2-1-1 split, they would have just straight sent it into the compound. But now, of course, most importantly, get down on the ground first, get ready to fight. And now, as Klim leaves, if he is leaving, this might be the info for Foot to go make a play for it. Issue is they don't have any vehicles. And there is a bit of that field they have to run through that's very dangerous to transition over.
Maybe even for Foot, just knowing that the compound is vacant, or at least slimly defended, will be enough for them for now, and know that that's an area they're not going to have to worry too much about. But actually, joke's on them, because they are going to have to worry about it. That zone has shifted hard towards the northwest. We knew it had to go west. It's a little further north than maybe we were expecting. Howl found themselves a dip directly in the center that gets a hard feed. I'm also sure they're going to come under a lot of pressure too.
Yeah, Thunderlost now trying to get out of here. It's limited where he can play. A lot of these dips have already, or small crevices, has already gotten players in him. As you can see here, Chris forced to prone down behind a vehicle. Nice shots from Danimon over the top there, able to take out Voldemon. And stay clear, just again, one dip at a time.
No trade from Thunderlost. He's got himself a dip a solid couple of 100 meters away, actually close to where the last man standing for Entropic is lurking, with 5 points on the board for them. It's not been an awful game, but they're going to need more if they want to make a late stage run for sure. But I don't think they're in the best of positions to try and make that happen. FaZe, though, have a bit of a tough position. They have to push either through one half, or maybe even 3/4 of After Ult, or they have to push through Na'Vi. But whichever they push, once again, they're going to be in a position where there's going to be third-party shots from the other.
Yeah, I'm looking towards Twisted Minds on the south side of all of these fights going on right now. If they opt to go up the mountain this way, it's going to be very dangerous for them. Ascent trying to fly on in. Not exactly easy as Kiliakai gets torn apart. I'm not sure if he was jumping up for information or what it was, but he sure as hell did not live to see the landing.
Well, the information is it's very dangerous to do that. People are getting pretty darn good at getting those shots. I love that death cam right up in the air, just floating. But oh man, that's very unfortunate for Kiliakai.
Ooh, Brex able to find the first. Marco able to respond. Nice little 1-1 coming in the end. Working in favor for DA again. Yes, they lose one player, but traversing straight across the center of the circle here is, if you can do that, losing only one player, kind of have to go for it.
Exalt once again removed from the lobby. They were trying to make a push in the south, but cleaned up by Monarch. And now the full push in the compound from FaZe. They've got plenty of smokes up, and Na'Vi have actually leapfrogged ahead of them into the zone, so they can take this fight in earnest all by itself. Isolated. Corexi needs to check the corner. Fex will do it for him. Hyena, wow, they cleared out the shack with the Molotov. They knew that he couldn't be peeking from inside, so just a little pre-fire is sometimes all it takes.
Yeah, what a swing there, and important that they get it done with as fast as they did, because as you can see here, Na'Vi was and currently are pushing, or they were pushing up and trying to get into a good position to kind of counter phases, move off the hill, but able to reset fast enough to at least be alerted to Navi's presence.
Now Batulins is the one who's putting in third-party shots from the south into FaZe. And there's very few teams that remain unbruised in this game. Exhalation, one of them. They actually have a very wide split of control towards the southeastern side of the zone, holding on to the warehouse compound and a little bit of presence in the fields as well with Daboom. See whether or not they're able to hold on to that, or whether they choose to regroup, expecting maybe a push from teams like Monarch, who are yet to find a position. But first, you have to deal with FaZe trying to make their entrance into the zone. It's a brick wall of Na'Vi to try and stop them.
And it has to include a vehicle, you'd imagine. With both Foot and Twisted Minds being able to see them, you'd imagine that it has to have cars involved one way or another. And here they come flying down the hill. Do they get anything with it? Example able to find the first team. Does get one in return, but Example finds the second instantly after a nice peek. There's Uber trying to bait some of the attention, trying to force them to look his direction, but not really happening. Fex sharing the vehicle with Na'Vi for a split second, and in the end, they will fall.
For a second, I was wondering whose grenade that was that just went creeping into the smoke. They were, one way or the other, likely to flush out a teammate, but in the end, Na'Vi, well, we saw what they did in the previous game when they had to be the ones jumping off a ridge to take the fight. This time, they're on the defending side, and they still come out ahead. 5 points on the board, 2 still standing, and FaZe eliminated on just shy of 100 points.
Yep. Nice double coming through for him. Mouse finding the third. A lot of skill on this team, and they made that one look easy.
Vasco has really been hitting for Monarch. A couple of them maybe lacking somewhat in the contributions, but in terms of those who have really not been, Vasco and Scav have really been pulling their weight heavily. And again, Arangler has actually been the much better earner for Monarch, so getting as many points as they can in the opportunities they're given on Miramar would be a big difference for them. Again, they're one of the teams who is yet to really have any PGC points on the board, so if a late run is to happen, they got to really climb their way up the standings, and they're not too far away from maybe a top 5.
No, definitely doable. As we see here, Vard, the up-close threat, or maybe more just the up-close info gatherer, trying to stay as quiet as possible, hear as many footsteps as possible, and feed the info across.
Oh, Chris.
Tipo and Beamy were still holding from behind. Chris, one with nature, thrown in a bush. Does he get run over by 8C? Oh, Adusi, nope. Somehow able to dodge that one.
Oh, no.
Now they don't
haven't
know.
No.
Does he reverse on top of him?
He went through the wrong bush.
Wow. And it is funny. This situation has got Chris written all over it. His
100%.
ability to infiltrate enemy kind of fortresses, to get behind enemy lines and just become one with the other team, it's impeccable.
Yeah, we just got to wait for him to get in one of their cars now. Oh man, that is rough position. He almost got him. They're eventually going to find him one way or the other, whether it's him that sits them down or them that accidentally run him over. But Chris, he just has to be patient now. No chance to be patient for Na'Vi. The push was forced. Oh, they got him.
There's no way he knew. Like, they're literally driven back and forth for so long, and then they get them in the end. That must have been so random. They were driving around forever looking for somewhere to go. And in the end, well, there are only so many bushes for Chris to hide in.
You hear the splat and you think, wait, was that a bug? Did I just run over one of my teammates? You see a kill on the scoreboard? Well, yeah, you know what? They will absolutely take it. Every point is, every point's a point. So for Chris, question mark, just extending their lead at the top, giving themselves a much better chance. Foot have to give themselves a chance to get through Twisted Minds if they even want a chance to make it into the top 2, but they're not a million miles away. But Lou just expands that distance and even denies the point from the bleed out of Perfectix, getting the hand on the res just in time.
Yep, just before he falls to the ground, and this circle once again shifts towards the west, and question mark sat very well in this one. 124 points for them so far. Still with 4 alive, having not really had to endure too much themselves, having not really taken too much damage. They should be good on both vests and helmets, and imagine question mark here starting off the final day with a back-to-back. That would be absolutely insane.
But you know, some people have interesting opinions about this game. Some people have interesting opinions on which DMRs are good. Some people have opinions that the Chevron is a good reticle to use in a 4X. But someone who uses the circle reticle on a mini just cannot be trusted. So how... You need to have a conversation with Schofield. But hey, it's got the knock onto Hobber, and he was trying to maybe get the flush. Could eventually pick it up regardless. Yeah. So if it works, I suppose. But all I'm saying is, come on, man. Think about
That's what I say to people playing Mini over SKS as well. It's people are crazy, you know?
Oh, look at Rooks.
Finds one, but ain't gonna be enough. He's gonna fall down in the end, and Twisted Minds continue to rack up points.
You don't get to change the reticle on an 8X. Spyro sees no reason to do so regardless. The boom caught in the open field. There is a smoke just next to him, but it's not close enough. Just trying to wrap around, trying to find a sneaky angle onto Monarch, but gets sat from the opposite side of the zone. And now that's going to mark the demise of Exhalation, surely down to just one standing. Howl might even fall before they do. If they're lucky, they might get the extra placement point. And it is just down to Mr. Circle Reticle. There's a circle in his shack. It's an explosive one from Phil First.
Look at this now, question mark, with every single point, with every placement, they are just extending that lead. 20 points down to Sarvim, and another almost 10 down to Footsat in 4th. This is looking very good if you're a question mark fan. And what a journey they've been through, from not qualifying to PEC Spring, from, getting every, what did they get, 13th in PEC Spring? They don't qualify for the rotation, and now here they are, up in the top. It's been truly up and down performance, but also the first time we really see the new roster after Hobbits left the team, or the other way around, was left from the team.
Yeah, it's almost reminiscent of last year for question mark, where they really didn't get much going in the first half of the year, but the second half, you wonder how things didn't go better for them in the first 6 months of the year. And once again, we're now in the 7th month of the year, so it's question mark's time to be on. I guess they're just like an autumn-winter team. They don't do particularly great in the spring and summer, but oh man, when they're in season, they are absolutely dominant. And it looks like this might be another run, and there's Twisted Minds to try and stop them, but they have one on the floor. Back up on his feet, though, is Spyro. And they do have to deal with Monarch before they consider making a push against QM.
Yeah, one thing's for sure. Question mark, a lot of their success in these last couple of games, these grand finals, has been on the back of Best of Luck. I know Phil First has been a big name, but picking up Best of Luck was a very good decision on that. At least so far, it's proven to be.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the amount of times that we've praised a doozy for his in-game knowledge and his mind, his passion about the game. You put cracked fraggers on a team with something like that, it's going to be a recipe for success. And hitting the headshots on a moving vehicle, that's going to be pretty successful too. Twisted Minds, thank you very much. They will claim their 11th kill of the game. Monarch down and out. And it's just going to be a brawl for the top 2 positions. Question mark could really solidify their spot here.
Sure could. Or make it, I don't say impossible, but almost. Impossible for anyone to catch up. But for Twisted Minds, of course, as well, always with the win on their mind. They're not going to shy away from trying to claim this one for themselves either.
We were looking at where things were standing before today. It was looking like the top positions were going to be averaging about 50 points per game, given that Question Mark got 23 in the game before this. If they win back-to-back, they're close to 50 in just the two, and Aduzi's going to get things rolling with a big grenade onto Spyro. And that gives them numbers advantage again.
Again, as we said before, Question Mark hadn't really had to endure too much in this game, whereas Twisted Minds, they've been fighting for the last 15 minutes straight. So very bruised for sure. You saw Batoons without a vest on as well. No helmet for him either now. So definitely against the odds here in this fight. Also now knowing that they have to wrap down the other side of the hill.
Yeah. Perfectix is leading the way for that. It's Phil first, who's actually the anchor. Maybe not the player who you would expect to be filling that role. You'd want him up close and personal, getting the sprays down, but Besto's doing a good enough job of that. Aduzi is there as well for the double peak, and Twisted Minds picked apart swiftly and left down to Perfectix as the last man standing. And as we've already found out, hiding in a bush from QM does not work.
Nope, sure doesn't. They'll find you eventually, as Perfectix tries to bandage his way to safety. Again, they don't have a whole lot to lose against these guys, but even with that, trying to run away from it, not gonna happen. Dante finds him, and that is going to be Question Mark back-to-back to start off the last day of these finals.
45 points in the first two games of the day, and I mean, if there's anything more that you could want from a Miramar, that has to be it. That was the only two Miramars that we're playing today. Back-to-back wins for Question Mark, and look, when they did that in the upper bracket, they picked up a third win as well. Yeah. That would really be the nail in the coffin.
I mean, 50% of the points they had for the first 12 games, they've just gotten half of that on top. That's, yeah, 50% on top. That's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane they took up a perform like this. Also in two very different end games. Two different areas of the map where they have to, in this time around, play it very open. Previous one was more obviously compound heavy for them, but two very different styles of Miramar games present themselves, and yet they come out on top twice.
They also got double the amount of points in the two Miramar games that we've just seen as they did for all 5 of the Miramar games across the 2 previous days. So massive turnaround for Question Mark, and you can't really necessarily say that it was a hard zone feed that gave them those points. It was a bit of a brawl. They had to play very smart rotations and holding down the positions extremely well.
And welcome back to the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers. Guys, what an insane back-to-back here for Question Mark. 30 points ahead of the nearest contender for PGS2. Toby, it's looking pretty much like we're already sending one team to Riyadh.
Yeah, it's it sure is. It sure is. It's looking very, very good for them. They would have to really fall apart now with 4 games left to play to be able to take it out by any team sat below them.
Pretty impressive, Saga, now that they're on the western side in phase 3 pub. Obviously, a lot of us knew that the circle was going to go west, but they fought their way in and they got the kills all the way through and stayed 4 guys strong for so long.
Yeah, they were further west than where the zone shifted to the west, so they did still have to fight their way into the zone. They were helped out somewhat by teams like DA making sends into the dip and cleaning up Ascend before they got there, and then all they really had to do was just pick off the pieces. It's Chris in a bush, for example, and from that point on they had full control. But again, it's low ground, it's not easy to play. You still have to deal with a lot of sight lines, but they were somewhat helped by the fact that everyone who was playing the high ground, all the ridges to the western side of Power Grid, was just fighting each other the entire time.
Another consistent placement here for Twisted Minds. 11 kills going their way. Toby here obviously putting them in a pretty safe spot in terms of PGC points, but also showing that they're a fantastic team right now.
Yeah, it's always great to see a team be able to go out and maximize, even when the position isn't necessarily the greatest. They were set up there on the hill not knowing, do we push over towards the phase fight happening on the north side, do we wrap back down the other way? They made the decision to go back up on the hill knowing it was going to come down off of it. I don't think a lot of other teams would have dared to do that. They would have kind of played the more, I don't want to say safe option, but the more circle favoring option of just going down that hillside on the southern side, wrap in, try and claim a compound, claim a hay bale stack, do something, but not take the fight outside of the circle. Twisted did it here, and they came out with a lot of kills because of it.
I like what we saw from Foot as well here, Saga, in a situation where they did not have any circle party. They managed to get into a emergency pickup, get some kills, and going their way. Not a fantastic game for them, but still off from a rough spot. They utilized emergency pickup to its fullest.
They did, and thankfully none of them got shot out of the air like Kilyakai did. That helped for sure. But yeah, it was putting themselves onto those ridges on the northeastern side, not getting overly greedy with it and going directly for the compound, where after all may have had the chance to pick them off from not only the player who was in the compound, but the ridges above as well. And then just playing it slowly around to the edge, it was just a little unfortunate that the teams that were also on that side were the teams that were just completely dumpstering everyone they came across.
Yeah, Monarch had a pretty good game as well here. Toby getting 8 kills going their way, of course. Sitting on that southern side, they're able to get third here. Obviously, as you see, 13 points going their way. Tested Minds, of course, in a situation where they get 17, 22. But Monarch, on that southern side, they managed to fight pretty deep into this one.
Yeah, it was a good one for them. We got glimmers of what we've seen from these individual performers in the past, as Saga mentioned during the game. I mean, Vasco really stepping up Scav as well. We haven't gotten the pleasure of seeing Scav too much in competitive PUBG at the highest level, but Vasco, he's been here for a long time and continuing to brag out.
Yeah, and here's the overall, as you see, 139 points for Question Mark right now. 30 points ahead here, Saga, of Salvim, their nearest, not contender actually, it's 39 points ahead of, because Twisted Mind is obviously not going in, so it's 39 points ahead of there's the nearest contender in terms of them being pushed out here. So I would say this is looking pretty safe right now for them in terms of PGS 2.
Very much so. You would need 2 minimum teams picking up a 40-point differential with 4 games to go to overtake them, to push them out from the qualifying slots. It would need Sarvum to get more than 30 and Foot to get more than 40 on top of whatever Question Mark gets in these final few games. And again, Erangel has been where Question Mark so far has been picking up the majority of their points, save for what we've seen today.
And this would also mean that now Ascent, if they're smart about it, Toby, they Ascent, Entropic, Foot, they would have to focus on Savim as their, most direct contender in terms of the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, but then the question becomes, do they focus them? Or since there are so many teams on that same hunt, do they just go out and play their own game and hope that other teams dare to risk their own games in order to deal with Savim?
Right,
I feel like, I think still, I mean, with 4 games left to play, teams should still play their own game, so to speak, and try and stay successful on that.
Yeah, what I meant in terms of that focus is like when you see a third-party opportunity, you go for it. I'm not talking hot drop just yet. We'll wait for last game for that. But guys, next game is going to be Takeover, and we're going to be going to a very short break. So stay tuned to get back on Takeover for you guys.
He goes down to Aenan and looking for a little bit more with all of this. Hobber was actually making the seat swap here. Now Scav is going to look to just try and get eke out some revenge, but Mexi,
it's a big mistake on the side of Christian.
trying for it. Artix is able to hit one on. In behind Monarch where they're going. That's insane damage. Because moving through these cities is hard enough when you don't have a time limit. Never mind when you do.
Good nade locked on forward, bounces off the car, finds Marco as well. Spill first, throws one more. Goes a bit too far on the second one though, but
Welcome to the Update 24.2, which introduces a revitalized arcade experience, an expanded reputation system for cultivating a vibrant community, and more. Let's dive right in. First, allow us to welcome you to our newly revamped arcade, with several game modes waiting to be played. No more time-limited laps. The arcade is now home to both brand new and beloved modes, accessible whenever you like. The interface has also undergone a transformation, featuring a more intuitive hub and lobby room. Plus, when it comes to arcade, we're saying farewell to BP and introducing Arcade Points, or AP, as the new reward system. Time spent playing now harvests AP, which can be used to claim rewards. Additionally, with the end of match page, you will now be informed about your arcade journey, including earned AP, achievements, and rewards from different modes. Also, be sure to earn the special Arcade Medal, a reward not to be missed. Meanwhile, in our ongoing efforts to elevate your gaming experience, we're providing even more incentives to our reputation system. Through the end of match page, you can now give compliments to your teammates and foster a positive gaming environment. The higher your reputation, the sweeter the rewards. Check out your reputation level and corresponding rewards on your career overview page, and get to know your fellow players better by viewing their reputation levels through their profiles as well. This update brings plenty more changes, including an upgraded report function that enables more comprehensive reporting of in-game misconduct, advertisements, and cheating, with an edit feature of detailed text input. Lastly, there are 10 exciting new areas added to Intense Battle Royale. Be sure to visit the patch notes for a complete rundown, and we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
It's my turn now! Fire away!
I shall protect my kingdom! Thunder! Lightning!
Woohoo! You can do it!
Looks like you need my help. Go down! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength! I'll take care of it!
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. Alright, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight?
Fire away! Rapid fire!
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ha! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
And welcome back here to the PGS to EMEA Qualifiers desk here, guys. My name is Avenger, and I'm joined, of course, by Toby and Saga. Saga, what an insane run Question Mark is able to have here with just 4 games to go. We're going on to Tego and a bit of a wildcard map, and of course, ending it on 3 wrangles. So let's see what they have to give us.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see what Tego brings this time around. There's plenty of conversation again around teams like Salvum, who have had a lot of success on Tego in general. So averaging 14.5 points per game from the 2 Tegos that we've played, and actually the teams that are profiting on Tego are doing it pretty consistently. Foot averaging 13.5. Question Mark scarily are averaging 14 points per game on Tego. So you know, we could be in for another three-peat from Question Mark today.
Yeah, if they're able to step it up and have another 10 point here, we'll just give it to them and we'll not talk about them for the 3 wrangle games, Toby, and then we'll talk about the other team that is going to be joining them for PGS 2.
Yeah, they then become a GPT team. Just for this tournament, though, we don't care about them. And of course, there's plenty on the line for them as well, in order to try and make it as much of this tournament as possible. I do want to say, though, that now as we're going over to Tego, yesterday, the 3 of us, Budget Calaris, had the power to, as long as we all agreed where we wanted the circle to go, it went there. So I feel like before this game starts today, we need to come up with
I'll ask you guys, and we'll just agree in agreement, and then we'll go there. Yeah, but it's pretty cool. I like the Eastern Circle. Yeah, I like the Eastern Circle there in a situation where we've not been there too much. We've not seen too many other regions have circles in that area either, and I actually like that area in general. There's a lot of cool towns, a lot of cool areas that you're able to play. I would like to go south, but I'll ask you guys and we'll agree, and I'll just agree whatever you guys say. That's fine. Saga, tell me, what's your favorite spot on Tego to see or cast?
I'll tell you what, there's one that actually, my daily APAC reference, in the SEA Open qualifiers, there was one that ended in Shipyard to the point where in Phase 8, someone was on top of one of the warehouses just free farming. And that was like crazy and insane, and no one was casting that lobby. So if we could just do that again, just so we can see what it looks like, that would be great.
That would be sick. I honestly think that we're in for a lot of treats in terms of Tego once it comes to like some of these crazy circles. The one we had East yesterday, it was not crazy in a way where it kind of went out in terms of where you expected the terrain to go, but it went outside the city, and a team that was inside the city managed to get an insane amount of points. Again, it was Christian Mark, Toby.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of what makes Tego a better or easierly playable map in some of these cases is the fact that, as we've talked about earlier in the broadcasts in this tournament, that there are no super tall mountains, making it miserable hell to be down below.
Right.
So a lot of the fields are way more usable in much earlier stages of the game than, for example, in the previous game on Miramar. As long as that big mountain is in, no one can do anything down below.
Yeah, we'll see until we get on top of the mountain just south of Army Base. That is pretty tall and annoying, especially if people get an emergency pickup, Saga.
Yeah, TDM map is up there, so everyone knows the angles by this point. So if we end up there, we're expecting to see some banging gunplay.
All right, guys, we are soon ready to get into Tego here for third match of the day, the very last day for the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers. Guys, take it away and have fun with it. It's time for Tego.
Thank you so much, Martin. Almost did James there, but we forgot to find out where he wanted the plane to go or where he wanted the circle to go. So I guess now we'll never know. We've lost the power to predict where this one is going to take us. But I still won't prevent him from, or prevent you from being asked anyway. Saga, where do you want this one to go?
Oh, I already gave my answer. Yeah, immediately to the east of where the plane currently is. Please give us those shipyard, those giant warehouses.
Yeah.
Also, a fun little mini game that I do like to play is when we get the sort of cold open to the map with the observers. I do like to play a little bit of PUBG GeoGuessr. That one's pretty obvious. You can always tell that that's the broken bridge, but keep an eye out for it on a wrangle because some of them are pretty tricky. Test your knowledge.
Yep, they do become pretty interesting. Now, this plane path is probably, I mean, it's very similar to the one that we had on Tego yesterday. So very easy for most teams, if not all, to go to pretty much where they want to do. Unless if you're in Tropic wanting to go all the way down to Oryang, it's going to be a bit more of a stretch. But outside of that, everything should be easily within reach.
Also, I mean, I'm just backing myself here. If we do get the big shipyard circle, that would be fantastic news for After All, because we haven't really seen it so much today on Miramar, but they have switched up their quote-unquote identity of being the wide-wrapping team that rotates for 17.5 kilometers every game. They've been more so going for emergency parachutes, but their success has been when they don't have to do that, when they do get the zones that favor them. This won't be one of them, but my goodness, did any of us mention this as an option? I don't think we did.
Oh, we did yesterday. And then I guess maybe it's just that since we didn't change it, all of us together, that it's just going to repeat itself.
Yes.
Down towards the southeast once more. And once again, in very unfamiliar fashion, we're going very far, not completely off, but almost off the plane path here. So only phase 2 Entropic players and Ruin from Howl are inside this first circle. Pretty uncanny that we don't have more players in, but this time around, a hard yoink to the edge, and it's going to be interesting to see if teams remember what happened yesterday.
It's a pretty similar, as much as people dislike the Tego to Miramar comparison, the one comparison that you can make is that the mountain range along the eastern side of Tego is in the same sense as the western side of Miramar. You cannot drive across it. Although, like, you physically can, but you will die, so you can't. So realistically, you can't. So any teams that would normally, in a zone like this, look to go for a wide wrap, let's look at Ascend, who are all the way to the west on Hapo. Normally, their prime gameplay pattern would be to go south, come across to the east, and then come up on the opposite side of the zone where it's less contested. Can't do that this time around unless you're taking a much riskier rotate path. So we'll keep an eye to see how those teams adapt.
We are now make it 3 minutes into the game, and I'm seeing all of DA stand on top of each other on my map feed. I think that's the indicator that they want to get down here early. Try to also beat all these other. Also, Sabin rotating. I mean, I guess where there is the sun, there is a Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to say something cool, but I don't have them written on my arm today.
But there's smoke,
to be able
there's
to do that.
fire. Yeah.
Oh, that one too. That one too. Where
Free
there's
space in
ocean,
the middle of the
there's
zone.
water.
Savum's on the way.
Yeah, exactly. And then Tropic with the UMP doing the exact same thing, of course. And Tropic a little more split up early on, but everyone now on the hunt for free real estate.
Yeah, it's free is the key word here. Everything is free in the zone unless you are, you know, a team that is slightly behind in Tropic, who is one of the very few who actually had what we could vaguely call priority in this zone. I mean, they had the first position to move, but they still had to rotate for a good kilometer and a half. They've now found themselves an extremely wide split, and their loot isn't ideal. So if a swift breach does come through from a team like Howl or DA, who is moving early, they might not be the best prepared for it.
No, well, we'll have to keep an eye on that one for sure. As Foot now still far from the circle. Start their rotation. They do have a bridge to cross. EB just crossed it, so we all know that it is indeed possible to get over on that side. The issue for EB is that the rest of his team is far off. They're still far up towards the northern side, and he's on a solo scouting game. So if he stops around, waits here for Foot to maybe get closer, at least that's info he can feed across to his teammates up in the north.
If he counts the cars that go past, make sure that there's 4, then he should know the Yongchon team is gone, but do they know the Godok team is going to be looking to backfill, or whether or not they're going for the opposite bridge on the western side of Yongchon? It's all a little bit of a guessing game for now, and it seems like Foot isn't going to be making a fully convoyed rotation, so Ibi at most will see 2 vehicles, so that might give the rest of Wu a little bit of pause. Exalt, though, will have a much easier time to make an entrance on the western side of the zone. Everyone's already congested around the center. Now we're going to head back north and watch whether or not Beamy spots out Ibi. Doesn't look like he wants to take the shot.
Not sure if Ibi was testing the brakes and the acceleration on the US going uphill there, but it looked pretty interesting. I think just a little bit of a sync issue, but also the way that the boom is currently just shifting across here to get down towards, or just drifting down towards the bridge. Works out for him. Exalt now, again, going aggressive here. Face the ones to play defense this time around, as Exalt have made their way up close.
We said that they had an easy time getting into the zone, but it's what you do with that presence, and Exalt have just gone for the closest compound. They seem to have identified that there are threats abound, threats present. Oh, but Exhalation didn't identify that for themselves. They tried to just make a full send across the bridge. They've been completely demolished. The Wu, Ibiza or not, they didn't need him. They've taken 3 down immediately, and the grenade from Nixie gets the final one, and Ibi did in fact contribute on the opposite side of the bridge, so that is a huge, huge cleanup, and unfortunately for Exhalation, their Tego is over before it even started.
And huge for Foot that they get to kind of dodge out of that one, because that could easily have been them, but the good thing for them is that Wu weren't exactly in a position to take that fight altogether. Now Corexi out of the side he goes!
Oh!
Spots Fate, doesn't connect with the first one, as he will get knocked. No flash come through just yet. As Face is still a little bit isolated from one another.
Fate really bringing the pump out to play now. And all's left on the line. Okay, that's a bit ambitious to go for the pump from that range. That's more like it. Get it done with the AUG 3X from distance, but FaZe, oh my. Looks like they may well be getting denied their triple-digit points yet again.
Yeah, not able to get anything going there. And of all the teams to take him out, the team currently sat in last place. Not something you'd be expecting, but making it happen, making it work. We are seeing a bit of, I'm not sure if it's desync or what it is on the server. I hope it's just for the observers and not for the players as well, because they are rubber banding a little bit all over the place.
Oh, I'm sure we'd be seeing hundreds of pings in various discords if players were bouncing around as much on their screens as they are on ours. It's actually Howl who's under the duress from the shots from Yepper. It's the 2 that are a long way in the distance, while the others, Metabay, I'm going to say Voldemort with a question mark in brackets at the end, because I'm not 100%, but they're the ones that were looking to try and circle the compound, maybe steal away a third party, or even just a flush onto FaZe. The Vultures would go hungry today.
Oh my god, Na'Vi. Actually setting up a camp on Ascent, and the issue is they saw it, they called it, they're looking for them, and now with the shots being fired, they know for a fact that there is indeed players set in this city. We've seen it from FaZe in the past, trying to set up camps on Ascent as they have been a late-moving team. But ever since the introduction of the emergency pickup, they have just been like, you know what, not really worth it to sit around and wait. They might be far away as far as we know now. So for now, we got to do the same thing. Ascent just cannot catch a break.
Ascend toying with the idea of committing to this and taking the fight, but given their position in the standings and the fact that they're less than 15 points behind against Sarvam and with them a spot at PGS2, thinking better of it, they're going to try and take the more conservative option. This was the problem for Ascend, the way that they wouldn't be able to make the wide of a wrap as they normally would. This is also a big problem for Yepa, as the 2-2 split they were holding as they're putting the shots in towards Howl has alerted everyone to their presence. Exalt found the other half of the split and they've just been completely demolished.
I mean, we asked yesterday if since Exalt did finally get things going for them in the final match of lower bracket, of when do they need to finally get things going for them in order to qualify. I think it was yesterday, the answer to that question, but you know what? If they can get like 4 wins in a row now and somehow qualify for PGS 2, that'd be one of the best comebacks in PUBG history, so that'd be interesting.
I think it would overwrite every other comeback that's ever existed, from 16th place to top 2. Are you serious? No, but honestly, for Exalt, again, they've done so well for everything else this year. Every single point that they can climb up just to extend that lead, again, as we talked about at the start of the day, different situation to Howl. There's no slot for them that is a guaranteed place at PGC like there is for MEA, so every little point that they can gather, every placement that they can climb up the standings is a big one, and it's really good to see that finally we're getting to see some of the Exalt that we expected, that we all put in our fantasy teams and regretted it immediately.
Yeah, we'll see if they can make more of it, or it's just a one-time thing. Circle, in the meantime, hard swings down towards the south. I think that's why you see Foot instantly as they see that swing go, wait, should we stay here? Because half the circle is going to be, as you can see here, the big red line. Very unplayable, very much unreachable. This game is having us play on, I mean, a half circle effectively in phase 2 already.
As a Pepsi logo, if I've ever seen one. Yeah, for sure.
Yin and yang.
Really getting squeezed in positions. DA have managed to find a way to make a wrap rotation to the southern side of Studio, which I don't think I've seen a pro player in that position ever on Tego, so that's always new. And we do like the new experiences. T-Bone not going to be a big fan of that experience as Klim catches him out from an angle that he just was not expecting, leaves Vard alone with 2 pushing him. Support from range, but he has to do this himself up close.
Yeah, T-Bone. No, I mean, I get that they were trying to play kind of a 4-man spread position there in that fight, but they know that there's 2 down already. Might as well just sit in a more tight 2-2, so even if you do get 1 knock, you can instantly have one come trade, instead of now, they get 1 knock, now the rest should potentially come through, and they've lost 2 players in the 2v4, so shouldn't be happening at all, especially when you have the info already that you're up against just 2 opponents.
8C's wrapping around on the low ground. If Beamy's grenade will land well and get the re-knock onto Klim, that could be huge. It does, and now Aina knows that his days are numbered unless he lands the mother of all AUG. Red dot sprays, not going to be the case, but the grenade does land. He maybe gives Beamy a little bit of a sweat on the brow for now, but he does get it done. 4 kills on the board. He claims all of them, and there's nobody here to third party, as you say. Completely alone, he can go back, grab the revive, but Foot, 4 points is good, but losing half the squad for them at this point in the game. Sarvam still 4 up.
Exactly, that's the thing. They just should not have taken the casualties. They're 1 casualty, sure enough, something goes wrong, but 2 in that case is... I don't want to go all the way to unforgivable, but in this case, knowing that you only have 3 games to play now, and as you were saying, Sarvam in a good center position once again, with 4 alive, it could just kind of breach into the unforgivable type of situation.
I think this may just be the point where, in the back of the minds of Foot, there starts to creep in that sort of lingering memory of PEC Spring, where they were 1 or 2 points short in the final game. They just couldn't quite get over the line. If they do end up falling out, or Sarvam gets a good game here, which it seems like they're set up to do pretty well. Again, nice central position, 4 still standing. Good chance that the zone shifts towards them once we do get rid of some of this nasty unplayable to the south. Who knows, Foot might just fall victim to their own tiebreaker, maybe even.
Exactly. Also, in case anyone isn't aware, I am now an Ascent fan again. Just so everyone is aware that they are now allowed to gain points. They don't have to die in the early game.
Okay.
So
good.
yeah, because now they're out of top 2. You know, you just want to It's only question mark now that we really just want to see die early. Which as they sit right now with all the crates in their presence, I don't think that's going to be the case. Unless if Batulans comes up here and just instantly takes them all out. That circle shifted south again. I can see it on the minimap. We are gonna go very heavy on the edge here, and that next one should go right onto Savim. They just have a way of picking compounds on Taco that it's working for them.
Yeah, it really is. But also, just to their west is Ascend. So maybe you just said, hey, just in time, you're allowed to get some points, and the zone has decided, oh, okay, we'll allow it this time.
It's that real time. I was not aware of that.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. We are live. We are undelayed, Toby. Savim having to regroup just a little bit. They don't feel entirely comfortable in the knowledge that they could just be breached, because this is one of very few playable positions in the zone that has that hard cover. So they need to make sure they're ready to trade.
Another thing that we haven't talked too much about yet, as we see some of these teams start making the rotations on forward, is that as much as, yes, there's a team that has a compound and people can go on the map and see that there's a team in said compound, it's not necessarily the case that everyone knows like these compounds in and out yet and exactly where to approach them from. On Wrangle, people with close eyes can pretty much just tell you the best positions to kind of ambush a compound, the best, like kind of the weak points of every single building on the map. Whereas to here, there might be ways that teams could approach the Savim compound right now where they could easily share it, seeing as there is a little bit extra space there. But I think it's, again, one of those where we haven't seen it tested in competitive. We haven't seen it done by other teams yet. So it's, especially at this point, with just 4 more games or 3.5 game left to play, it's too risky for some of these teams.
I think realistically, if I'm Savim in this position and a team is pushing into my compound, there is a very solid chance that, yeah, okay, you throw a couple of grenades at them, but if they don't get the squad wipe immediately, you just think, all right, we'll just let them have it and just do what we can to survive later on into the game. That has been what's been working out for them, keeping themselves strong, not taking those reckless early game fights, as we may just be seeing from Vascu. Although a quick little drift around the side gets him out of line of sight. These are not so lucky.
Nope, not able to get out of that one, but neither is Phil first. Now, kills do come through, so Best of Luck should be able to get the rest of it over. And question mark, they're just unstoppable at this point. I mean, they, even when fights seem to, at least for a brief moment, go against them, they just rug up and they take out the opposition.
Here comes the secondary breach from Beamy, maybe. He's going to do a little swift jump peek. No, okay. Well, a little bit more of a sensible play. Again, Foot is in that position where they don't want to be playing too recklessly, knowing that they're just a few points behind, especially taking those losses early on. Maybe then they would have been more inclined to just make a full send into those smokes after hearing the shots, but this time around, not the case. There is the shift. We're going hard to the east, so ignore everything we said about Ascend having a good position. They are sort of in the bin, actually.
It's back to Miramar again. First circle, we give it to Ascent and Savim. Second circle, we go straight on top of Foot Esports. Issue is, for Foot right now, the position they're sat in ain't exactly the greatest. So yeah, it's amazing to have a circle and not have to worry too much about that, but I think they have a whole other set of things that they're currently concerning themselves with. For example, Beamy is the only one alive.
That is a big problem, 100% for Foot, but again, it's a problem that we could have seen coming in the way that they were unsuccessful in their attempts to keep up big numbers when taking the fight against After All. Just slightly too separated and not able to get the trades quickly enough. And it's been extremely costly.
Yep, sure has. It sure has. Ascent now trying to do a wide wrap down towards the southern side. Again, there's only so much field to play with because of this big red line saying, no, you shall not enter this restricted area. And all of the team will have to just sit down here knowing that it's a very narrow approach and try and find somewhere to go.
With an ambitious 3x spray, Matrilius just hops out of the vehicle and hits the deck in front of him, so he will switch over to the DMR, but not quickly enough before he gets out of the line of sight. And Evas, actually, that's been costly for him. He has been sat down. Big engagement on the eastern side of the zone, but Wu is getting active. They're pushing out. They're third-partying into this. They're feeling confident right now. 5 kills on the board already, and DA doing even more damage onto Entropic. They're getting more aggressive. They're pushing forward. They're giving space for Wu to push in behind.
This almost looks like a wrangle. If you don't know the layout of the land, could have might as well have been.
A wrangle with cheese.
Yeah, exactly. As DA are getting torn by multiple teams now. Again, that's the issue where you approach on one side and then all of a sudden you get shot from the other because you haven't had time to fully estimate where all these threats are coming in from. Now, DA, 2 more go down, and Lyron, solo player left alive, won't even get that kill, and that should be, yes indeed it will be, DA out in 11.
Yanu getting his kills on the board. He has been the new pickup for Wu that so far has struggled to find form in a lobby of this caliber, but now Wu with 8 on the board. They've already cracked up a couple of places. Ascend have looked to make their move, and they're getting encroached upon quickly by Na'Vi and Exalt. Very difficult to keep yourself alive, especially with the threat of Sarvam lingering just off to the east.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering about. Multiple teams here out on the western edge of the circle, but Sarvam still has yet to do anything to show that they care about this fight. I mean, still sat all inside the compound, not wanting any piece of anything. So clearly playing it very passive now that they know they're currently sat within PGS 2 qualification.
Then maybe I might consider just backing off if they got breached by a team, but getting breached by 3, I think 100% the correct play is just to let them fight between them before you even consider making any sort of aggressive play. Chris couldn't quite get the spray up the hillside, so Mika has fallen down, but it is traded back. Exalt losing members as well, but Molodot again has finally come alive. I know he has been ill over the past couple of weeks, so hasn't been up to 100% form, but finally we're starting to see glimmers of the man that was so magical earlier this year.
Exactly. Entropic eliminated. They can only match it that multiple teams will follow in the next couple of seconds as Na'Vi again try to get a foot in this circle, but so hard to go anywhere with teams all around them. Exalt trying to wrap north around here. Instantly shot at though as they try to make a move.
Mark struggling to find an angle to third party this. They're looking, but they just can't quite seem to get it, so it is just going to be a bit of a brawl to the death. And actually that folded shield denying Kilyakai the chance to get a point, so Uber will take it instead. Kilyakai just gets the one, but it's Na'Vi the extra kill on the board and the placement point to go along with it. That is a very top-heavy leaderboard in terms of who's still standing, but Ascend heavily wounded for Esports on their last leg as well, and Sarvam 4 up in the compound, still yet to make any sort of move, but they are now starting to flex their positioning, looking for the remnants of that big engagement on the west.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine to try and go, and if not aggressive, then at least start looking on over, see what they can find. They've seen so many kills in and around the area they find themselves in.
Binge.
Shots coming through from Uber. Exactly, nice battle back and forth. 1 headshot returned, but in the end, Uber will come out victorious. Knock comes through, and does that send Twisted Minds down? No, it doesn't. They're still hesitant.
Oh, I don't know. They're considering it. Petulance is driving this way. It's actually the shots from Howl that maybe are forcing his hand to make a move to the south, but it's either way, it's horrible timing for Uber to have found that knock from all the way across the opposite side of the zone for the Wu. But for now, the push doesn't seem to be anything overly aggressive. No helmet for Kilyakai, but does that matter? Oh, one little quick tap. One quick tap is all it takes for Chris to go down too.
Trying to do the wrap around, down to just 1 hit. Not going to happen. Ascend falls, and what better team for Sarvam to eliminate than Ascend? Able to rack up some extra points with it too, as they try and separate themselves even further from all the teams in the hunt.
Eventually, Twisted Minds encroaching on the south. Well, they had to run into the Wu eventually. Ibi is the one who is straggling a little bit behind the rest of the squad. In grenade range of Spyro is never a great place to find yourself. And the rest of the team putting in some suppressive fire from up the hill. It's not going to be enough to prevent Twisted Minds from picking him off. Actually, the Mad as well has made a push from the compound where Howl was putting a lot of pressure into Twisted Minds. He's found himself an off angle that they may not expect.
Yeah, Circle swings down towards the east, so Sarvam for the first time now will have to make a move. They got massively rewarded for an early commitment on the rotation. Now they will have to try and make a play in this direction. They have a fight happening just south of them with now knocks on both sides that you could only imagine they'll try and get something off of. And there you go. First knock for Global Army.
Now, how many grenades does Beamy have left as well? He had a couple earlier on, and now he knows 100% who this team is and who they are both teams that need to be eliminated. But I think he might just be happy to sit back and play passively. Sarvam, they tossed in a grenade, but they actually have gone back now to loot one of those notorious Tego drops. I don't think you get any grenades in those, but you definitely get the weapon and armor upgrades for sure. Will make them just that little bit more confident now when it is time to finally get out of the compound and activate and contribute to some of these fights.
Question mark. Trying to figure out, do we leave now? Do we give the space to Na'Vi? The thing is, then where do they go? They've only been looking west for the last while here, and I feel like they kind of have to continue doing that. Zuba does find the knock. Spiro there to steal it away, but at least that's one player eliminated. That's maybe Na'Vi finding space on the southern side to wrap around.
This leaderboard is looking eerily similar to what we had in the end of the previous game. Question mark, 4 alive with some kills. Twisted Minds 4 alive with some kills. But the big difference is the way that the next few minutes will play out. Perfectix getting sat down from distance by Howl, and Na'Vi losing out to Nixie, prone in the bush. Didn't accidentally run him over this time. 9 kills for Howl. He's the last man standing, but it's been a big points gathering game for them, to say the very least. And now with Melst being sat down as well, Uber has a 1v1 to try and keep Na'Vi in the game.
Should be able to get the res up here. As far as I can see, Twisted Minds does not have angles to work with. Schiller gets taken down to low HP, but so does a Doozy. Has to back off of that one. Can't really commit too much to it. And again, apologies for the rubber banding. It should, as far as we know, only be on the side of the production and not something the players are experiencing. So at least there's that. But it is being worked on to try and be fixed.
Yeah, but at least we can go in with the old good old Yu-Gi-Oh! Time to duel, and it sort of syncs with what we're seeing in the gameplay. Shillo, the P90 in hand is never. It's a very quiet sound, but it's never a sound that you want to hear. Those bullets flying towards you, but actually with question mark outlasting Na'Vi, they have a chance to try and make a peek over. It's just not working. CCI next with 1 knock and almost a second as well. And now the grenade spam from Sarvam they've been holding on to for so long will come through, and another knock onto a Doozy.
Yeah,
soften them up well enough.
Right now, Beamy is proning this one out, allowing this action to unfold before him. Else, oh no, best of luck, still alive with just 1 HP. That nade though, is close. Is it gonna find him? Yes, indeed it will. Sarvam completely annihilates question mark our first place team, and Sarvam will have none of it.
What did we say the average points was for Sarvam on Tego earlier? 14.5, the highest average points on Tego of any team in the lobby. And they're already at 14 points now as well, with Beamy being eliminated. So it does not look like things are going to slow down. Actually, on 12, I was looking at Twisted Minds kills, but never mind. There's a very good chance that they might just get a couple more. However, both Howl and Twisted Minds are sending a spearhead to try and assault the team of Sarvam. They know that they need to take them out eventually, but Schiller with the P90 playing the point man position, that is treacherous.
It is insane to look at how Sarvam and question mark are playing this. They finished 12th and 13 in the PEC spring. It's a complete night and day performance here, looking at them now. They're both sat at 60 after the 15 games were done. We're at game 15 pretty much, and they're already almost tripling those.
Insane numbers, and already getting dangerously close to what we said was potentially the hypothetical cutoff point, around 150 points. Of them with a win on the board, they're getting right up next to that as well, and that might just be lights out for the rest of the squads.
We'll see if they can bring this one home or not. They do still have to worry about Howl on that northern side. They're now kind of infiltrating with the line. Schiller does get taken out in the end of it, and now Lazar finds the double. Oh my lord, I'm not sure if he was even aware that he got that one over the top, but able to do so, and Sarvam will fall. Twisted Minds got 2nd place in the previous one. Here they are again, but this time around, low in numbers. They're in a 3v4 against Howl.
Lazar just lining them up and bowling them over as the peak came through directly in his line of sight, right into his crosshairs. Unfortunate positioning, but hey, at least they were trying to play for the trade. It's just not going to work out with Twisted Minds on the opposite side as well. And now all the teams just racing to take back the space that they gave up to commit to those pushes. Twisted Minds playing much more bunched up, but Howl trying to utilize the numbers advantage. It's risky though if any of them gets knocked, especially Schofield in the compound, helmetless with no healing. He goes down.
He's just going to be the one to pay attention. All he can do now is pay attention, really, from this position. As soon as you peek out one shot and you are down. Nice throw on that one, though. The blue zone grenade completely catching Sparrow off. Lou is there to respond. Batulin finds one more as well, so it's now a 2v2. Oh my god, Batulin starting the spray before he's even scoped in.
Allegedly, on our screen at least.
Yeah, I was just going to say that must have been on our part and not on theirs, because that looked absolutely insane. Now, you can see here, Matt just reloaded, but still 14 bullets. There you go. Now it's fire. So again, there is some lag on our side. What you see here is might not be what the players are experiencing, but Matt in a 1v2. Prone down, ready for the push to come on over. The flash comes through on Ruin, and now they spot him over the top. Do they get the kill with him? And yes, they do. Twisted Minds out victorious with 14 kills.
Well, when it rains, it pours. It really, truly does. The two teams who have been stacking up all the points so far today just continue on what is a dominant run in the final day, just seeming to be untouchable. Twisted Minds and Question Mark just cannot stop finding the dubs today.
No, it's pretty insane. Pretty damn impressive how many points they're able to accumulate in the final set of the tournament as well, when everything matters most, really showing up.
If there was ever a time to peak, it has to be now. Again, for Twisted Minds, all this is just building confidence, building momentum, coming into an event that they knew they were going to, but also they have to consider that they're more than likely gonna be hot dropped when it comes to the global event. Some of the other global partner teams from other regions go to the same places. Power Grid will be contested. So if they can make a statement here and say, we are the scariest team from EMEA, that just instills a little bit of hearts.
We've already seen groups being, shown, and I'm pretty sure that it had Pritico and Twisted Minds in the same group, so at least there's Power Grid hot drop coming up. Look at that. It's the double coming through. Again, it was a little laggy there in the end, a little rubber bandy for us viewers. Don't think the players had any issues at all, but it did make for some pretty entertaining moments.
Hopefully we'll see many more to come.
And welcome back to the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers this year, guys. What an insane tournament so far here. And now that we're 15 games through here, we can do the comparison that you just did yourself, Toby, here. 61 points in PEC Spring for Savim. Now 121 for Savim, this one here. Toby, it's been night and day, as you say here. And it's super impressive that Savim were able to catch this much wind their way and be able to clutch it out so many times.
Oh yeah, definitely. Considering the fact that they didn't even qualify through to the upper bracket. It's absolutely wild to me that they're able to continue performing like this. Yes, they do get some circles, but they also risk to get those circles. They full speed send it early, knowing that it is dangerous to sit in around that middle. Yes, then circles go their way, but when they then push out to take fights, they're looking as good up close right now as anyone else.
Twisted Minds, though, here with a win and 14 kills, Saga. And that was a hard-fought one. They were not inside that circle 3. They had to fight on that eastern side all the way. And they did so extremely confidently to get those 14 kills.
Very weird circle. There was not many teams who were inside it.
I asked for the southern circle, right? And you guys didn't want to say anything.
No, you really did. But they were actually one of the few teams who found just enough space to make that sort of wrap rotation around the east come in on the southern side. It was simply not available on the southwestern side of the zone. That sort of big bulbous bulge from the bottom, really just blocking off the route for teams like Ascend. But Twisted Minds playing in, they kept to the high ground against teams like the Wu, who were potentially there to contest that area, and then the third party, when it all kicked off on the west, was just too much to deal with.
And Savim held onto this kind of construction area, whatever you want to call it here, Toby, where they're able to get a lot of kills. They're able to close out and push Question Mark, obviously, and get 7 kills coming their way too.
Yeah, it's, again, big. There were times where I thought they were going to try and engage in fights a little bit earlier, but opted to wait it out. Again, knowing where they are on the leaderboard, they don't have to risk it. There's no reason to go out and, we could maybe get 2 or 3 kills here if we can just wait it out and then get those same kills, but with top 5 guaranteed. So it makes sense to me that they didn't go over aggressive up until the very end.
And unfortunate for Ascent here in this case, Saga, where they're holding on to one of the better compounds where we were looking at phase 3 when phase 4 came along. There was like a Eastern yoink, and they were like, damn, we're going to have to move a long way, and they had to fight their way in to try to get some out of it. Killikai made some of it, though.
You'd have to wonder whether or not they might have been able to get a little bit deeper into the early circles if they weren't held up by Na'Vi trying to do some cheeky little plays. I mean, it's not the first global partner team who has tried to target Ascend before. As Toby mentioned, FaZe has done it quite often on Miramar, partially due to, you know, similar drop locations. They don't want to get tangled up in the early phase of the game at Globals. And Ascend dodged it out, but couldn't dodge it out in the late game.
And 24 points going this way for Twisted Minds, because Savim 12, Howl 11. Good to see them up here. Woo! Another presence that we've not seen for some time here. Woo! And Foot out of a game that was somewhat rough for them. EMEA and 8C, they're able to clutch it out and get some points for them, Toby.
Yeah, it's getting real scary if you're any of the teams on the hunt right now with how consistently these 3 top teams are able to find themselves in top finishes.
Yeah.
Pretty much throughout every single game so far today. Foot, the team's still on the hunt alongside Ascent, but look at how the jump is down. That is insane. 26 points, then down to what? 13 points, then down to... I mean, I'm not even going to keep counting. There's so big gaps between every of these teams right now. There are so big gaps between every of these teams right now that you really need to fall off if you're question mark or Savim to get called up on.
Yeah, I would say question mark at this point. Here were just 3 games to go. I don't feel like there's going to be both Foot and Savim or Ascend and Savim passing them, even like if they don't get any. But we know they're going to get points here, Saga, in this case here, right? So in a situation where Foot, 13 points is striking distance within 1 game here. So Savim falling out early would be Foot being comfortable with this.
Yeah, and again, Savim remain the team with the biggest target on their back in the lobby. They were at the start of today, they still are 100%, and again, their playstyle, you can look at it as one-dimensional. We did in previous tournaments criticize some of the crazier rotations that they were making, but now that they're doing them earlier, it's just about, okay, well, we know that they're going to be in one of these positions, so who knows, some of those teams that are on the cusp by, you know, the final couple of games might just look to get a little more aggressive.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, that means that we just have 3 more games to go to figure it out. And I like the parallel that we kind of draw with PEC Spring here. That actually means that both Twisted Minds and Question Mark is more than 20 points ahead of what we saw being the top teams in PEC Spring, Toby. So the performance that they've shown so far here in the finals has been insane.
It truly has. But also considering when we've kept building this this final up to this is going to be one of the most stacked EMEA lobbies we've had in a very long time, seeing how the teams went through here, and it's been phenomenal all the way through.
All right, guys, we got just 3 more Erangel games to go to figure out what are the 2 teams that are going to be going to PGS 2 in Riyadh. So stay tuned. We'll be back after the short break.
He goes down to Ayinen and looking for a little bit more with all of this. Hobber was actually making the seat swap here. Now Scav is going to look to just try and get eke out some revenge, but Mexi,
it's a big mistake on the side of
trying for it. Artix is able to hit one on. In behind Monarch where they're going. That's insane damage. Because moving through these cities is hard enough when you don't have a time limit. Never mind when you do.
Good nade locked on forward, bounces off the car, finds Marco as well. Spill first, throws one more. Goes a bit too far on the second one though, but
Welcome to the Update 24.2, which introduces a revitalized arcade experience, an expanded reputation system for cultivating a vibrant community, and more. Let's dive right in. First, allow us to welcome you to our newly revamped arcade, with several game modes waiting to be played. No more time-limited laps. The arcade is now home to both brand new and beloved modes, accessible whenever you like. The interface has also undergone a transformation, featuring a more intuitive hub and lobby room. Plus, when it comes to arcade, we're saying farewell to BP and introducing Arcade Points, or AP, as the new reward system. Time spent playing now harvests AP, which can be used to claim rewards. Additionally, with the end of match page, you will now be informed about your arcade journey, including earned AP, achievements, and rewards from different modes. Also, be sure to earn the special Arcade Medal, a reward not to be missed. Meanwhile, in our ongoing efforts to elevate your gaming experience, we're providing even more incentives to our reputation system. Through the end of match page, you can now give compliments to your teammates and foster a positive gaming environment. The higher your reputation, the sweeter the rewards. Check out your reputation level and corresponding rewards on your career overview page, and get to know your fellow players better by viewing their reputation levels through their profiles as well. This update brings plenty more changes, including an upgraded report function that enables more comprehensive reporting of in-game misconduct, advertisements, and cheating, with an edit feature of detailed text input. Lastly, there are 10 exciting new areas added to Intense Battle Royale. Be sure to visit the patch notes for a complete rundown. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
It's my turn now! Fire away!
I shall protect my kingdom! Thunder! Lightning!
Woohoo! You can do it!
Looks like you need my help. Go down! Ha ha ha! Let's go!
Water clears the mind! Soldiers, give me strength! I'll take care of it!
I shall protect my kingdom! Trust my shield! Stop right there!
Come at me. Alright, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon! Go away! Back off!
Now, shall we fight?
Fire away! Rapid fire!
May lightning always be with you! Get struck by lightning! Thunder! Lightning!
Oh, is it time to go? Ha! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up! Go to hell! I'll show you overwhelming power! My turn! Take that!
And welcome back to the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers desk here for PGS2. My name is Avenger. We're back here with Toby and Saga. Saga, Twisted Minds step it up here to make sure that they're back in number 1.
Yeah, back where they belong. If, 4 years of history in EMEA is anything to go by, 105 kills on the board in 15 games. I mean, we know just how cracked this team is, and it's really good to see that they're finally back to showing it.
Yeah, it's great. And it's really great for my fantasy team as well. Since Lou is my captain now, Toby, how's your fantasy team going?
I don't know. I haven't kept up with it ever since. I mean, all I know is that I'm going to lose to Martin. We're going to win against Saga. So I don't really feel like I have to check it in order to...
Sorry, I'm just checking my
Saga,
notes to see if I can...
Can you check that out, Saga?
No, I'm just checking my notes to see if I can find the bit where anyone asked. No, it's not in there. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I remember laughing a lot, Saga, when you said, guys, I forgot to change my team from lower bracket to finals, and I laughed for a good 2 minutes.
You know what?
That.
In all fairness, Hilarious forgot about it too, but I accidentally reminded him.
Oh,
so
30 seconds before we started.
Look, I call it a dub if I'm above top 1,000, but I've captained Global Army, so I'm pulling for Salvum to continue doing it.
You're happy for that, obviously, for sure. But yeah, guys, it looks like, and we've talked about it before we started the show here now. I mean, it looks like Question Mark is pretty set considering everything here, Toby. Yeah. 3 games to go. It's gonna be extremely hard for 2 teams to pass them with the buffer that they have currently.
We're at the galaxies having to align, not just a couple of stars. You know, it's to have 2 teams surpass them and get plus 40 points in 3 games, and them doing literally nothing for the next 3 games based on what we've seen them do today so far. insanely unlikely. Not where I would put my money. Maybe put like $50 or something just for the 2,000 times back in case it happens. But yeah, I wouldn't risk anything on it though.
Yeah, and it feels like here it has to be like Foot or Ascend that has to do this here. In this case, Saga. I would say now for Entropic or Monarch is actually the next in line to catch up to everyone else. So.
Yeah, that's an impressive spree. Again, Monarch has really come alive and started to impress somewhat towards these final couple of days, but you've got to think, again, we've got 3 Erangels in a row, the way that things have been going. If there is going to be a team who can close that gap, Ascend has got to be high on everyone's list. They're a team that has been playing very effectively, been very consistently, both regionally and at globals, and of course Military Island circles keep happening. So that is got to be a big boost for them as well.
So what are you saying? You have candles in the corner trying to summon the military circles now at Saga?
I'm not saying I've done any dark voodoo or anything, but I'm saying it's not a coincidence that my room is purple right now.
Oh, right. You're not gone full paper thin just yet with, making the shirts and everything, trying to summon everything. But no, yeah, it's 13 points and 22 points for the next 2 teams in line, Toby, to catch up to Savim. And that's doable.
Yeah.
Well, if Savim has a bad or mediocre game.
It's still so weird to me that, not weird, that's the wrong word to use. It's so surprising to me. Again, we go off of what we've seen in the past, and the fact that Savim is just continuing game after game after game after game to keep it going is wild. I'm still waiting for that's when they fell off. That's when they couldn't ride it home any longer. But with every game, they're continuing to do so. The chances of that, happening is just growing that much smaller. And now just 3 games to go. Even if they fall off the next game, it might still be too late for some of these other teams to come out and beat them.
Yeah, and in this case here, obviously, when they're able to move out extremely early on there, we're looking at them, it's like Circle 1 Saga to get good center positions, and then they don't have to move that much further later on. And they, on top of that, also frag out. We see some insane shots from both Global Army, both Baron Peak. Like, all these guys are obviously, all on top of that, putting it out as your senior fantasy team.
Yeah, CCI Next actually has been really, really solid this event as well.
Oh, yeah.
He's been one of their big fraggers. But is it just like an MEA thing that we just get really, really good reads on circles? If you think back to how Howl was having their success, it was those sends kind of straight through the middle, and a similar ending where they would hold down a position that Savim is doing well, not necessarily needing to avoid anyone on the rotation because there's no one there to avoid. They're going that early on, and again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's paying off massively for them.
Yeah, and on top of that, we also need FaZe, currently in 6th, Toby, to do good, to make sure that they have enough points to go to PGC. And if they're able to pop off just a little bit, they could go from 6th to 4th in just 10 points.
Yeah, they're still looking pretty good, especially also with Exalt and Howl being so far down the list currently. But yeah, they would really want to bump up those points a little bit extra coming into the final few games.
Yeah, and obviously question mark here, still 147 points Saga in a situation where I don't see it happening, but still, they're a team that now with just 3 games to go, you kind of want to avoid unless you're, I guess, Twisted Minds or maybe GPT teams.
Yeah, they are one of those teams where, again, they do have a pretty strong identity of playing from the edge, kind of similar to, teams like Ascend when they do end up not having to play on the military island, and that can be very risky. A lot of the times teams that are playing from the edge are struggling to find positions, and it seems to be the ones that are playing centrally that are having a lot of success. Again, look at Savim, but question mark just seem to have the answers of finding those unoccupied spots in the zone, and then when they do have to make a push in, someone else has already breached that position for them. They just have to come in and sweep through and clean it up.
And Navi, another team that needs the GPT point, the PGC points, it's called, as a GPT team. They're going to PGS. They could just win it and they'll be going to PGC, but Toby with 90 points and, within striking distance, 28 points up to, or 18 points up to Foot. That's still a lot of points, and if they could get up there, that'll be making a huge difference to them to make it, even closer to, PGC points.
I feel like it's the kind of the opposite of what we talked when we talked Savim. Like, how long are they going to continue to succeed? For Navi, it's one of those. How long is it going to be until that crazy pop off 17 kill win comes through, right? And still, we yet to see it happen, but we're getting closer and closer with them finding more and more late game presence.
Yeah, and I hate to say it, but Woo, I had bigger hopes for them here, Saga. They had a decent game here, 9 kills, but still, they're in that bottom kind of 6 territory where it's not looking too good at the moment.
I think if we particularly look at the last game as an example, there is definitely moments where individually they've shown what they're capable of. Again, Nixie picking up huge amounts of kills on the bridge camp as well. We know that Ibby's a beast. Quizzy as well has a lot of history. Keanu, the new addition, has yet to really find his groove, but started to show some semblance of it in the previous game. It's just yet to sort of come together, and it's always difficult when you have just been forced to make a roster move. And it's also very difficult to watch the guy who just left your team go ahead and completely dominate the lobby with question mark right now. But again, the Woo, give them a little bit of time, and I'm sure they'll come back looking very strong for the next couple of events.
Yeah, I completely agree. Your thoughts on Woo, Toby?
No, I mean, the thing I've spent a lot of time kind of diving into them during this tournament. I agree with Saga in saying that, of course, the loss of Best of Luck hurts, but hurts even more now that you see him succeed with another team.
Let's talk a bit more, roster changes and so forth. Mexi coming into Entropic has been looking really good compared to what we've seen for them so far. I've been pleasantly surprised that right now, decent situation for them, 89 points within pretty good area to get into maybe top 5 territory here, Saga.
Yeah, it would be a big turnaround again for Entropic, an org who, again, has had a lot of up and downs, and more recently, more downs than ups. So it's good to see that while there has been a change that's come through, it has overall been a positive one. And while it might not have converted them into a world beater, Mexi just seems to fill that role that seemed to be missing somewhat before, and makes the team fighting just that little bit more cohesive, despite the fact that they're having to calm in a language that perhaps not everyone is 100% comfortable with. It's still good to see that they are coming through and looking as good as they are so far.
Yeah, and even though that Exalt got 5 kills this last game here, they're still at the bottom of the leaderboard, Toby. They're far from what we remember at them in both rotation and PZ.
I think it's safe to say that the almost qualification to PGS 1 was, if not a one-time thing, then something that's still a little far away in terms of when they're going to go out and repeat it. From what I'm seeing from them right now, there is very little to no communication in the fights they're taking. Yes, they did just beat FaZe in the fight that we saw in the previous game, but that's once in 15 matches. I'm not going to take too much away from that. And the way they're rotating in, getting caught time and time and time again in very similar areas of the map to previous games, they're just disjointed. Whether it's demotivated or just kind of having given up hope, I'm not sure, but it's not looking good for them.
It's weird as well with the way they picked up a top 3 in the rotation. That's the big part of the reason why they're on 1,000 PGC points as well. It was looking so good at the start of this year, but just really hasn't come to fruition, and they even struggled their way through the lower bracket here as well, just about qualifying in the final possible spot. So yeah, hopefully they can find their form again. I don't think it's going to matter too much, but again, every PGC point they can get on the board could make a big difference at the end of the year.
Yeah, for sure. And you said that the Molotov has been filling under the radar a little bit, under the weather, not the radar, Saga.
Yeah, that's information I actually got from a little cheeky Alrain watch party, and I'm sure he's not doing one now because he's doing coaching duties. But I do always like to sit around and get some other insight from the coach so I can steal their juicy analysis for these kind of segments where we have to fill some time to wait for a game.
Yeah, of course. And, I always love to have these watch parties. Thank you so much to everyone out there doing watch parties. And thank you for waiting around before we get started with our first wrangle. We have 3 more games to go here for the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers. And guys, obviously you guys have been casting it. And I got to ask Toby, I asked it yesterday, moving into this, the biggest surprise that we've been looking at, of course, is Savin. But underwhelming experience, what's been it so far for you here?
It's funny when you ask us. I'm looking at the leaderboards now, and yes, you could say Howl because they were at PGS 1. You could say Exalt because they almost qualified for PGS 1 and fared well, as we just talked about. But honestly, when I look at the leaderboard now and I see the teams being where they are on the leaderboard, there aren't really any big upsets in terms of subpar performances. Yes, Na'Vi are not in first place with 1 trillion kills, fair enough. But they have started stepping up again, and them sitting in 7th, if that was just without having watched the tournament, just seeing Na'Vi finish 7th, this is the teams that were above them. It wouldn't be oh no, what happened? It would be like, okay, not the greatest tournament for them, but I could see that happening. So right now, there isn't that one team here in the finals where I'm like, wow, they really messed up, who I would have been expecting to do incredibly well. It's only really the flip side of that Savim that are set as far up as they are, considering where I had placed them as kind of a mid-pack team in this finals.
And same question to you, Sarah?
First of all, I love the way that Toby's stolen my political answer, which isn't really an answer sort of approach to this. But what I will say, The one team that is somewhat of an outlier right now is Digital Athletics, just purely based on this fact that every team in the top 8 outside of Sarvam is a team that qualified through the upper bracket, and every team in the bottom 8 outside of Digital Athletics is a team that qualified through the lower bracket. So really, you're right, Toby. Most of this lobby is around expected. Maybe we might expect to see FaZe get 10 more points, and that would put them 3 or 4 places higher up the leaderboards, but that kind of thing is like the minutia of the gameplay. But overall, the lobby has been pretty much as we would expect it to go. But I think the big problem for DA is Sarvam themselves, and we've said it before.
Yeah.
If Sarvam is rotating earlier than DA, you know that they're rotating very early. So maybe stealing their thunder and stealing some of the spots that DA want to play from is actually hurting their game a little bit.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, DA in a situation where we saw them in the start of the finals here, where they're able to get into some good spots, get into like quite top 8 terrain here. They're able to do quite well, but now, you know, they're getting caught out. They're losing some of their battles, and it doesn't look like they're playing as tight as we are used to seeing them play, Toby.
No, I mean, it makes sense that the feeling, of course, the pressure coming through and seeing some of these teams just continue to rack up points after points after points. And then when you finally try and go center, even when you go early, you're still getting beat to it. It's got to be a little bit demotivating. But for DA, again, still plenty of PGC points on the line here in the finals. Even if top 2 is out of the question, still a hell of a lot to play for.
Yeah, and it's been, you know, also in the upper bracket, as we saw, it's been a situation where we have these same 6-7 teams doing well, or at least, you know, it's closer with those 6-7 teams that are kind of close to each other. We see the same, and then we just need to have this 1 or 2 teams that's going to pop off Saga. Now it's Twisted Minds, Christian Mark. We've seen it before. We know that Twisted Minds are capable of it. We've seen Christian Mark do it last year, where they're coming in, snatching that last spot for PGC 2022.
Yeah, there's always going to be the chance that someone just pops off and closes out the day with an absolute barn burner, as they would say in an NA broadcast. So we've really got some candidates for that. FaZe has a history of just closing things out in an extremely strong fashion and coming out of nowhere with the steel chair kind of thing. And Na'Vi as well have no stranger to making late runs, and even so far as winning championships by doing so. Again, we think back to when they won the World Championship. While it was overall the dominant run, they started the final game from 5th before they ended up actually winning the overall event. So no surprise that they're in 7th place, but we still have a little bit of hope that they are going to climb their way up into a much better placing by the end.
And that's the whole question about the Nations Cup and everything. If Sarvam stay as they are right now, Toby, like there's a big chance that they're able to get 1 or 2 players to the Nations Cup team for Turkey.
Yeah, most definitely. And also I think it's interesting now to kind of add to the conversation, these GPT teams, I know there's a lot of PGC points on the line, which they want, but now coming into the final couple of games, they will kind of know, okay, we might get 4th or 5th or 3rd. I mean, it's not going to be the biggest jumps up and down, whereas to which teams do we want around us? Right now, it's Question Mark and it's Sarvam who are up there for the top spots, and they're set at 100 and 120 PGC points. So they would technically be considered the smallest threat between them, Ascend, Foot, and all these other teams who have racked up a ton of points already. So the question becomes, would they rather have more teams in the race, or just allow for Ascend and Foot to say, you know what, you're qualified, you're through, let's not invite anyone else up here? It's I think they could have a lot to say if that's the playstyle they want to go with. I wouldn't fault them for doing so, quite the contrary.
And then there's the other question that I heard Kobo talking a little bit, Saga, where, you know, it's in everyone's in Europe's best interest to send Ascent to PGS2 because they have 2nd most points right now. They just need like a top 5, top 4 at PGS2 to be able to secure another spot for Europe, technically.
Yeah, good luck convincing anyone to get out of the way to
it's
allow
in your
them
interest.
to get those
it's
points.
In your interest.
No, guys, this is for the best. This is for the best. I'm doing this for you guys. I'm doing this for you. No, I don't think anyone's going to allow that to happen. But it would be great to see Ascend make it there again. If there is going to be a team that qualifies directly through even just like the PGS points overall from combined events, then that's an extra slot that we're playing for at PGC. So that's very useful too.
Yeah, we would love to see that, of course, for another spot for Europe here. That now that we've gone down from 8 to 6 this year, that we're giving 4 spots to the best teams from PGS. And I actually like that idea. And I think, in general, the whole global system, as we've seen it so far, has been pretty good, Toby.
Yeah, it has been. Confusing for some, and also for us a little bit in the beginning. But as we're getting closer and closer to PGC, it's starting to make a lot more sense. It's starting to kind of even out. And I think so, too. Yeah, it's been good so far. Hopefully, we can stick with something like this for the longevity of PUBG Esports.
Yeah, I would love to see something like that as well. Of course, there's always ways to improve and stuff, but so far, what we've seen so far this year here has obviously been super great. And a situation where you're sending, of course, global partner teams, and they have been doing quite well. Twisted Minds, as you see right now, big servants to there. We have our defending world champion in Navi, and FaZe has been pretty consistent so far, Saga.
Yeah, hugely consistent, and it's so difficult to be that, not only just in EMEA, but when it comes to the global competition as well. It's been so long since we've seen even a repeat champion, let alone a back-to-back champion. So if Na'Vi could be the team to come out and do it and win back-to-back global championships by the end of the year, it would be a ridiculous achievement. But the issue is they need to make sure that they get there first, and that comes with closing out today with 3 very solid Orangles, stacking up as many points as possible.
Yeah, and then there's on top of that, of course, a situation where we're having fantastic teams do amazingly. Twisted Minds, if they're able to go and do that both here and move that momentum into PGS2, they already have quite a lot of PGS points, so they could also secure another spot for us in Europe for PGC here, Toby.
Yeah, it very well could end up that way. I'm sorry I didn't catch the full sentence. I was trying to communicate with production and trying to figure out exactly when this next game was getting started.
Exactly.
Which we are just moments away from.
We are working on, obviously, the slight lag we had between observers here to make sure that you get the best viewing experience here. And then we had a player that obviously needs to get in there. So we're just working on stuff to get ready here for the next games here. Open question here for you, Saga, though. Your fantasy team, is there a chance you're going to catch up to Toby?
Now I have to go and look at my fantasy team.
Martin, be serious for a second. I will respond to that by saying, hey, look what I can do. I can do this. Whee! It didn't change. Whee!
Oh, that was
wow! Very, very cool. That's about as much as you're getting from me if you're talking about fantasy. So feel free to talk to Toby about that if you like.
No, yeah, I can tell you that right now you are about 140 points behind Toby in fantasy, so it's almost impossible.
That's about how many centimeters shorter than him I am as well. That's crazy.
140 centimeters. Nah, I don't think Toby's like 3 meters and 40, is he?
He's about
close enough. Close enough.
Yeah. But guys, obviously here, just 3 games to go before we figure out what 2 teams are going to be going to PGS Tour here. Sorry for the delay. We were trying to figure out and make sure everything is in order before we get things going again. And again, as we just saw in the previous game, Twisted Minds at the top. Question mark looking extremely good here in second place. Savim is the team to catch right now for 13 points and 22 points for Ascent. And then the next in line is actually Entropic, that is 32 points behind. They would have to have insane games to be able to get into it. Right now, our eyes are set on Foot and Ascent, of course, to catch up to Savim. Question mark though, Saga. I gotta say, I don't see it happening where they're not gonna be one of the teams going to PGS2.
No, I think we would see multiple breakdowns on a Doozy's Twitter if there was to be something that disastrous, but I think for now we're set to hear a whole lot of gloating, and honestly it's much deserved. This final day has been massive from them so far, a ridiculous amount of points in the first 3 games, and that's not even where they've been picking up the majority of their points so far as well. So Orangle's expected to be a big one as well once we finally get through all these remakes.
If they're able to replicate anything what we've seen from them so far in Orangle, obviously 2 back-to-back wins and 2 open in the day is just putting them in a whole different level, Toby. But anything what we've seen so far in Orangle, they're 100% safe and sound.
Yeah, definitely. It's I guess the one upside, should we see Savim and question mark qualify on through, the interesting aspect of that, it's probably 2 of the teams that play this one the most different. I mean, question mark lingering on the edge for the majority of the game. Savim instantly sending it center. It's always fun that you have a meta that allows for multiple teams to thrive in playing very different styles of PUBG, but within the same, tournament. So it could be nice to have a very edge team kind of qualify through alongside a very center-heavy team, just for the sake of showing that there's no playstyle right now, at least, there is clearly stronger than the other.
Yeah, and maybe it's because it's not 3 tournaments this year that we have, Saga, that they're popping off now already with question mark. Maybe the balloon is going to be deflated once we get to PEC 4.
I sincerely hope that no balloons are deflated, because it would be fantastic to see any of the EMEA teams continue to succeed, but also we do need to leave some space for some of the other teams who are struggling to have a big, massive resurgence. Exalt and Howl, the two who have the most PGC points on the board that need it the most.
Yeah, they're in a rough spot right now in the bottom 5, and yeah, they are in a situation where they could close out their PGC login if they have a decent showing here. But guys, this is the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers. We are ready to start the first of 3 Erangel games to figure out who is going to be our 2 PGS teams that's going to join our GPT teams to go to Riyadh. Guys, take it away and have fun with it.
Thank you so much, Martin. We remade, and then we remade again, and here we are. And the one, I guess, common thing for all these remakes that we had was all the playing paths were northern, and this one is no different. So I guess this is the game trying to say, don't go military, we promise you it's not gonna happen again.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess we'll just have to have question mark win from somewhere else this time around, I suppose. We had a very easy PUBG GeoGuessr at the start of this one. If you don't know where that is, have you ever even played the game? But also, this may just be another point of interest for Monarch to get some points on the board. If they do go up north and the zone seems like there's a very solid chance that that might be what it's looking to do as well. They did have a lot of success from the last time where we did go just towards the western tip of Stalba, and hopefully they might be able to break into the top 8 as well.
Yeah, could very well be the case. I think there's going to be, I know right now, for good reason, our focus is on who will take those top 2 spots. But after this tournament is over, kind of in the build-up to PGS2, there's going to be a lot of talk on social media and kind of the whole mathing out of exactly what's possible with PC4 coming through, exactly what's going to happen in terms of who's have the chance of qualifying through to PGC based on the PGC points, of course.
And that depends really whether PC4, I'm assuming it will be after Nations, given the time where that has been announced to have been held in Korea, so it would be a very, very short PC4 if they tried to squeeze it in, so no doubt it will be. So we've got Nations to worry about as well. Again, we've talked about Sarvum and how their success here may impact the choices for a Team Turkey, but also there's plenty of other teams who are going to be looking to find out who their roster is going to be as well for EMEA and beyond as well. So we really have to keep an eye on the individual performances as well as those of the squads. And as it currently stands, the individual performances is still Phil First in first place for kills, to the surprise of no one. Aduzi is right up there with him as well.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Again, what question mark has been able to pull off today in very question mark fashion. I feel like it's safe to say as well. It always comes when you, I don't want to say least expect it, but they really do manage to pull off crazy shenanigans in moments where you just exactly manage to say, doubt them. And they come out and show us who they really are.
It's really weird that question mark did just get so far into a game from a position where a little earlier than usual they did take a central spot. They were basically playing a dip because, again, it was on Tego, so sometimes that's all that there is left. This time they get the chance to play full edge. They're all the way on the western side of the map, all along the west coast, and the zone has gone pretty much centered around Mansion. The decent chunk of water off the eastern coastline as well. So actually really solid central spots for Exalt to start us off, and the Wu on the eastern tip of Yasnaya as well. But for the teams all the way west, the options for making those big wide wraps are plentiful.
Plentiful indeed. A lot of space, a map that everyone knows inside out, so I'd be surprised to see too much of teams kind of landing on top of each other, or rotating on top of each other, I should say, coming into this one. Having said that, because there are so many teams wrapping in from that west side, it could potentially stir the pot a little bit. I'm looking at Yepa, a team that really likes doing that, and really actually only them, as I see it here, as the one team that could potentially just miss time of rotation and cause trouble for other teams.
Sarvum have set off about a minute later than usual, and they've went for a very direct route that's put them close in the line of fire to Batulins, who's looting just outside of school. And that has forced them to swiftly change direction. But maybe you weren't all that far off when you used the word landing, because again, emergency parachutes is going to be a very viable option for a zone like this. And actually, for Exalt, for some reason, Fate was looting about 1.5 kilometers to the north, just south of Kameshki from the rest of the gang. So he's going to have to regroup pretty quickly before he finds himself on the receiving end of a tactical insertion squad right on top of him.
Yeah. Sabim, again, early on the move. DA this time around has moved before them, so the race has been won by them this time around. And it might just, I mean, with where Sabim are currently rotating, it might just be that because they beat them to it, they're going straight into that exact same spot. But, yep.
Deal with this
Commotion. Deal with this first. Indeed. After all, trying to fend off here against Wu, who are still very, very split apart. Quizzy is only now on the eastern side. He has Naya, so not a whole lot Wu can do in response to this.
And perhaps here we have Exhibit A as to why the Wu has 7 placement points total over the 15 matches played so far, just somewhat overextending their early positioning. Again, we said they had good position on the eastern edge of Yasnaya. You can play the prison building there pretty easily. You can maybe split with C block, or the yellows just down south, but actually DA is there already, so maybe not. But making this push all the way out here, not really going to work out in their favor. They've lost one early on, and it's a big impactful fragger to lose as well in Nixie. And that is not going to help their chances of continuing on the strong Tego they had.
Go strong or not, it's time to. No, there is not really any dance style or song style that rhymes with Erango. I try to. Again, every single time James ain't here, I try to make him look like a fool, and in trying to do so, I always make myself look like a fool. So there you go, James. Wherever you are,
that's what we're here for, I suppose.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, at least you put the effort in.
Yeah, I try, you know, I actively try, and it just never works. But then again, he also has been in the game for like 3 decades longer than me, so
he has a full
it's only fair. Yeah, exactly. It's only fair that he has a few more aces up his sleeves.
That's an unfortunate place to have a bit of a vehicular crash. Vex loses a tire, and I don't think they're getting the cars out of there anytime soon, but actually it's Entropic that's putting the damage in to the vehicle tires. They get landed one singular shot to the body as well, but not all of FaZe is committed to the trenches just yet. They do still have Corexia up on high ground, so it's not all bad.
And kind of, I don't want to say crucial damage being done, because it was just a tire, but with the way that Entropic are currently split out towards the east, doing as much as you can to slow down a potential FaZe pull-up could be actually pretty crucial. We'll see, though, if that's going to amount to anything, or if it won't. As Voldemort, here's the shot fire from down below, knowing now that Navi is nearby. In the meantime, Quizzy taking out one of Exhalation. As, again, Exhalation, man, they've been looking strong in previous tournaments, but this time around, I mean, even in this tournament, in the upper bracket, lower bracket, I mean, sorry, they qualified through and looked real strong, but haven't done anything ever since.
It's, again, different caliber of lobby when you're playing against teams like SN, Twisted Minds, much more difficult than what a team like Exhalation is really going to be used to for the most part. I won't say entirely, because we do have a previous EMEA champion that has recently joined that roster, but players like The Boom and iZoom, and of course Hello My Bad, who's used to playing in North America, is just going to be completely out of his depth when it comes to playing in a European lobby. So,
so that's what it's all about.
Well, to be fair, he farmed the lower bracket, so I think we found the level.
Yeah. It's pretty wild, though, looking at them. I mean, Exhalation, that is, and Sabim. They both play in the very top. They qualify to the finals 2 points apart at 127 and 125 respectively. And now, well, now Sabim is like 90 points almost ahead of Exhalation. So clearly, a complete day and night in terms of performance for these two teams in the finals.
A quick disclaimer. That was a joke about NA. I don't want to get suplexed by
you can't do that. No.
Slammed by Godspeed.
When you say when you start,
listen,
no, Saga, you don't get to do that. When you start reaching beef on air. You have to commit to it. You go into it with, I know what's going to happen when I do this. And that's why if you say stuff like that, you just got to own it and then see what happens.
Man, look, I don't want to have to fight Tickleton, man.
You're gonna have to. No way
All right,
it.
set it up. Boxing ring in Riyadh. Me and him, we'll get going. I'll try not to break his gunning hands. We'll see how it goes. But yeah,
assuming you'd get a punch in, but yeah.
I'd melt before we even started.
Probably. Well, let's see now. As how again, everyone right now, at least for the next 20 seconds, are going to be set very tight. We only have one casualty, make that 2 actually in this one so far. So as we expected, not a whole lot of teams tangling up with one another. Next circle though could be very different because we have a lot of teams at center and there's still plenty of water out towards the east that could play a massive factor in this next circle to come.
Yep, 100%, and if not, the circle after it, and if not, then definitely the circle after that. The water will be dealt with eventually, but it won't be yet. And Lipovka is still going to remain much closer to the center than a lot of these teams would have liked to have seen. Not too bad for FaZe in the trench position, but I'm sure they don't want to really regroup onto it just yet when there's still so many teams that could just arrive out of nowhere and start mortaring them, because imagine playing that in a lobby where there's mortars. That would not be fun at all.
Not fun at all. When all you have to play is dips, you really got to make the most of it and enjoy the fact that everyone is at a distance. Mortars sure would mitigate that. In the meantime, now chaos commences in the open fields as everyone is trying to rotate towards the southeast. There are only so many angles to approach it from. And as you can see here, a lot of casualties coming through already.
That's a lot of casualties for some of the top placement teams as well. Twisted Minds and Sarvam both taking early losses. Question mark just on a pleasant Sunday drive around the south, completely uncontested as was somewhat expected, but no such scenes for Yepper. They're playing the dips and it's just a constant brawl on all angles.
Sure, there's everyone trying to just pick up scraps here in the fields, knowing their points to be claimed. And well, for Sarvam, even if they do take casualties, they do manage to find one extra there. This is pretty much just you know how when you you go like go-karting and you keep hitting the things in the side that makes you not go off the ramp. That's pretty much it right here. Everyone just shooting from the side. Go, oh nope, not there. Oh nope, not there, not there. Just happening to like do micro corrections all the time on the fly as these teams are trying to rotate on forward. And in the end, all Keanu is left with is a rock.
Not a very pretty one. Oh, I mean, Donkey from Shrek would probably enjoy it, but I'm not sure Keanu will have such a great time looking at that rock for the next probably 7 or 8 minutes before somebody runs him over or throws a grenade or just drive-bys him. Gonna happen eventually, no doubt. Twisted Minds down to Lou, who's not too far away from the other side of the 1-1 split that remains from Wu, although I don't think it's a very intentional 1-1 split. It's just that they've both ended up as solos. And actually, now that he's given away his position, maybe Lou might look to Keanu down to just a solo as well.
A little bit of jousting going on up north as well between Foot and Monarch as they were driving straight towards one another. And you'd imagine, yep, I was just going to say, kills should be coming in the kill feed soon enough. And indeed, that has gone both ways already now. After all this nearby, all this commotion too. So you might see them trying to interfere. It's a fight that, at least for now, won't impact the rest of the server too much as it is this far north. And might also just result in a rest on both sides and then just both of them kind of disengaging off of this. You'd hope to see that happen, given that both the teams have, I feel like, way too much to fight for, to be fighting up here like this, but seems like 8C, at least for now, is continuing to look for it.
Very much committed to this fight. There's a lot of utility being expended on both sides as well. The revive should come through onto Beamy. Vascu will not throw out any lethal utility, just a flashbang to maybe try and dissuade the peak, but this is hopefully going to be Foot learning from their mistakes on Tago from playing just a little bit too separated. Should be positioning just a little bit better so they can guarantee the trades to come through. But in the meantime, Ibby giving away his position, putting the shots in towards Entropic on the north. Did alert Lou to his presence, a swift grenade and a little bit of an exchange of bullets, and he is fully eliminated. Keanu is confirmed down to just himself.
Question mark being told by the game that they really do want them to qualify, especially with this shift coming down towards the southern side. They're the team, like one of two teams on the southern half of the circle, and they got blessed with this circle shift going in their direction. But what can they make of it? Not necessarily a lot of kills coming their way just because they're sat down and around Lumberyard. And should the next circle shift north and they haven't spent time trying to gain info on who have gotten in their direction, it might not amount to a big game just because circle 3 went up down towards.
Fortunate, maybe, that Jeems was not late enough on the rotation that momentum carried him just behind the line of sight, where Entropic would have been able to secure the flush before the smokes came up. But thankfully, FaZe did manage to exfil what they had remaining in the little trench, which was not going to be all that fun in the long run, so they can get back to slightly higher ground. Higher ground for Vard, maybe, if he commits to the send. It doesn't even need to. T-Bone's got the knock for him, so 8C can get in there. Run over Moloduct. Or spray him.
Absolutely perfect approach there. Send 2 up in vehicles, use them as, not necessarily bait, because they were ready to take the fight if need be, but make sure that if there's anyone there, they can take him out and then rely on T-Bone to hit the double headshot. He did exactly that. Finds the kill. And here comes Sabin trying to play Sender against DA, the other team that likes to play Sender.
And everyone was shocked to see it, but it is, of course, going to be a complete brawl between the two, and FaZe now being set up on the eastern side, high ground above Prison, would be more than happy to farm any third-party points they can get from this as well.
Sure would. See now, as the rev round comes through, Global Army. There's going to be a 1-point game here. It wouldn't be the way they wanted it to, but it is going to be just that. Salem in third. This is not what they would want to have happen with just 2 more games to play after this one.
Well, now is the time to capitalize for Foot, but unfortunately they've got 2 knocked and they're going to have to leave them behind as they're just in the middle of nowhere. It's Artix. He's playing a disgusting lurk angle miles away out in the blue zone. Why in the world would there ever be a player there? And it completely caught Foot Esports off guard as they made the commitment to looking to take this compound away. Artix might just lose his life for it eventually, but he's going to cost Foot half the number again.
And that's another, factor that we haven't counted in too much, because we talked about how the GPT teams can mess up things for teams. What about the bottom teams with little to nothing to lose? Of course, again, there is PGC points in the line, so it's not that we should just go in and YOLO the rest of the games, but there is definitely more crazy kind of plays to come in these last couple of games with teams down the leaderboard. Maybe daring to risk a little more, seeing where they are on that leaderboard.
Yeah, it's almost just playing for pride at this point for some of them as well, so there's nothing that gives you more of a sense of pride than wiping out one of the teams that's dominating the lobby as well. So they still continue to have that big target on their back, maybe for multiple reasons as well, not just from the teams that are close behind and looking to steal away the points, but the rest of the lobby alongside them.
Half-Dolt trying to stay afloat in this shack, trying to stay put, but knowing, of course, that FaZe is right around them, so forcing, using utility here nicely to force FaZe off, but maybe only just keeping them alive for a little while longer. This is the case where we saw the circle shift down towards Question Mark before. Because a lot of these fights haven't finished, Question Mark now is going to be one of those teams that are going to maybe find a hard time, or have a hard time, finding their entry to this circle.
Yeah, they're kind of running out of space, but they do still have the high ground to work, and if they do end up going west, thankfully the only team they will face is Na'Vi once again, which, it's not the best, but for now it does give them at least the freedom to start putting some third-partying shots into this fight between FaZe and Afterworld, and also Ascend, who, in classic Ascend style, who dropped over in Zaki, have now found themselves entering the zone from the southeast after making the widest of all reps so far in this lobby, and now they're looking to maybe contest against Question Mark for space, and they should know that it's them now after that knock came through.
And that's what I was just going to say for Question Mark. What better team to take out right now? Obviously Foot would be the first one, but that's kind of happening as we speak. They do go down, so that's already done for. So for Question Mark, what better team to take out? With both Sabam and Foot fallen, that would be them. If not already guaranteed, definitely guaranteeing their spot if they could keep them at a 0-point game here.
Huge. If Ascend were to somehow pull a win out of the bag, they may not only overtake Foot, but put themselves on the doorstep of Sarvam. And with 2 Orangles left to go, they have been a massive profit point for Ascend so far, although maybe part of that is due to the military island circles we've had, but who's to say we're not going to get any more?
I was just gonna say they're about one military game away from 25 points, so
yeah, something like that.
we'll see if that's gonna happen, or if they have used up their military games for this final. Hello, my bad. Peeks on over, loses his helmet, and is now forced to just drone this one out.
Yep, still just in... That just sounded like I was saying yep to what you were saying, but no, the
Yep.
team yep is still in the... Okay.
You can just say yep, huh? Then
yep.
There's no confusion.
Yep. He's in the dip still. They've been there for the longest of times. They've got 1 kill on the board. They've done a lot more damage than that singular digit in the kill column would indicate, but again, it's such a wide open field that you get a knock, someone's going to steal it. Brexco, oh, there's no knock there to be stolen. Hibaka is last man standing, so that's a free point. And question mark now know, well, they should have already known already as well after the third-party engagement before, but now they know for sure that Ascend is still lurking here.
Yeah.
And now they have to take the engagement with FaZe as well. This is a tough position for question mark.
Yeah, the alternative is that you wrap West around and then just go straight into Na'Vi with pretty much nowhere to go after that. So you'd have to imagine that they got to take the fight here. But of course, knowing that you're essentially, forced to become the team getting third party.
So many nades.
It's not looking good, and somehow none of them are finding anything.
Noodling slightly on the throws. Need to get maybe 5-10 meters further and they might just trickle down into the bowl, but they can't quite reach. And the long range sprays are coming in. It's Howl over the top of Yepa, who's actually doing the damage and kind of saving them right now. Na'Vi too denies the revive. Hello, my bad. He's got no smokes left. He can't even get the revives. He just has to go. He might just try and run over Yepa and see what happens.
Yeah, trying to get out of there. Ain't gonna happen though. Example ready and waiting for that one as Na'Vi continues to clear out the west side, and Uber swings around and instantly after Voldemort falls.
Gotta love how prepared Odin Mavisi is for anyone to attempt to breach him. He's got a bolty and a double-barreled shotgun, but James has an off angle with an AUG, and that's gonna be big knocks onto question mark. 3 down already. The last man standing, a doozy, who's up on Pride Rock, but he can't find anything. I mean, he might just have to. He's got very little options.
And parachute, and he does just exactly. But that's where James, that positions here, it works out perfectly and makes James look like a freaking genius for being sat there. It happens also at times where you see him in an off-angle position like this, goes down, and then everyone's like, what is he doing there? That is what he does. That's what FaZe does a lot. Try and put James in with some of these off-angle positions to really capitalize and really kind of take down players fast. And here, works out perfectly. Christo wraps on over, finds one, corrects the instantly there to trade, but now Mika pushing up from behind. Has eyes on one, but also alerted the rest of FaZe to his position.
And it's Entropic again that's doing damage onto FaZe. Tags down from range onto Gustav, gives Mika an opportunity just to soften him up. The final bullet. Seems...
Kill him, it's the last player alive.
He's not the last man standing. Revives have come through, so Mika will eventually find himself in a 1v4 if he doesn't get grenaded out before that can even happen.
Say that, but in the meantime, now Entropic, as you said before as well, have started wrapping their way up this hillside. Mika looks out for a second, gets his eyebrows blown off, and goes back into healing again. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, just hunkering down for now. Yeah, Nailup and Lookarooks, they're poking their head around. They're probing. They're looking for any sort of angles, but they're not seeing them. So FaZe does at least get the chance to get everyone back standing. Maybe whether they get the time to get heals off, maybe a different story, but they're good enough for now, and they're going to commit 3 players to cleaning up Mika. They do not want him to stab them in the back in the same way that James just did to QM.
If there is a time for teams to turn things around, look at the mid-pack we have left alive. We've gotten rid of the bottom teams that weren't going to qualify anyway. We've gotten rid of the top teams that are too far ahead right now to make this fun at all. And now, 5th through 10th, and then Howl down the bottom, are in the race. And they know damn well that they need to put together 3 amazing games to qualify. Some having to be more amazing than the others, but still, they need to put together a hell of a good combination of matches here in order to make PGS, and they all know as well that the top 4 is out.
Yeah, let's look at Entropic. Slightly less than 30 points needed to catch up to Sarvam from this point. So let's say they get a 10-kill win. That's half the gap at least. That's going to have been closed. Mika, he has to try and dip and dodge and get out of the way, but he's got a long way to go before he reaches that white circle of safety.
From a full phase straight into a full ascent. I was just going to say, it's just a matter of what team gets the point, and in the end, it will be phase. I suppose that's the better team to give it to, considering they're not a threat in the PGS 2 qualifier standing. So not giving that one over to Entropic works out for one.
A real bombardment of the trenches as Monarch making their push in from the north. FaZe may be grateful that they're not having to remain in this position as they were earlier on. It's Howl that's on the receiving end of just tons and tons of grenades that are flying through, vehicles exploding left and right. The Matt has a bit of an off angle. He has made his move over towards the artillery. I don't know how the artillery is just bombarding Schofield. He has no chance of even trading that.
Not at all. As I say that though, enough does come through. Ruin able to find Vasco. Does the ankle onto Mouse as well? Actually, no, it's going to be from behind. Ivas able to help out, and now the points are getting stolen away from them too. So How really wanting a whole lot more than what they're giving right now, but at least they're staying alive. A lot of points coming their way, actually. I thought one more would be stolen, but no, they get 3.
Big denies as well for Monarch, one of the teams that really would have needed to start stacking things up if they wanted a chance, but not to be. They are denied by Howl. This was one of the big strengths. Again, when they found themselves in central positions, they were very difficult to dislodge, and still proving that that is still the case, despite the fact that they're down in 12th.
Here comes Entropic, wrapping over the backside. I think FaZe thought they were going to play from down below, but peeking up from behind, able to take out one that's correctly down. Yep, exactly. 10 apiece for these two invited teams, the two GPT teams, as Na'Vi now, again, breaking into the triple digit. We had our questions on them. We didn't know exactly what we were going to get. But once again, they just never disappoint.
Alia, please do it again. No, come on.
Oh,
we want. Oh, okay.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, commitment from Uber. Would love to see that, but a little too late to get the repeat on the mid-air hipfire spray. But we'll take it anyway. Mexi up and above FaZe. Surely they're just gonna get cooked in this little bowl. James, no chance of getting a backstab this time around.
Not at all. 13 kills, all 4 still alive here. 4 Na'Vi, 7 for Entropic as they break into triple digit as well. Again, Sarvam currently is the grab. It is the first spot that you have to overtake in order to make PGS 2, and it's 122. So still quite a ways for Entropic to get all the way up there, but now tied with Ascent. It's looking more and more durable with every single point they're claiming.
It's quite interesting. I feel like every other time that we've had any sort of lobby in any stage of any qualifiers, we've always said it's going to come down to the final game. But here we have the GPT teams, those direct qualifications in effect. So it might come down to the final game for positioning, but teams like FaZe and Na'Vi, they're just sort of going to push those down. If they're the ones to overtake Sarvam, that's totally fine from their perspective. But if Foot, who's only a couple of points behind FaZe, if they overtake Sarvam, then we're in problem territory. So it's very dependent on how the next game goes.
Definitely. Oh, he actually hits it in stride. Schofield, no chance to stay afloat on that one. And we said it coming into this game. I said we know Na'Vi. We know they can bring home crazy double-digit wins. And now it ain't one yet. Entropic still packs a big punch, and they're in a very good position with full circle center control. But Na'Vi, 16 kills. And look at the spread across all players, too.
Yeah, everyone contributing, but Mel's doing it in the most, effervescent style, maybe. I mean, if he was getting the full damage stats for the actual damage that headshot just did, he probably would have doubled that 400 plus. That does like 500 damage AWM headshot on a level 2 helmet, but unfortunately just gets the 100, but he'll take it. That's a freebie on the board for Na'Vi and their 16th kill of the match as well. How many times are we going to have to watch this team climb back up the standings late into a tournament and put themselves in a dominant spot?
Through the edge of the smoke finds Mexi, tricky angle to hold, but commits to it regardless, even after taking damage. And now, I mean, as you saw with Na'Vi, they're running low on utility, but so are Entropic. They still have to make a move on forward. Ibis, that is. The angle from behind, the one trying to make sure that the team has perfect info on the players in front of them. Nail up finds Uber. Huge. Now 3v3.
huge kill to take down. Uber has been absolutely slaughtering everyone in his crosshairs with the MK so far. And Evas holding the backline, that anchoring position. Oh, it's so scary to take that anchoring spot. The peak battle against an AWM, you wouldn't wish it on your worst enemy. But unfortunately, someone has to get the job done. He will be the man to try and do it, but it's so scary. Mel with a body shot would set him down.
Sure is. At least now he's gotten inside the circle, so a little more time to play around, a little more time to be a nuisance. Allowing for Lookarooks to wrap around, trying to get into a better position, but this 2v2 has now become a 2v4. Entropic not able to get the flushes on anyone. They still have the better position in the circle, but Lookarooks and Ivers alone. This is going to be a very, very difficult task of bringing it home. And imagine Na'Vi, a 20-kill win when it matters most. Now we're at 17. We're looking to continue that stride, unless if they go out and deny. But Entropic, needing the points they do, have no good reason to not go for kills here when it's against a GPT team.
Yeah, everything that they can get. If they get the knock, flush it immediately. They just have to... There it is. Evas will do absolutely that, and Lookarooks is looking to try and get a sneaky 1 or 2 extra. And maybe, if he can get 2, they could convert it into a 2v1.
I mean, what better weapon than the Grota to be prone up close? Just waiting for these smokes to dissipate. He is hearing the footsteps on the other side, but he needs to connect headshot after headshot, and a lot of spray transfers in between. With how close Na'Vi are currently playing this one, they're not going to leave anything up for chance here. Trying to peek on over. They are both, I would say, equally close to the dot. It's going to be just on that ridge line, and I think that's going to force Na'Vi off the hill before Entropic has to leave their cover.
Full commitment of utility has come through from both sides for the most part. Just a couple of Molotovs that remain, maybe a smoke or 2, and flashbangs that still don't get shown in the UI, so there could be 50 of them ready to go. There's the first of them to come flying out, but the cover? Physical cover is there for Entropic. They can keep their retinas safe from the stun grenades, and maybe try and find the timing on the peak.
You can see in Na'Vi as well, despite being the players in number, they know how much is at risk here. Again, they don't have a whole hell of a lot of PGC points. They need everything they can get off of this tournament and the tournament to come. So, not wanting to take any unnecessary risks here. Still one molly for Uber to work with. But again, let the blue zone do its work. Let it limit where they can play from, and then lob your molly forward. Now, Ivas throws one up. Not going to really connect with anything. A flash beat, actually. Try and maybe force Na'Vi off the western side here. That is the angle they have smoked off themselves. So right now, Entropic are expecting the push to come around this western side of the hill, but Ivas is still forced to go over the other side. And now, the movement of this circle is going to force him off the rock.
Had to eventually. He'll do the same to Na'Vi if we last that long as well. The Molotovs to try and deny the space. Uber's still holding on to his, and it's always scary to be playing a prone position with no real cover. Uber could just spot it out at any moment.
Exactly, does Ivers know of him? He's looking up on the hilltop. I think they've lost him in all of this. I think they're underwhere. They weren't looking all the way up to the side, and now they see him. Ivers, solid tags come through on towards Lookarook, sorry be it. The guy with the closer, the guy to do all the damage up close, does not have time to heal. And there we go, the double comes through in an instant as they peek over. Na'Vi, 20 kills, trying to claim their way back up and straight into the 4th spot.
7th place, 90 points. Wow. Nah, that's child's play. We're climbing up the board. And again, I mean, hey, Savum, if there was going to be a team that's going to be putting themselves breathing down your neck, you're glad that it's this one. But by God, have they just proved that any of those teams, as far down as maybe even Entropic, could close that gap still with just a couple of games left to go.
Over the span of the last 2 tournaments, we have had 3 EMEA games end with 20+ kill games. Twisted Minds had a 22 kill game, but instantly followed by Foot Esports, also at a 22 kill game, and now Na'Vi with a 20 kill game here when it matters most. What a huge performance to bring it home in the fashion they just did.
What a big way to stake their claim and just remind not only us but themselves that actually we are the global champions from the end of last year, and we hit AWM headshots on moving targets for fun. And then when we're done with that, we will wipe out the competition and get ourselves 30 points in a single game.
group of spots, one over the top. Second one comes through, and now we welcome back Martin.
And welcome back to the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers disc here, guys. What an insane game. We're just talking about it. Na'Vi needed the points here, Saga, and they pull up with 20 kills and a chicken dinner.
Yeah, they got the points that they were looking for, that is for sure, but there's plenty of other teams who are looking for points as well. They've all been denied. None were as successful as Na'Vi have been. And once again, we asked before, it begs the question, when will we see Na'Vi have their pop-off game and they prove to everyone how dominant they are? Well, there it is for all to see, plain as day.
Yeah, Toby, you were asking for it. I'm just waiting for the opposite side of that, you know, when Na'Vi is able to pop off, and you got it right here. 30 points in just a single game.
That's absolutely insane. That's what we were talking about. Teams maybe being able to claim over the last 3 games. Na'Vi goes out and does it in 1. That is huge. Both for their, them wanting to be up there with the other GPT teams in showing that they're worthy of the direct invite to PGS2, but also the fact that they're currently set in 10th place in PGC points. At 320, they needed something going their way, and this is massive.
Yeah, if they can get something like 400 plus out of this event here, they're more comfortable going into the next event here, Saga.
Yeah, they absolutely will be, and that will throw them into the mix once again when it comes to, okay, who do we need to be aware of when it comes to PEC? And there's be plenty of teams, 100%. Teams like Howl and Exalt that so far are underperforming, they're still going to have big relevance when it comes to the final event of the year, and a team like Na'Vi now storming their way into closing that gap as quickly as possible. It's just to add another name in the mix.
Entropic with another big game here. We're talking about them being kind of that mid-pack, one of the teams that have been stepping it up here with Mex's step against the roster. Toby, thoughts on this game here for Entropic?
I think they played it smart. Again, we see so many teams with control of that compound just end up sitting there for way too long. Not dare to go up on the hillside, not dare to engage, and then maybe they get top 4, but they get 1 kill, and that's a 5-point game. Entropic knows that they need to go out and maximize. They know that they need to get the most out of this game possible, especially with just 2 games to follow. They aren't going to get games where circles favor them this massively. They push up the hill, they engage on phase, they kind of force everyone down into the slaughterhouse that is Na'Vi. So thank you, Entropic, I suppose, if you're a Na'Vi fan. And then in the end, when they can't get the flushes in the first 2, they actually come out and get the first knock in the fight against Na'Vi. But when they get to reset 4v2, it's just impossible when Na'Vi is that warm.
Yeah, and he's in a situation where obviously, as you're saying, Saga, they're fighting to get, those extra points on the board, and they managed to get that exactly as you're saying it, right? And making it a 2 versus 3. And of course, that could be the difference maker if you're able to jump up 1 spot. That could be 50 PGC points if you're jumping 1 spot in the top 5.
And as well with Entropic doing all the damage that they were doing to FaZe, the other GPT team who is lacking in PGC points as well. Right. That is, again, more in the basket of Na'Vi, but they are being very greedy boys today.
They are indeed. As you see here, 30 points going Na'Vi's way. 20 kills, a record breaking here for the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers for EMEA. Good to see them to step it up. But Entropic and FaZe tied on 14. Howl, another great game for them, Toby, to put 10 on the board.
Again, with everything they can get, because it's so close all the way down the bottom of the list, if they can go from 15th up to, let's just say, 9th or 10th overall, that'd be huge for them. Currently in 12th, but still, they have attack after all right in front of them, and hopefully, or maybe for them, if they can get a good game here, they could potentially breach into the Monarch and DA 80 points as well.
Exactly, making it extremely close here, and I did not expect to see this, Saga. I gotta say, top 5 with all or 3 GPT teams right there, defending those spots from everyone else, saying, nah, you gotta fight hard for it harder. But yeah, Foot still within 11 points. It's doable still.
Yeah. Well, it is Sunday, so FaZe did have to show up and start climbing eventually. But for Foot, it looks pretty bad. They've dropped 2 slots down in the leaderboard, but actually they've closed the gap by 2 points. It's totally fine if they get overtaken by Na'Vi and FaZe. Doesn't matter at all. It's Sarvam that has to be the team that they need to get ahead of. And with them, having the single point that they had earlier in this game, and then Foot, it still wasn't great, but they at least got 3. It's something, closes the gap just that little bit, keeps it basically within 10 points for the final 2 games, and that is a very closable gap.
Exactly, and it makes it very, separate in terms of our top 8 and our bottom 8. It's 16 points difference from Ascendant down to DA here, making it, as we've been talking about since the upper brackets, these same 6, 7 teams, and then we have like one pop-up team like Sarvam here, Toby, that makes things happen, and now they're in the top 3.
there's so many points possible to be claimed, PGC points that is, within just maybe 5 points within this final, where again, while right now our focus is, if not exclusively, then almost on which 2 teams will qualify through that LGBT teams. After this tournament is over and done, it's going to be so interesting to see how those 2 or 3 points that you got in this tournament got you that many more PGC points to qualify through.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's a huge one from Ascent 101 up to Savim 122, just 21 points. And from third is 450 and 8th is 220 points, right? So it's a huge difference maker. You get double the amount of points as Saga.
Yeah, and every single point that you can get on the board counts for so much for every one of these teams. Getting to PGC at the end of the year is the overall goal, not only for teams like Na'Vi who can defend their title, but even for the teams who maybe haven't even had the chance to represent at PGS. They can still make it there by the end.
All right, guys, we've got 2 more games of Wrangle to go, so stay tuned and we're going to be back after a short break.
D goes down to Ayinan and looking for a little bit more with all of this. Hobber was actually making the seat swap here. Now Scav is going to look to just try and get eke out some revenge, but Mexi,
It's a big mistake on the side of Crystal.
trying for it. Artix is able to hit one on. In behind Monarch where they're going. That's insane damage. Because moving through these cities is hard enough when you don't have a time limit. Never mind when you do.
Good nade locked on forward, bounces off the car, finds Marco as well. Spill first, throws one more. Goes a bit too far on the second one though, but
Welcome to the Update 24.2, which introduces a revitalized arcade experience, an expanded reputation system for cultivating a vibrant community, and more. Let's dive right in. First, allow us to welcome you to our newly revamped arcade, with several game modes waiting to be played. No more time-limited laps. The arcade is now home to both brand new and beloved modes, accessible whenever you like. The interface has also undergone a transformation, featuring a more intuitive hub and lobby room. Plus, when it comes to arcade, we're saying farewell to BP and introducing Arcade Points, or AP, as the new reward system. Time spent playing now harvests AP, which can be used to claim rewards. Additionally, with the end of match page, you will now be informed about your arcade journey, including earned AP, achievements, and rewards from different modes. Also, be sure to earn the special Arcade Medal, a reward not to be missed. Meanwhile, in our ongoing efforts to elevate your gaming experience, we're providing even more incentives to our reputation system. Through the end of match page, you can now give compliments to your teammates and foster a positive gaming environment. The higher your reputation, the sweeter the rewards. Check out your reputation level and corresponding rewards on your career overview page, and get to know your fellow players better by viewing their reputation levels through their profiles as well. This update brings plenty more changes, including an upgraded report function that enables more comprehensive reporting of in-game misconduct, advertisements, and cheating, with an edit feature of detailed text input. Lastly, there are 10 exciting new areas added to Intense Battle Royale. Be sure to visit the patch notes for a complete rundown, and we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
It's my turn now! Fire away!
I shall protect my kingdom! Thunder! Lightning!
Woohoo! You can do it!
Looks like you need my help. Go down! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength! I'll take care of it!
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. Alright, here we go. Hey-ya!
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away! Rapid fire!
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
And welcome back to the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers this year. My name is Avenger, and I'm joined, of course, by Saga and Toby. And we just witnessed, Saga, one of the best games we've seen from Na'Vi this year.
Oh yeah, one of the biggest numbers in the kills column for sure. 20 on the board as well as the 10 for the win, and much needed for them as well. They've climbed super high in the standings from bearing in mind where they were positioned by the end of day one. It's been a massive turnaround. It's completely forgotten about. They've had 110 points since then, and we've played 11 games. It's massive.
Yeah, that's crazy. Good to see for them. They puts them in 4th place here, and that is very needed for their PGC point standing, Toby.
Yeah, and it really just, I mean, for the sake of everyone else on the server, adds a whole other level of threat. Because yes, we know Na'Vi is a dangerous team, but a warm Na'Vi is as dangerous, if not more dangerous, than anyone else. And if they have all of a sudden a threat to you and trying to claim those last couple of points to qualify through to PGS2 as well, a warm Na'Vi that aren't necessarily nervous of not qualifying through to PGS2, because they will be there, is it's not a team you want to have in your backyard.
No, it could end up being, you know, the 4th and 5th team going to PGS2 here. And it's not happening with Question Mark though, Saga, because they're currently in 150 points with 2 games to go.
Yeah, the only team that's even of the same caliber, seemingly, is Twisted Minds so far, and it's not really a surprise that that is the team that's competing for them. Despite the fact that they didn't really play all that much of a role in the previous game, they're still ever present when it comes to every EMEA lobby, and no doubt they will be contributing heavily in the final 2.
Right, and Savim 122 points right now. That would be the 2nd team qualifying if we were to end the games after this one here, or after the one we just played. But we got 2 more, Toby. 11 points down to Foot and 19 points down to Entropic. And now Ascent even further away, 21 points. Can any more of these teams make it, do you think?
I think yes. Some of them. I mean, you just get 20 kills in one game, do that twice, and you're all of a sudden looking pretty good. No, I mean, in truth talk, there is definitely a chance for Savim to get pushed up. I kind of got both of my scenarios in the same game. Savim getting 1 point. On the flip side of that, Na'Vi getting 30. We'll see if there's any sort of repeat in that coming up. But if Savim cannot get back up on the horse after that 1-point game there, where they were kind of all over the place, I don't think they're going to qualify.
That's the Toby coin flip, right? The one side of the coin is Na'Vi popping off, the other side is Savim, and you've been popping.
Just landed on the edge.
You've been popping Savim all the time so far, and now, yeah, it's good to see here, obviously, that they're able to step it up here in Na'Vi, but Savim slowing down a little bit makes it a whole lot interesting for all the other teams and for everyone out there watching, Saga.
It does, and in a sense I'm glad, because again, we do want the final game to actually matter. That's always nice, and so far it has looked that way, and it looks like it may just matter quite a lot, especially if we do end up seeing Entropic and Ascend have a good game and another subpar game for Savim, 1 or 2 points picked up, and if Foot can start stacking them up. It does also mean though that I am back below 1000th place in Fantasy, so that's not ideal, but you know what, it's fine. We're not even partnered with Twilight Fantasy for the qualifiers, so we don't even need to talk about it, guys. It's fine.
No, it's completely fine. And we're happy to see another circle here, Toby, that we're able to get Prison. So let's hope that this variety continues here. We've got 2 more games to go on Wrangle, guys. This is the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers. Let's figure out what 2 teams go to Riyadh. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much as we take to the sky once again. A very military promising plane, if we were to do statistics on this one, which would have Ascent fans cheering, but of course no guarantees. Yeah, I mean, I don't fault them for it, not gonna lie. I was just gonna say, if previous games are anything to go by, half the server should be out the plane by now. Which is almost the case, but not quite.
There's definitely much more presence on the military base than there might otherwise be, just with hints of games past in the past couple of days. Obviously no major surprise to see that teams like Question Mark aren't going to fully commit, because they're one of the few teams that is totally really fine if it's a military island game, and that's a big part of why they've been doing so well on Erangel up until this point. If we forget how the rest of today has gone, it has been one of their biggest earners. And actually a big thing that has sort of flown under the radar a little bit for Question Mark is now the ability that you can bring vehicles with you on the ferry, because they are one of the teams that does quite often use the ferry for rotations, and when they don't, they take boats around the southern side and then they get caught out because they've got no vehicles with them. So being able to keep them is very nice should the zone go there.
Definitely the case, for sure. And well, we'll see now as everyone gets down on the ground. A couple of seconds more to go until this first circle pops. And DA,
never mind,
hot dropping Wu, or the other way around. I think it's actually Wu hot dropping DA this time around, just because Nixie couldn't really get far enough to get away. Revolver versus shotgun. We'll see who comes up victorious now. Revolver versus 2 shotguns, exactly optimal either. Circle, pretty straightforward up towards the west. We'll talk about that in a second.
Giving him the runaround, hopped out of the window as Metralius was looking to push with an actually functional weapon. Slightly better than the revolver, no matter what a Hungarian or man would tell you. Jam, please, be sensible.
He doesn't have a car, so he doesn't get that buff.
Yeah, Metralius holding the angle. No helmet for Ibi though, so that was sketchy. Oh, I love doing that. Punching the window, the bait. Make the bait. You jumped out, it didn't...
Oh!
Drop shot it anyway. Nixie is pretty damn good at this game.
Pretty damn good indeed. And yeah, Ibi, I feel like that was a mega bait. I know that they were going to push regardless, and the way that he jumped in looked like that was intentional, but the punch out the window and the turnaround, it looked, from an observer's perspective, it looked like a pretty wise play. But in the end, Nixie was there to save the day.
Yeah, and it's actually something that I've thought about before, and for my second APAC reference of the day, if this was APAC, taking the splits that DA take when they loot Rozhok, J Compound, Gardens, Ruins sometimes, dude, you're getting hard breached every single game if that's what you're trying to do. But here it's kind of okay for the most part, but there's always been that sort of thought in the back of my mind that somebody might just punish this, and whether it was intentional or not, whether it was just purely the case that Wu weren't able to stretch far enough to grab vehicles, it has gone punished, and again, that is bad news for DA.
Sure is. And Tropic on the screen right now is where our eyes are gonna be, alongside Ascent and Foot. For those of you guys who are tuning in late, and wondering why I'm not talking about Twisted Minds, Navi, or FaZe, is because as much as, of course, they do want to get all the PGC points they can in this tournament, I think, at least for now, thinking not just a couple of tournaments ahead, at least for now, the most important thing is who are we sending through to PGS 2. And Sabim and Question Mark are the ones with the spots right now, but Foot, Entropic, and Ascent are the ones on the hunt.
Being hunted down by those teams, it is very, very scary. The pressure has been really on Savum the entire day, and they started off maybe looking like they were going to deal with it well, but there has been 1 or 2 situations where things have slowed down now a little bit now that we've headed in towards Erangel. This is also a game where Savum, it seems like the IGLing brains have just gone into overload and shut down, because the zone... Well, Pachinki's not that far away from the center of the zone, so they're like, well, what do we do? It's 4.5 minutes and we're still here, guys. like, aren't we supposed to be driving now? What's
I don't
happening?
know how to do this. Yeah, exactly. I've never been in a place this long before. Yeah, true. We'll see if anything changes. Beam in the meantime. The DBS bolt action cup.
He saw him.
What? Who comes up on this hillside with no opponents around? It literally has 3 frames to spot a guy, just jumps out of a car, turns around. That is head on a swivel driving.
Vision.
Is he just, I was gonna say, putting his mouse sensitivity to like 200 and just spins the mouse like a crazy person while driving?
No, he's just an ultra-wide monitor gamer with like 12 graphics cards.
Yeah,
to
the curved monitor, like TV screen. That's gotta be it.
Yeah.
FOV at 200. Yeah. That was a pretty insane quick peek, and can't really fault Fate for for trying to hide there, because I think 9 out of 10 times he would have gone unnoticed.
Yeah, but it's also, I suppose, a slightly understated part of that pull-up, and not only the fact that Alias saw it, but the fact that he positioned his vehicle perfectly so that when he hops out, he was behind the tree and in cover. How many times have we seen somebody get out on the car and they just pop out on the wrong side, or they're just on top of a rock and they just get completely gunned? But really nice control in all aspects, and, well, 1 point on the board. Sarvam 1 point ahead. Na'Vi is creeping up again.
Yeah, indeed they are. They were so much closer. And there is actually a situation where, again, we're not going to see both Na'Vi and FaZe surpass question mark, obviously, but the fact that it's going to be 2nd and 5th to qualify, and then all our GPT teams are in the top, that would be pretty insane. Oof, that's a titanium bench.
That's half Yukkar's health gone. Not ideal.
And surprisingly, barely any for him.
Yeah.
Seems more sustainable than a car confirmed.
Yeah, just a good crumple zone.
Mm-hmm. Sustainable. I meant durable.
Friend's an engineer, so I know some words.
Oh yeah, horsepowers, wheels. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, you are budget, James, so you need to know something. About
yeah,
right?
yeah, of course. For Lamborghini, what color is your?
Yeah, my bike
McLaren?
is
What color is your
black.
McLaren?
Yeah. Thank you. Go back to the fight. At hand again, not a fight that's really gonna amount to much in the grand scheme of things. Bottom two teams fighting one another. It does happen ever so often that in the end here, the bottom teams are just kind of, you know, trying to see where they can get. The issue for Exalt in all of this, while in this tournament in particular, it might not look like much. They are currently set at over 1,000 PGC points. They're set in 3rd. Right now, if it were to end this year of play, right now, Exalt would go to PGC as a representative of EMEA.
Okay.
And stop okaying me. It's really important what I'm saying here.
No, I
what I'm trying to say with it is, if they just keep kind of messing around with this and not try and claim as many points as they can for the last couple of games, they might not get anything out of this this one. They're gonna get 20 points off of this, and then I don't think that 1,020 points is gonna be enough, especially looking at how many teams up in the top that needed the points that are currently looking to get them.
So we're sandbagging to hide the strats, is what we're saying for Exalt, because they're comfortable and confident that when it comes around to PEC, they'll do enough.
Oh, that's what it is. And in the midst of Exalt falling apart, Na'Vi, the ones to pull up on, and to go back to my point from just before, this is probably the one team you don't want to be giving those points to, because they are very much looking to claim any and all PGC points off of you that they can.
It's very different situations. For a team like Foot, getting overtaken by Na'Vi, totally fine. For a team like Exalt, giving Na'Vi points, terrible. Exalt has no chance of making it towards the qualification slots anyway, so the fact that Na'Vi is already invited is completely irrelevant. It's all just about stacking up the PGC points, which Exalt does have a major head start on coming into this event, but that is definitely no longer the case. And now that Na'Vi has cleaned up another kill, they're tied on points with Sarvam, and it looks like they might just get the overtake very soon.
It's almost as if they know where he is. And the amount of damage coming through now. Again, as long as Na'Vi can do this without taking any casualties, which they can, they should be all right. So Na'Vi, as we said it, hot Na'Vi is dangerous Na'Vi, and right now at 123 into top 3 territory, they're looking as dangerous as ever.
Dangerous pull-up for Klim as well. Not sure they were 100% certain that this position was occupied. The rest of the squad not really in the best of spaces to scout this. Oh, but Vascu, well, that grenade was in the best of spaces. Just sent the car flying, but crucially took Klim down. Now the rebreach is coming through before the full regroup, but it doesn't matter because it's Scav and Vascu, the two that have been contributing for Monarch, and it's too much for After All.
A lot of damage coming through there, and as you said, I mean, After All just not in a position to really do anything in response to that. Circle towards the east we go. Interesting. Woo, DA, Twisted Minds Howl blessed with this one. We also know for the rest of them, it's going to be very difficult waters to have to traverse.
Yeah. Now up on that cube fight as well, you can see on the map Entropic in similar fashion to what Na'Vi were doing. They're hearing the fights, they're thinking we need points. They're going to try to look for some third-party angles, and Foot up on Everest as well are trying to contribute as well. So whoever comes out of this fight is going to be under line of fire, but it's actually just going to be destruction between the two. A post-mortem grenade from Hibako takes Mouse down. Potential re-breach. Okay, nail up. Get absolutely sat, son.
Yeah, there are times where you feel like, yeah, I'm gonna pull up and do something cool, and then when the first bullet connecting on you is a headshot, you go, damn, this was a mistake.
Every time.
And then that's when he knew. Exactly. There is still a slimmer of a chance that this one goes north, so I'm not completely against the initial rotation that Entropic set up. It's of course not great that that nade up fell just then, but the fact that they're still wrapping north around, they could still get a good game off of this. If this, it doesn't have to hardship north of Rostock, but still go somewhere east maybe too. They would beat a lot of teams on that rotation who are currently fighting on the southern side.
Doing that as a 4-man standing with 3 points on the board, had that push gone more successfully, would just feel that little bit nice, fuzzy and warm on the inside for Entropic, but instead it's going to be a cold, dead-hearted team that's making a move around the north and claim as much space as you like. It's more than likely shifting back south, unless we do see back-to-back northern hard shifts, but unlikely. But they should be okay to at least cross into Rose and try to play from there.
See, Yepa setting the fort up, preparing for the onslaught ahead, and kind of makes sense. Oh, no, bad position. Let's go here instead. Let's put them together. Or what? Oh, there we go. We're building a wall.
Nice. That's always I do very much enjoy the folded shields, just making car forts that little bit more playable, and it's really cool to get to see players using them before they become irrelevant when mortars are added. So make the most of your car forts while you can. Yepa playing out from a dip once again. They did it in the previous game, but this time there's far less teams making full sends around them for them to get all the knocks and then have the points stolen. So they're just hoping, really, for a zone that favors them before Twisted Minds get antsy and just toss a couple of grenades into their dip and start looking to farm them.
I mean, Savim had a really, really good game from this exact position, came out victorious in it as well, with, I believe, double-digit kills, so makes sense that they want to stick around here again, kind of sticking to the playbook of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So sticking around here, at least for a little while longer, to pray for the triple hard shift. Question mark going, oh, we already qualified, and then Timo goes, damn you, dude, and then, okay, he double headshots him. I guess that's what you get for BMing your way up towards the compound.
Yeah, well, T-Bone not looking to mess around. Why would you in the position that they're in? They'll take the free point. If Aduzi's are going to announce his arrival like that, then T-Bone will mark his demise.
Yeah, this is a little worrying, though, for Foot now, because they might not get the... Okay, they do get the flush. Thank you, Beamy, for cutting me off there. But what does happen with this is that Question Mark now knows Foot is up here. And again, Question Mark has nothing to lose in taking this fight. Yes, of course, there is still PGC points, but Na'Vi catching them up now, very unlikely. 150 should be good for a top 2 finish. Of course, there is a first place they could claim that would net them more, but still, they now know where they have Foot. They could, if they want to, do everything in their power to prevent them from rotating into this.
Quite difficult, yeah, in the current zone shift to, well, Foot has basically been given the option of either go into Ruins, which is a pretty annoying place to try and camp when there's so many angles, or if they really wanted to, they could try and wrap around north and split over the other side of the river.
We know it's going to hard shift towards the southeast, and then as I say that, it goes straight north because weird water rules around Atlantis or Watertown, but we'll see. It should hard shift down towards school, towards southeast. Foot would be the team furthest away from this circle, and I feel like that's how they've been playing this tournament so far. Just, if not always, then very oftentimes very far away from where these circles end up going. And for Sabin right now, sat that center. It's a good position on the map, but it's also a one nade kills all type of dip to sit in.
Yeah, there was a big highlight reel play for Savum in a dip just to the northwest of here, about 100 meters or so away, where basically that's exactly what they did. They just tossed a couple of grenades in. I think it was Entropic that was on the receiving end of a squad wipe. And if any of the teams out from Roshawk, I mean, Entropic could very well be the team that looks to get on the other side of that ridge and can do the exact same thing back to them. Or even this.
Or even that. Question mark, where are we going? Again, pretty much qualified already, or guaranteed to be qualified, but pretty much top 2 guaranteed as well. Where are we flying? Whose day are we making hell?
Well, one thing's for sure, T-Bone hearing that plane going over will be looking up. He's definitely been...
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah, he's been talking about how annoying and difficult it is to spot the players that are parachuting down, and honestly, I can't blame him. So you just got to make sure that you're extra diligent. But there's one, I'm pretty certain that QM is not going to be going that short of a distance and dropping onto foot as much as we talk about, okay, well, they could just prank them and do everything they can to stop them getting the points. They're going to be actually looking to try and use it for a position.
Yeah, but they are actually going to the dip just on the other side of Sabam. And here comes Ascent trying to wrap around Twisted Minds. Nice rotation coming up from them. And thankful that Yepa is being suppressed now by Howl, because that would have been a lot more nades lobbed in. But Twisted Minds now with threats nearby. Smart rotation to wrap around by Ascent, because Twisted Minds is in this 2-2 split, and at least for now, they can sit tight. Again, they have smart play here, smoke off the exit, and just lurk for the next 10 seconds.
Not sure how much of this was actually scouted information versus just checking VODs and saying, okay, well, Twisted Minds in this sort of zone does like to make this 2-2 split,
I think
so
that's
we can,
the majority of it.
Yeah, I would say so.
And also that's why.
But still very solid IGLing decision from Bricks to bring the boys here, and maybe surprising that they all made it in one piece, or, well, we'll see how long that lasts, as Sparrow has 4 grenades upon the roof, and 59 damage from the first one might just send Chris to the opposite side of the warehouse.
When does Twisted make an aggressive play on this? I mean, they don't technically have to move yet. We could see more circles head in this direction too. But when do they opt to go? Is one hi car is one nade knock enough for them to just plummet into a warehouse, or when do they move forward?
I think they're just going to toss a couple of probing grenades in first, just to soften them up and make Ascent scared, and then maybe they'll hold on to the utility a little more than maybe they otherwise would, because they'll know that eventually they'll have to make a push either into that warehouse or around it, one way or the other. They're going to have to try and flush Ascend out from that spot. So hold on to a couple of grenades each for when that time does eventually come. Oh, hello?
I mean, again, this is where, I mean, as much as Foot is on the very edge right now, if this circle does not go east, pretty much anywhere but hard east, they're pretty much in placement points guaranteed. Because there's so many teams in and around Rozhok now that all kinds of hell will break loose up here in just about 1 minute's time. Because even though it's only right now Na'Vi that are outside of the circle, I think there's going to be enough going on here, unless if Na'Vi just gets completely stumped, that other teams in the nearby vicinity will peek over. Howl, potentially, FaZe as well. Could cause a lot of commotion here towards the northeast.
Na'Vi, who are looking to start the action with grenades in towards the Wu. They did spot out Keanu peeking in through the window, and Howl have not been making a secret of their location just on the other side of this ridge. They were putting some shots in towards Yepa as they were trying to stop Ascend from making their play into the compound. So Na'Vi knows, but they're confident enough that there's nobody up on the Water Tower Hill itself who could be overwatching. Really cause problems on this push.
See you about playing it slow, wanting as much info as they can before they push further forward. Now Nate slumped on in. A smoke to deny some vision. Smart play here, forcing Keanu off. Ooh, there's a pickup. They can't use that for anything now. We pass phase 4. Fun idea though, to just send it through the open and die.
It's just a field. I don't think there's much they can do. I mean, they could use it to maybe get on top of the water tower, but Ruin is now up there. He's crept his way up, so Na'Vi, they might have to make this push a little bit swifter than they might have otherwise.
Yeah, they're taking their time, but that might come to bite them. Now, they are inside the circle, so at least that time won't, or that pressure won't be as eminent any longer. But, as you were saying, Howl did push on over. Matt finds the first one. Yep, Uber down with low HP, staying alive. But the issue is Mel can't really see any of them. His position ain't helping out a whole lot, and that's going to be the downfall of 2.
Ooh, the nade didn't quite get the bounce it needed. That would have landed right at the feet of Mel, or at the chest, because if he's continuing to prone. They have made the full send to push over the street to really commit to this fight into Wu, but now it's Entropic who have an off angle that they just were not ready for. And Navi's down to a single player standing. Sarvam, from their position in the dip, it's not great, but there's a good chance now that they reclaim their spot in the top 3.
Yeah, definitely. They just drove over there, though. So at least now Question Mark knows there's a team on the other side, but they have their own issues to deal with in Monarch. Twisted Minds, got enough of it. Don't want to stick around any longer. They're going to wrap west, take the fight to the open fields. As nades are traded back and forth in the dips on the western side as well. And Tropic are looking for an exit, looking for a way out of this city.
Sarvan players switch over to grenades, just toying with the idea of just tossing them over and hoping they roll down, but they're not getting anywhere close, really. FaZe just a little bit off to the side as well, sort of splitting their attention between Howl, who is now up on the high ground and posing a threat, and just seeing if anyone will be over-peaking on this side. But for now, it seems everyone's pretty comfortable just to sit back and exchange a little more than some utility and just wait for everyone in Rozhok to walk into their line of sight.
Yeah, Mexi gets knocked here. It's not exactly best case scenario for Wu. Oh, sorry for Entropic as they try to cross on over. They wanted to suppress Monarch and allow themselves to get the cross on over, but Wu is being allowed, I suppose you could say, to focus their attention on them. In the meantime now, Twisted taking the fight to Foot, who already have the circle to deal with. They're not exactly making things any easier for them.
The struggle. They opted not to take the push. Yeah,
they're going to continue to the circle.
They're going to pull up on someone. It looks like getting up close and personal to Yepa, maybe. Actually, DA is doing damage from the north into Foot, so buying some time for this position to be survivable for now. But it's going to have to be a prone job until the smokes get up. And Yepa, if they have grenades, just buy themselves a little bit more time.
They do. Smokes lobbed over, everything lobbed over as they try to make something happen here in this really, really weird position. Ascent is in the buildings on the southeast side as well. Could become an impact here in this fight to come.
Oh, big grenades. What? I knew it was going to happen eventually. Sarvan playing in the dip, question mark just on the other side. Somebody had to just toss 2 grenades over. That is huge. Foot Esports. Oh man, they're just getting farmed somewhat. 8C going down from the zone. On the opposite side, they've got DA, they've got Twisted Minds.
We're seeing this right now. They really just want to throw him down and wait this one out. Issue is on the side of the circle, but there's way too much going on. Bart confirmed. T-Bone is alive, but Hewitt is creeping up behind him on this hillside. Does he get to make this run for free? Does he get to go up here without being taken down by everyone else? I'm not sure. It shouldn't happen, but it just might.
Kill feed is all over the place right now. Good luck to any kill feed counters in the game. Mimi is down. T-Bone is gonna follow him as well. It's a 1-point game for Foot. It's a 1-point game for Entropic. There has been minimal movement.
Wow. This is the best case scenario for Sarvam. They fall without anything, and Foot and Entropic go right behind him. It's only Ascent now that really have a lot they can claim off of this. And so far, they're in a very good position to do exactly that. Brexco is a bit off on the side here, but they have all 4 alive and a good chance to make something happen in this game.
And thankfully for them, Twisted Minds opted to make a bit of a wrap rotation and make the push out from the opposite compound rather than trying to go through Ascend and use their utility out in the open field rather than in the sort of confined space of the warehouse. That's given them the chance to push forwards and start getting the backstab in as Yep was looking to set up a defensive line. Monarch is no longer under the grenade pressure of QM that they were initially, so they have a chance. Try and catch DA on the cross, but the spray doesn't quite land.
See now, Twisted Minds is forced to make the move eventually. Where do they go? Are the trees for cover going to be what you're going to play with? Are you going to full speed send it all the way up towards the... I'd imagine this is where they stop, and indeed it is. Question mark. Should be within nade range as well as they do find Batulans on their go.
QM is farming everyone. How? Are they up on top of the ridge? Are they really that confident that no one's going to peek them from behind? How are they getting angles on everything then? Everyone's just peeking over the top, and Voldemon getting in behind Ascend. He's taken Micah down. Chris has to find him with his nade.
Ascend needs to get as many points as they can here because they know that making it out of this position will be practically impossible. Voldemon peeks on over once more, able to get the knock on one, but will be taken down in return as Schofield, of all players from the eastern side, will be the one to find him.
I mean, Ascend, they get a placement point and they survive, but they don't get much more than that out of it. It might just be like a 2-point game for Ascend. They're the only team other than Na'Vi to not be in the zone right now. And as Dante just gets the re-knock onto Chris, they get one extra placement point that climbs them above Entropic, but that's going to be it for Ascend.
Again, I mean, best case scenario, like ultimate best case scenario for Salvin here.
Oh my god.
The fact that they're all eliminated right after them with minimum points. Does he call down? Yes, he does. Only a couple of points for all the teams on the hunt, despite Salvin being the first to fall.
Really, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Sarvum still holds an approximately 10-point lead over Foot and approximately 20 points over everyone else who's looking to make the push. If you're Ascend, you're really hoping to see that Military Island zone next game.
If you're Salvin, do you hot drop Foot next game? Is that too greedy? It might be too greedy. We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see as well. Twisted Minds continue to do what Twisted Mind does, which is cleaning up the rest of the lobby. We do still have one Howl player alive and Wu on the hillside alongside both Question Mark and DA and Dips. But right now, off of what looked like an impossible breach forward, Twisted Minds has been able to get some sort of footing in.
90 sprays, again, you would expect SMGs over this sort of distance to be a liability, but they're far from. Dusting the spray damage from decent range, but between
the vehicle
gets it done with an AUG. The vehicle knocks over Dante, and Lyron in the up above is actually doing what he can to even the odds.
Here's the pull-up, comes over the side, doesn't catch him in time. Bestalog able to prone down behind the vehicle, and for just enough time, force perfected the other way. Now Lyron comes over. Oh, 3 points. Well, I'll take him. That's a double for DA.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a long way to go before
you say that.
Matters.
A wild run. A wild run for DA, who are continuously racking up points here. Of course, placement points and kills combined. If they come out and win this game, they're going to be close to Foot.
Yeah. Add them to the mix, I suppose.
Yeah.
Why not? Unless Lou can do something about it from behind. He's pretty low health, but he's looking to just grab the flush while he can. Quizzy, of all people, will prevent it from the opposite side, but he does eventually get the bleed out, but that just makes it a little bit easier, maybe, for the Woo.
No way EB just DC'd there. He was running, looking sideways. It looked kind of up, but he does fall down. And now, a 2v2.
7 kills on the board for Woo. It's another good game for them after a rough one in between what was a good Tago performance, and now again it might be too little too late to have any real impact of anything other than an extra sort of 25-30 PGS points,
which could be the deciding factor in whether or not they make it through, depending of course on how the next event goes for them. But a big game here for DA if they come out and win this. 2 more points, an additional 4, that's 6 points. They'd be flying up to 105 and sit in 7th. It'd be one more team in the mix, which they kind of already are. Of course, again, depending on how Sabin plays the final one, if they come out and survive or if they get dumpstered early on. It really is a 6-horse race then.
They do still have a 10-point buffer, and as you say, it's been fortunate for them that every time they've had a stinky game, so has everyone else.
It's a 6-horse race where they get to start 200 meters in front.
As long as they don't shoot their own horse, then they've got a very good chance.
There is that. Again, this one is going to close in. Everyone's already inside. You have the 2 DA players sat together. Wu and Nixie as far apart almost as they can get in this one. Nixie's position is still yet to be revealed, as he does have a bit of a rich line to work with, but Quizzy is looking for info. I think it's clear to see here that Quizzy is trying to bait the attention, force a move from DA, and that's when Quizzy is going to peek on over from a distance. The most important thing is that neither of them can get knocked in. Now, Quizzy peeks on up. Spots 1, spots 2.
Good info. He has a 4x on the AUG as well if he wants to go for the hero spray. 5 kills on the board already, and there, yes, we love that little bit of extra cover, but DA has a whole ridge that they're using for cover, and they may just have spotted out that folded shield.
Yeah, I don't think DA knows exactly where Nixie is, because if I'm them and you know there's a player sat far on the eastern side, either you kill him early or you play on the other side of the hill. Right now, the fact that they're wrapping right around, instantly I saw them wrap both west, like around the left side of the cliff, and I was like, this is the smartest thing, because that's going to effectively, at least to some extent, take Nixie out of the competition. Of course, there's going to be a time where they're going to peek on over, and then they'll see him. But up until that point, try and separate this fight as much as you can. Try and make it 2v1 fights in your favor. But with how they're positioned now on the hill, it's very hard for DA to do that.
And at the same time, it's also really difficult to isolate the 1v1 fights if Quizzy is playing the position that he is at the moment.
Yeah.
Unless the 1v1 is against Nixie, long-range DMR spam, there's no real way to peek over into Quizzy playing that low ground without Nixie getting involved. But they're going to have to be a little more proactive now. Nixie is the closest to the edge of the blue zone. He has to make a move of some description. He's going to bring the shield with him.
They gotta get it fast if they want to separate this fight into 2 individual ones. From Quizzy, he cannot overstep. He has to wait to be in a position from where Nixie can apply suppressive fire. Only boosters working for Nixie now. He has taken some damage, and now the run comes open, but he's spotted in the open. Nothing he can do as DA finds the first.
Picked up the shield. He didn't have it deployed in time. Lyron with the peek over the top. And once Nixie's taken down on the back line, there's no threat to take the 2v1 peak. 10 kills. Digital Athletics with 10 points alongside it. Oh boy, they really have just added themselves right back into the equation. Sarvam with just one more thing to worry about.
It would be a long run. It would be a Hail Mary and then some. But Sarvam racking up 1 point across the last 2 games. It is not defined which 2 teams we are sending through to PGS from EMEA.
It really is going to come down to the final game. Don't know how many times we have to say that over and over again, but in these best of 18 series, yes, the bell curve does mean that there will generally be a bit of a traffic jam around the very positions where we need things to be clarified. Very good start to the game, actually, yeah.
The first kill of the game is on DA, and they still get a 10-kill win. I mean, that is one hell of a turnaround. Goes to show that you should never go up even if you take casualties early.
And it was Nixie that they had to kill at the very end as well. The man who drop-shotted their teammate 2 minutes into the game. And 30 minutes later, they put him in the bin and claimed the win for themselves. That's poetic.
It kind of is. It's actually kind of beautiful. There's not a lot of beauty in people running around here in the fields killing each other, but in this case, it was very much so.
We do love to see it, and DA, they'll love the points.
They do indeed, guys, and welcome back to the PGS to EMEA Qualifiers desk. What an insane game, and what a step up here from DA. We talked about it, one of the teams that wasn't in the top 8 from our upper bracket. Now they joined the fray here, Saga.
They 100% have. They've just made it all the more complicated for everything that we've been talking about and saying, oh, Sarvam, you know, they need 20 points this, 20 points that. And now DA has come in and just put themselves and said, don't forget us. Don't mark us out too early. But again, it all depends on Sarvam having an awful final game. If they go out there, they get 10 points, that just makes it probably too difficult for a team below Foot to catch up.
Right. We can already say now, congratulations to Christian Mark for being the first team to PGS 2 here, as they're able to get 5 kills and some points here, able to step it up, and that's just, it's been impressive to watch them play here, but it makes everything else super interesting. And as Saga says here, to make it as interesting as possible, it would have to have Sarvam. We don't hope it for them, but it would have to have Sarvam have a bad game here, Toby.
It sure would, and so far, I mean, throughout the finals, they've been very consistent in racking up points every game, but the last 2 games, 1 point across in both combined. So we'll see again. I mean, this game for them was the best bad game they could have hoped for, as only the team outside contention is now kind of creeping in, but outside of that, it is scary close.
Wu able to step it up here, though, Saga, with 11 kills coming their way in a 6th place.
That's huge, actually. That's almost as many placement points in the previous game alone as it has been for every other of the 16 games. They picked up 6. They had 7 before this. But the kills have always been pretty decent considering their position. They've like 44. Not too bad when all's said and done. It's the placement points that have been the problem. So it's good that not only are they making it late in the game, but they are doing so while still picking up a whole lot of kills because, again, they've shown what they can do individually. We just need to see it with a little more longevity to it.
Yeah, and with this one here, Navi, they had to move in from the eastern side into Garden, into Rorschach, and they had some rough times there in Toby.
Yeah, it's not easy being the backfill in a city when the circle then goes through the city and out on the other side, and you have to brawl your way through like 5 teams. That even for Navi coming up a 20-kill win, even for them, that's a tall order.
Yeah, exactly. 20 points here for Revitalized. Fantastic to see them step up like this here. Woo with 17. Twisted Mind and Howl tied at 11 though. Good to see how another good performance here. They're slowly climbing, and those few extra PGC points, Saga, that could be a huge difference for them.
I mean, yeah, they're locked in. They're going to PGC MEA slot surely by this point. So yes, but everything they can get just to secure that for them is huge. But crucially for this current equation, none of the teams that are close to chasing Salvam were up on that left-hand side of the scoreboards. They were all 1-2 point games.
Yeah.
Even the likes of Ascend, and that has made things a little bit sketchy with looking to chase the team in 4th.
Yeah, and with a huge game from DA, it puts them in front of Ascend here. And again, we're talking about Entropic on 104, Ascend on 104, Revitalized on 105, Foot on 112 to be able to make it up to Salvam 122. It is, you know, a lot of teams that just needs to have one good game, while Salvam needs to have a bad game here, Toby.
Foot were 6 points out of qualifying in the first round in PEC Spring. Right now, they're set 10 points down. I mean, they were the ones to beat BBL in the tie. It would be sad for them to see that happen the same way again, just being short.
And also, it's extremely important because no matter what, it is extremely close from 9th and all the way up to 4th here, even 3rd, Saga. And those points, in terms of PGC points, we're talking hundreds of points extra. It's literally what could make the difference of you going to PGC or not.
Yeah, especially for those who have got some points already, or maybe don't have as many as they would like to have. It definitely has a huge impact. And again, if we do end up seeing a team like Ascend, or a team that does already have some PGS points on the board, let's not forget Twisted Minds is not that far outside of the top 4 overall in PGS points, something like 5th at PGS 1. Another good result that may just open the door for another EMEA team to make it to PGC at the very end. So everything that you can get, while it may not look at first glance like it guarantees you, there's always the chance.
Yeah, in a perfect world, we go out and get 2 spots. You know, Twisted Minds get like 3rd, Toby, and then Navi goes and wins it. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be complaining about that whatsoever. I'm sure all the other regions would be sad, but for us, the more the merrier.
Yeah, I would love to see that. Of course, here, guys, it's been some insane games, and I gotta say, Twisted Minds and Question Mark have just been a completely different level here in this final saga.
They really have. It's particularly for Question Mark, it's been a massive final day. For Twisted Minds, it was a massive first day, but overall the consistency has been there for all to see. Just still slightly below 10 points per game. It's an extremely difficult average to keep up, especially in a lobby of this caliber, and we've seen how close things were in the upper bracket. So difficult to be this continually dominant, but they just seem to keep finding ways to do it.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for Navi's really rough day 1 here, Toby, they would have been up there fighting with Twisted Minds and Question Mark.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we always know that they're going to come around eventually. It's just a matter of does it happen a couple of games in or a couple of days in, and this time around didn't get off to a good start. But glad to see them get this going, because as much as we say they always come back, we have seen them fall short in very recent events, failing to make finals in PEC point events. So good to see Navi finally getting themselves together, pulling themselves up, and showcasing for the rest of the world that they're still a very big threat and our reigning world champions.
Yeah, if they're able to keep on and hold on to this 3rd place here for the PGS EMEA Qualifiers, that'll net them a huge amount of PGC point, making it a little bit comfortable going into PEC Fall Saga.
Yeah, and comfortability coming into that event, and not only that, but having the buffer is always a huge position to find yourself in. It's actually pretty much mirroring the position that Salvam find themselves in coming into this final game. Again, they've had massive pressure on them all day. It's never going to be higher than it is right now, because they are the team with the target on their back. And I don't think there's a point where Salvam goes to hot drop Foot, but who's to say that one of the other teams doesn't have the opposite opinion? And, you know, if there's ever going to be a playground for hot drops, Pachinki is high on that list.
Yeah, and let's say if Salvam doesn't make it here, who does then, Toby?
Yes, that is my answer.
Saga, you?
I'm going Foot. They've got the closest gap. They were so damn close at PEC. It would be fantastic to see, at least if we're going to lose an MEA roster, replace it with an MEA org. That would be ideal.
That would be good to see. Guys, we are just shortly ready to get on to the last wrangle. We're going to have to figure out who joins question mark, who is very, very likely to be the first team. I think it's almost impossible for two teams to pass him at this part here. So let's get on to the last wrangle of the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers. Get it on, guys.
Thank you so much, Avenger. One more plane, one more set of circles to determine who will go through to Gamers 8 to PGS2 in Riyadh just a month from now. I'm Toby, joined by Saga. And Saga, we are in for a hell of a show. And most importantly, we are in for a permanent camera on Savim to see if they can withstand. I doubted them, and then I doubted them some more, but they have managed to prevail. And even when they've gone out early, somehow the voodoo magic in your room has made the other teams fall with them, and now they just have to do it one more time.
We need the POV stream for Salvam, but thankfully we've got one for Ascend, and if, I mean, open Rexco stream whenever you get the chance, because the comms on this are going to be nuts. First of all, it was going to be a lot of German crying about we need a remake because this plane sucks, we can't play melee base, and now they're going to jump out of this plane.
Wait, are they getting hot dropped by Exalt?
They're getting hot dropped by Exalt. I don't think this was intentional. I think this is just both teams saying, okay, we have to alt drop because we're nowhere close, but they both just went towards Kameshki. Thankfully, Ascend is just grabbing the vehicles and dipping.
Yeah,
so
get the hell out of there.
As long as they're not getting chased, we're okay.
That is not okay. Of all the teams, I saw potentially having to fight. You know what? You know what? Scratch that. This is a perfect play by Exalt. Exalt does not want for Ascent to get a lot of PGC points here. They want to stay up there in the top. Even though they're currently sat in 15th, they're looking really prime to qualify for PGC. This is a smart play on them to go out and say, we want to guarantee, like, while we might not make PGS2, we want to guarantee our spot for PGS, or at least do as much as we can to influence it. So if we take down Ascent here, maybe Entropica is a good game, maybe even Monarch pulls above Ascent, that's them getting less points. I like that hot drop. I like it.
Yeah, it could be that. Could just be Occam's razor. Never attribute to malice what could be attributed to. I don't feel like incompetence is a correct word, but I would maybe call it like miscommunication between them.
I've seen them. They haven't fought each other at all so far in these situations. I don't see a reason why they wouldn't do it intentionally.
Yeah. Could well be, but thankfully for Ascend, they've dodged most of it, and not only that, they've stolen away all the vehicles, and they've had an okay-ish kind of zone. I suppose the one big differential factor now for the Woo is the fact that if they did want to make a bit of Ascend earlier across and take some extra space outside to the east side of Yaz, there's one less team to try and deal with.
Correxy on the wide southern wraparound, trying to get down to Milta, which is far away, obviously, but they need to get looted. So far, he doesn't have a helmet, doesn't have any heals, only 30 bullets in the AK, so clearly needs to run through a couple of buildings before they can make their move back up towards this circle.
Well, plenty of teams on the west, actually. 4 teams spread equally along the western coast. Zaki, North and South George. And the west coast, once again, is question mark. Who, I mean, it's fine. They don't necessarily need the best position in this game because they've got one of the best positions on the leaderboard pretty much locked in. But it would be nice to get ahead of Twisted Minds and take the win once again.
Savim is currently rotating straight through Na'Vi. I'm watching it on the map feed. I'm worried. We know how ready Na'Vi always is to fight at pretty much any stage of the game. And here they come. Right past Alia, who's currently equipped with a shotgun. We saw there was Ace-32 in the inventory as well, but does he shoot? Does he opt to go aggressive? Or do Savim get to run through one team? Run GBT team straight into the next?
Looks like that might be what's happening. I think Alia was prepared to be getting crashed. He was pulling the shotgun out, but Savim, I can understand this. They, as much as it looks like an unnecessarily wide wrap, who's to say that a team like DA or Howl wasn't just going to be setting up a camp on the Potato Mountain just to the east of Pachinki if they wanted to go a more direct route? So take it safe, take no chances, and get to the center one way or another.
With a plane path this far north, they are not expecting anyone to be down here. And if anyone is here, they have only just gotten here. They're still looting, which obviously, as we can see as well, is the case. So smart timing for Savim to dodge what could have been a lot of commotion up around Potato early on, had they opted to stick around in Pachinki a little while longer. But it does come at the loss of quite a bit of loot. They only have a couple of first aids, not a whole lot of utility to work with it. I'm sure the ammo count isn't all that high either, so we'll see how that's going to impact them leaving early.
Scopes, attachments, all going to
Everything.
be lacking, but I mean, yeah, there you go. 18 bullets, no red dot, no nothing for Schiller. But at the very least, he's got the boys, he's got the squad, they've got the vibes. They can find themselves a position towards the southeastern side of the zone where there will not currently be anyone looking to contest, but that could all change very, very shortly.
Now, for those of you guys who... Oh, sorry, continue.
I was going to say, there's just nothing in front of them, so they're fine.
Yeah, they're good. They're good. For those of you guys tuning in very late, I will say this one last time. Top 2 qualifies. There is the caveat, though, that Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, and FaZe, since their GPT teams, are already invited to PGS 2. So they're through regardless, which means that Question Mark have already pretty much secured one of the spots. The next one then is down in 4th. Savim at 122. If they fall early, the likes of Foot, DA, Ascent, and Tropic, while some of them will need monstrous games, can surpass. But we have to think or imagine that Question Mark are through on their 158 points. So the next spot up for grabs is Savim, currently at 122.
Yeah, as much as it looks like Foot is treacherously close, does not matter, does not mean a thing if they overtake FaZe, other than PGC points, which will come into effect further down the line. But for right now, the only thing that matters for Foot is get past Savim. And unfortunately, Savim are still yet to run into any early game losses, which, you know, it's longer than they lasted a couple of Orangles ago. Exhalation have taken the emergency parachute, the cheater's approach to get in towards a central position, and it's actually a pretty good dang position that they found. But this is not what you want to see for Ascend. Not only do they not get the zone they've been so desperate for, not only are they borderline hot dropped by Exalt, but they're followed as well.
I'm telling you, they're on the hunt. They are actively on the hunt,
looking for him
to try and make sure that Ascent gain as little as possible off of this, because Ascent currently coming into the set at 870 PGC points. If they finish in 8th, which if they die now will probably be 9th, because Tropic might get 1 point. If they finish in 8th, that is just 200 points off of this game, and they would be 20 points, make that 50 points ahead of Exalt. So they want to keep it close. They want to have as few teams as possible able to get above them.
Makes sense. And who's to say that if Exalt, if Exalt were to wipe them out, get the 4 points on the board, maybe they overtake Yepper as well, and that gap gets even closer. Exactly. So there's still a lot to play for the teams that are all the way down at the bottom, but you cannot be getting caught up in this. You just gotta leave, boys.
Not again. Not Question Mark again. Get the hell out of here and let us have a damn rotation of our own. We'll see if how they manage to make this one happen. And currently 10 points down to Savim, and let's see if we can get an update on this one, because that's a pretty important one at that too. Should this game end in a tie between Savim and Foot, Savim is currently a lot of placement points ahead of Foot, so they would qualify in case of a tie between Foot and Savim.
Yeah, Savim is second only to Question Mark in regards to placement points, despite the fact that Twisted Minds is so far ahead in the lobby. 57 placement points for Savim, and Question Mark really has got the vast majority of these placement points today, actually. 20 from the first 2 games, back-to-back wins. So Savim wins every tiebreaker that they're involved in. So not only does it need to be a 10-point gap for Foot, but they need extra on top of that, and on top of whatever Savim gets this game. If Savim has a 4-point game, Foot now needs a 15-point game, and that's much more difficult than a 10, which is already hard.
Actually pretty wild to think about that. Savim is just 3 spots behind Twisted Minds, but they have, Twisted Minds has twice as many kills. Minus a couple, but still, that's pretty wild. But again, kudos to Savim for not having to move too much, but making as much as they've possibly been able to out of every single circle they've been given.
Really have, and There's a lot to be said for putting yourself in the position to minimize the RNG factor, and
Yes.
they have definitely done that as best as possible. Early rotations out of Pachinki, Picardo. I mean, the reason why it's hot dropped for, it's for those juicy rotation paths, and they've been putting those to some very early but very excellent use.
And even when they don't get circles, they instantly move to the center of the next one. So as you're saying, there's a bigger chance of getting into that next circle if you're sat center. And well, they've been reaping the rewards of it. Let's see if they get it again, as the circle does include the mansion, but no guarantees that that's where we end it. Are they staying here or do they leave?
I think they've got their sights set further to the center, maybe?
Yeah,
or maybe they're just leaving the vehicle positions, getting ready to exit.
That'd be... Oof.
Yeah, especially not knowing whether or not it's already occupied. Digital Athletics, almost losing one, but almost trading one back as well, as Twisted Minds make their rotate through. Entering into the zone on the southwestern side, and Na'Vi and QM, who are not too far behind them, hearing all these shots, will see it coming. But Na'Vi is actually circling around Howl's compound, just to the southeast of this, because they were setting up for an emergency parachute. Never mind, they're already gone. They're long gone, in fact. They're hot dropping already onto AA, and this is the compound that maybe Sarvan was considering a send to, so glad they didn't.
Yeah, not necessarily an active decision in which team they wanted to take the fight to, but it is, after all, that they're going to be going up against. And Schofield, well, I guess for Ibako, that one doesn't come in easier.
For that one, he had to work for that one as well. Ibako, okay, putting some hurt onto Howl, and the Ainen is there to finish it off, regardless of whether Klim is there. It looks like the trades are there in time. Yepa, maybe they heard these shots, maybe they want to get involved, but no, they're just going to swing their way past After Ult, defend the compound successfully against the emergency parachute.
Also, in terms of PGC points for After Ult, I mean, Monarch and 91 might be a stretch, but at least they take out the team right in front of them, and it might only be a jump up of like 30 PGC points, but we have seen it before, where a team is 20 points out of qualification for PGC, so who knows, maybe this elimination right here on Howl was what After All needed to qualify for PGC coming the end of PGC Fall.
A lot yet to be decided, that is for sure. Not just within this final game, but in tournaments to come. Along with that, we have to decide who's going to Nations as well. So for some of these rosters, that's another thing to be considering. Rectix has to put a pause on those thoughts, though, as the grenades are starting to fly in. That was a hefty lob from Uber. Almost reached.
Preparing for the mortars. Getting ready for Nates to be able to land from a bit further distance.
Just a couple 100 meters extra?
Just a couple hundred, yeah, just a couple. Well, it quiets down, and it probably will do, at least on this side of the circle, for a little while longer. Question Mark, the only team down here to have to make a move towards the circle. Shots are being fired from Na'Vi up towards Question Mark on the hills towards the west, but I don't think Question Mark is really in a hurry to make a play here. I mean, they want to get a better read of what's in front of them, and then I would imagine they wrap north around towards Yasnaya, or maybe actually just tank blue until next circle has shown itself.
It's a bit of a Marmite position for it's Chris. It's a love it or hate it kind of spot. Once you've got yourself in that single yellow that's out in the middle of the field, you're very unlikely to be able to leave. But hey, I mean, that's
you got a crate
drop.
Yeah, exactly.
It's right on top of him. That's a little bit of extra cover.
That's why I went there.
Should the zone shift away, maybe he's got himself an anchoring position for the rest of Ascend, but hopefully his tires will be safe.
Oh, a shift! What? A shift. So our eyes are still on this fight happening on the other side. Thunderloss falls down. Again, in the end, this fight might not be a big impact one, but Exalt, I mean, they came out with a 13-kill win in the low bracket game when they needed it. This might get to shoot them up the leaderboard even more, because it is the team right in front of them they're taking out. But this circle up towards Yasnaya will have everyone full speed sending it in this direction, Foot being one of them.
It's just going to be one of those games, isn't it? Where everything's on the line. We're going into an urban ending, and BME's taking a flip in a trip in the air. What has just occurred on our screens? He gets out of it. Ibby had no idea what just hit him. He got hit with the moves.
No clue whatsoever. 80 does fall. Nixie goes into an upside down card to heal. as EB finds one. He sees him too, Beamy able to get him down below. AC has still not been flushed just yet. They might just be able to reset it, but look at this. Now Monarch is pushing over in this direction.
Oh no, Foot making the first entry into the zone. Sarvan playing a dip as well. There's still plenty more. Exhalation and parachuting on top of them.
Wait, are they landing on them? They might just be. I can't see how high up they are. I think the observer's trying to show us, but a little further up maybe than that. As this fight does come through, Hello My Bat gets taken down. That's again Sarvan finding points here. One nade could be the downfall of 3 players, but right now they're staying afloat. Again, the full speed rotate towards the center and prone it out has worked for them thus far, and it does again. Micah, though, finds Global Army. It's only a knock, but it's very hard to commit to reses in the position they're currently sat in.
Not good news for Sarvan.
2-0.
They really do not want to be forced to play this dip, but it's the best they have, really. No, the car's already gone.
No way out of here right now, that's for sure. Good thing for them is that no one really has clear lines of sights on them, and everyone else is forced to fight. That's what you get for getting the center spots. As long as you can kind of outlast the pressure on you, as soon as those circles do start closing in, people shooting at you will be forced to look elsewhere. Alia alone, Navi might not make more of this game. There are 2 players resable, though. We'll see. They can somehow at least get to Melman. Spotted, though, instantly by Spiral.
Knows. He just knows.
Yeah.
He gets the spray into the smoke. Yeah. Well, I mean, Navi could get overtaken by Sarvan, but their positioning isn't great. Not sure how much I'd back their chances to get even more three more points on the board. Although, placement points, should they not be crashed, they've survived the initial bombardment of grenades. Kilyukai got a couple of knocks, but they got them all back to their feet. They got their revives, and everything should be okay if they can just keep copying the zones and keep their heads down from phase.
You'd imagine that any circle that doesn't include Sarvan here is Sarvan down, but of course we'll let the game explain to us whether that's going to happen or not. It swings towards the north, a nice double coming through there from Clem. That should not guarantee Entropic not qualifying through, then make the journey incredibly hard, if not near impossible, for Naylor. But now he's running straight into Exalt, the team that's been hunting all the teams Ascent that was through this one, but they're not going to be upset about taking down Entropic with him.
No, not at all. And somewhere in all the chaos of the previous zone, Chris was taken out as well, as I think he was trying to get back to regroup with the rest of the squad. Coming back from that single yellow, again, it's treacherous terrain. It's a very wide open field, and there was multiple teams making the move at the same time. So Ascend and DA both losing members early on, Entropic losing everything.
Important to mention here as well that Foot, we saw the pull up initially, all the chaos that commenced, but they've somehow been able to reset. They got 3 kills and have gotten all 4 players back on their feet. Yeah. So while it looked dangerous in all shapes possible, they actually came out alive.
Really the last team who can put the real threat into Sarvan. But there's a lot of threat now onto Yepo, and it's mostly coming from above, and Rock might save you for a couple of seconds, but not for much more. It's Phil first off angle and gets it done. But now, big engagement as Foot feel forced to make a push in towards the apartments, and Ascend are there to defend.
I was just going to say, look at the team they're fighting. Sarvan are clapping their hands, seeing these 2 teams confront one another on the kill feed. They would not have it any other way. The 2 teams on the hunt, the 2 teams the closest to you, are currently trying to take out one another. So far, it's a 4 versus 2, make that a 3 versus 2, as T-Bone is already down.
I'm really employing the sort of 2021 Virtus prone strats in this one. They do not want anything to do with any engagement that they don't absolutely have to, because everything else is taking care of the leaderboard for them. 100% they will stay down as long as they possibly can, because every single one of the teams that has sent it into Yasnaya earlier on in the previous zone has now going to have to battle to get their way out, and it's all the teams that are in the running to overtake them. They're all in danger.
I think the thing right now that is good for Sarvan is if this circle shifts away from them, it pretty much guaranteed also shifts away from both Foot and Ascent. So, I mean, okay, there's a southwest hard shift down into the city, I suppose, but no matter almost where the circle goes, if Sarvan has to move, so has the other 2 teams. Micah finds a double now. Knocks come in on both sides here as 2 Foot players fall down. Beamy able to stay alive as the solo player, but he finds a knock in return. No, actually, that's the boom from the other side to find one. So both these teams getting taken down.
lives, but it's still 2 players alive, and there's more teams in the vicinity. The Wu will be the first to breach the Ascend compound, but Exhalation's coming in at the same time. They might actually just fight one another right on the doorstep of Ascend and give them the time to get the revive. Quizzy will go down. Daboom sits him. They're saying, hey, no, these points are ours. We want to be the team that ruins Ascend's chances of going back-to-back globals.
Definitely. There's still a top floor and an apartment for Foot to play. Beamy and Vant, that is the remaining 2 players on that team, but you can only imagine they'll get pushed eventually. They're trying to get upstairs to alleviate some of the pressure, but they're being seen by Monarch, by Exhalation from the other side, and now Scav is able to find Vart.
Huge angle from another building. It's another team that they hadn't accounted for.
Can you get the rest on the staircase here? Find that one angle that they can't get you from, but Nate's being locked by 2 players now. Where do they come through? The windows down below. No damage done.
A war of attrition, and I don't think anyone is going to come out of this alive. And as soon as they do...
I mean, the circles did include them on the southern side, so if there is a comeback, a wild one at that, now would be the time to execute it. But for Savin right now, the fact that they survived the initial onslaught, the pressure, the utility, the 2 knocks on them in that dip, to now just prone and see the other teams take out one another. It's very much in the Savin playstyle to succeed. But so far, they have 2 points on the 3 Wrangle games, and yet no one's been able to surpass them.
No one else has been able to perform where they desperately needed to, and DA will fall as well, as they can't get it done either. I guess we look in the apartments. If Foot was somehow able to kill everyone else in this apartment, there might be enough points here, but Kilyukai is going to have to try and get it done. He's winning the battle of the shotguns, but it's his own grenade. He lives up to his name, and it's to the detriment of Exhalation, but Ascend. I have relief.
Yep, we're closing in on placement points, and right now, as we actually get in there with Exalt being eliminated, every time Foot gets a point, so does Savim. They want them down now, because that's when the passive points start counting in your favor. Right now, 8 points is what separates Foot and Savim, and luckily for Foot, in the case of a tie, Savim would come out victorious. So 9 is what's needed in order to mitigate this gap.
The issue is, even if, let's say, they're successful in the fight for the apartments, there's no way they're getting out. Question Mark and FaZe are up on the high ground. They're actually going their separate ways now that Exalt and DA have been dealt with. They're saying, let's just sit up here, because we know that we're both going. Let's just free farm on everyone on the low ground. And even if a team like Foot tries to make an exit, you've got 4 players of Savim who are just off to the side who are not going to try and let you leave by any stretch of the imagination.
They were 6 points away. Foot, oh my god, that's super Savim.
Okay. All right.
We're just defining it at this point. Foot was 6 points from qualifying to PGS 1. Now they're 9 away from qualifying here. We'll see if they can make it happen as BB finds the double on the send on through. Points mitigated, but still a long way to go.
Got 5 on the board. The gap is closing, but they still need 7 more. And Savim are alive, but with all the teams that have been shifted away from up north, well, given the loss of Afterall, there's 1 less to deal with, but FaZe has to find a way into this zone. If they pull up on the eastern side of the open field, the cover from Savim is going to be severely lacking.
Now looking down in the direction of Savim, they know they're down there. They see all the cars, can't do a whole lot with it.
After TDM up top against Question Mark, is that really going to be the approach? Is that really going to be the way that we're closing this out? This has to be the angle that picks off Savim. Is there's going to be one, but Question Mark have other ideas.
Sure do. Sure do. Question Mark loving Nate's on over, wanting to deal with FaZe. Have to love him up high in order to avoid those rocks, and now James finds the first.
Bombardment from all sides, and the fights down below are still... Oh, that's big. Schiller, he got a knock from distance. James just exposed too much of himself to the south, and that is the goalpost moving. Not only that, they've overtaken Na'Vi as well, so the PGC point total, or PGS points, whatever, are going to be in their favor once again. Besto can't get the 2-piece, but 1 might just be good enough. And Gustav He made the move earlier on. A bombardment now. Vard had 5 grenades in hand earlier on.
He's
B's got 2 as
one
well.
nade. One nade a little off to the left here would be a team wipe and 4 points for Esports. They're all at half. Now Baron is at full.
Let's go back.
Nades. Still 2 nades to use for Vard as well. I'm not sure how many beam he has. That's their strategy. Throw a couple of smokes, run out. Like, they did that right when this fight popped off between Twisted Minds and Monarch. They knew that was the time. Now 1 more point to claim, but Sarvim claims 1 as well. And we're reaching a point now where is it even possible? They need 8 points. They need to catch up to Sarvim by 8. And Sarvim has all 4 still alive.
Yes, Sarvim has to die now if Foot have a chance, and ideally it has to be them that does it. I think, and maybe part of the thinking here is they just had like 9 people walk into their building and die, so they go out, they throw the grenades they've got, they come back, they get more, and they try again, but the problem is everyone else is dying while they're doing it, and Sarvim has picked up just a couple of kill points and the placement points to go along with it. It just can't do anything to dislodge them from this position.
Again. Sarvim is the only team inside the final circle. How do you prone your way to victory like this? That is insane. Not in their entire tournament, but in this particular game. In a game where they just, quote-unquote, need to stay alive, that Phase 2 scent couldn't have been any better for them.
Big Bad format is rearing its head again, it looks like. But Vard with the shotgun. Beamy had a DVS, an even bigger shotgun, but it wasn't enough. Basky's got the same thing.
It's gotta be game over. You'd have to imagine for Vard that nade is up. It's close! Just exactly! Gets around the back of the wall, but they have to make the move. The impossible move. Out and away from this position. And what better team to run straight into than Sarvim just on the other side.
Didn't go for the res. Wants to try and get this done. That'll do it.
Needs 2 more, and then some. Phil first finds the Sarvim player. They need to get him all down, and that is Foot out! That is going to be Sarvim through! They had to dodge and weave as best as they possibly could. And despite having everything go against them at times, being the first eliminated time and time again in crucial games, they still prevail. Sarvim will be our second PGS2 or PGC2 team. Wow. That is... wow.
Stradamus would not have predicted this. That's for damn sure.
Absurd.
They couldn't have done it with a 0-point game. They did have to do something to get it done, and whether that something amounts to doing absolutely nothing for the most of this game, it's enough.
If Monarch wins this game now, they jump both Entropic and DA as well. But of course, what better way than have the team that just solidified their qualification come out victorious here. In a game, again, where they needed absolutely everything going their way. They dodged and they weaved and they stayed alive for long enough to see themselves through to PGS2 and now maybe also through to a win here in the final match of the qualifiers.
Molotov almost reached. It was a grenade, the cover would be gone, Miso would be fully in the bin, but a doozy has the off angle.
What a game where the two teams to qualify, should Misa fall here, are the 2 teams to kind of, I guess you can say, victory lap their way into the qualification. That is exactly what Adusi is doing here as he makes his way closer to Sarvim, who finally lost 1.
This guy, man, was driving around before, honking his horn before T-Bone had to teach him a lesson. He's doing it again. He knows it's a done deal. It's a wrap. It's locked in. Question mark and Sarvim will be joining the EMEA global partner teams in Riyadh. There's really nothing Monarch can do about it.
Not at all.
I mean, all he can do is just try and, you know, get into the top 8. That would be nice. It would be, let's be real, it's a good benchmark for sure. Yeah. It's a good landmark to reach in the leaderboard in the first event, especially representing a new organization. Would be good to see. But all in all,
40 more PGC points as well, from 10th up to 8th. As Adusi sends the vehicle rolling forward. Global Army down to low HP. Baron P peeks on over. Misa finds Adusi with the nade, and now the 1v3. Sabum again against all odds. They needed everything working their way. Everyone were looking at them to be taken down. And they have outlasted in the most Sabum fashion. They have outlasted for long enough to get through to PGC here. They have no heals left. They have dodged and they've weaved so hard this entire game.
You'd kill all of them with an unextended mag of a pistol right now. One bullet apiece would be enough.
7 bandages and nothing else to work with. I think they might have 7 bandages combined. I don't even think that. No meds on Global Army, no meds on Baron Peak either. This goes to show. I mean, this is just Sabum and their qualifier all together. The way they've made it through here. I think he's so
bold.
Yeah. The fact that they're going to come out and win this game as well, unless if Mies has something to say about it, finds the first one. That was the one with the most HP too.
This would be so... If he wins this game, he's an absolute bully. Let Sabum have their moment, man. They've just qualified to a global. Stop denying it, Pisa, please.
Again, I mean, 2 more points is them racking up 40 more PGC points.
Yeah.
You gotta go for it. Throw that pan, get a knock with it. Sure.
That was close, actually. Not too far off. One more headshot will get the job done onto Chile.
And there you go.
The blue zone.
There you go. Sabum Esports, a 4-kill chicken dinner, solidifies their spot and qualifies them through to PGS2 in a hell of an unorthodox fashion.
Huge, massive game from Sabum to round it out. I mean, again, it was underwhelming scenes at the very end, and we really couldn't have ended off in a less glorious fashion than a tactical deny to the blue zone. But Sabum, man, maybe while that final game didn't look particularly glorious, the stuff before it definitely did. It's really been grinding for quite some time. Maybe some of the criticisms that have been shred around earlier on in the year for a lackluster performance in PEC Spring, it's been taken on board.
I'm glad to see that we're now seeing, again, a case of a team we did not expect to even maybe contest for top, I don't say top 8, but at least top 5, come out and qualify. Same fashion as Howl did during PEC Spring. We're going to have a contender through that most people probably didn't expect to be there. And now, well, Sabum, this is your chance to show the world, not just the EMEA, that you are up there with the best.
And welcome back to the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers. There's guys, what an insane game to end things on. I did not expect Sabum to be able to survive. I was counting and I wrote you guys. There's 5 nades on Vard and 4 on Beamy. They just need to go out and bombard everything they did. But Beamy kept 2 nades. Could those 2 nades make the difference? It could potentially, Saga.
Yeah, maybe if they just tossed it a little bit to the left, yes. I mean, Foot was big time farming in the apartments, and there was plenty of people to farm. They just kept coming and coming. It was like waves, and eventually it was Foot's push against Monarch that was their own demise. But yeah, there was not much of a chance that they were going to make it out of that spot when all was said and done either way. But no, they did enough that if Sabum had a 0-point game, they would have overtaken. But Sabum, sometimes you just got to do what you got to do to survive, and they did enough.
Yeah, and FaZe able to get 11 kills and rack up a ton of points, putting them into even better standing here, Toby.
Yeah, good for them, no doubt. But again, I mean, I feel like the conversation point here has to be Sabum and the fact that they're able to outlast the way they did, because it kind of just showcased their entire tournament. The art, I mean, where they fracked their way through lower bracket, this was the art of maximizing. Their only focus here was we just got outlet. We don't care about kills. We're just gonna make sure that they don't get points. And mission accomplished once again.
Yeah, and as you said, the tiebreaker would be heavily in their favor as their placement points was through the roof. I think it was 8 or 9, almost half, if not half of their games was in the top 4. So an insane consistency here, Saga, to prove that they're able to go to the PGS2.
I think even with a doozy surviving into the top 3 in that final game, Sarvin picking up that win puts them as the highest in the lobby for placement points overall, despite the fact that Question Mark and Twisted Minds were quite significantly far ahead in terms of overall points. So that's massive. And again, a lot of it is thanks to the way that they played very early out from their loot spot. But I have immediately noticed a problem. There is no way that Sarvin is going to be dropping in Pachinki Picado at a global event. So they're going to have to think of a new strat that works just as well.
Yeah, it has to be a complete new change of how they want to play it out. And that comes down to what happens PGS, and that comes down to what happens in the scrims. That's a whole different conversation for another day, Toby. But here, huge plays from Twisted Minds and Christian Mark. They are so far 35 points plus ahead of the third in place here for Sarvin.
Very rare that we see in EMEA these days, at least, any one team just separate themselves to that extent. But for both Question Mark and Twisted Minds, absolutely phenomenal performance. Great to see Question Mark step up again after lackluster performances, not qualifying at all for the rotation right next tournament. Boom, come in, qualifying second. Huge.
Right. Yeah, huge game for them. It was really fun to see if Monarch was able to pull it off. Of course, it's Measy popping off there in the end. That would be a little bit of a difference for them. Obviously, in New York, they would have to probably win PC Fall to go to PGC here, Saga.
Yeah, it would be a big run late on into the season for sure, but at the very least, it's good to see that not only, have we got the team that's come back from some familiar faces from teams that we've seen performing in the past and keeping up with some of the other teams who have had a little more longevity. While they are in 10th place, they are only a couple of points behind Ascend, who has had really, really solid results so far. Unfortunately, this just slipped away from them at the final hurdle. So good to see that not only are we having those still the same big dogs that are having the consistent performances, but some others as well are contributing for sure.
Yeah, and as we get the stats and everything ready so you can see how everything ends up being, of course, it's huge congratulations to both Question Mark and Sarvin for going to PGS2 here. It was a done deal. We could see it throughout the game here, and it was close throughout everything here. There are some upsets. There are some teams that are close, but I didn't expect it to be this far apart in terms of our top 2, Toby. It was not as close as our upper bracket was, for example.
No, it was pretty wild. I will say this, though. Sarvin did everything they could to allow for other teams to surpass them. But in the moments where it needed the most, all those teams fell short of the finishing line. So kudos to Sarvin for literally outlasting everyone on the hunt.
Yeah, and Ascend also in a situation where, they're hoping to do everything. They just fell short for the last few games here. They made some clever rotations, and you pointed out as well, Saga, a few times where they're making some bold IGL moves as Brexco and the guys obviously put themselves into some decent spots that could have worked out. They had a little bit more circle luck.
Yeah. Where's the milli zones today? What is this? We've been fully scammed 100%. But Ascend, they had really solid performances again, but lobby is so incredibly strong, and it just wasn't quite enough this time around.
No, and as you see here, it is 14 points for Sarvin, 13 Question Mark, 13 for FaZe, Monarch 12, and Foot 10. Just wasn't enough. Navi, though, were in a situation where they could have, put themselves into a fantastic spot to get top 3. They just didn't, Toby, and only got 1 point here in this one.
Yeah, it's I think for Navi, though, considering where they were off of the first out of the finals here, they have to be at least, I know overall not satisfied with top 5, but they wanted more. But given where they started halfway through the tournament, being able to come back into top 5, I think that's a good finish for them. Yeah,
they would have gotten quite easily into the top 2 if they had a good day 1 here. And as you see it, this is the total leaderboard after we're done here for PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers. That means that Twisted Minds, of course, a PGS team, GPT team that's going to PGS directly, doesn't matter. It's Question Mark and Sarvin on 2nd and 3rd place. But quite impressive here, Saga, that all 3 of our GP teams here in EMEA, they're able to get into the top 5.
Makes it a whole lot easier when people keep asking the same question in the Twitch chat. Who qualifies? It's just the top 5, lads.
It's the top 5, guys.
Three of them are GPT teams, so they were going anyway. And there it is in full high definition resolution confirmed. These will be the teams representing EMEA at the global series in Riyadh.
Exactly. Fantastic to see here. Good performance by both FaZe and Twisted Minds, and an insane comeback for Navi for day 2 and day 3 here, Toby. It's good to see.
Yeah, definitely. They needed the PGC points alongside FaZe, and both of them were able to rag them up.
Yeah, and of course, we have been 3 days through this. There's been upper bracket, lower bracket, and now question mark here. You talked about a little bit when we started out here, Saga, and obviously also today. Question mark, they've been able to step it up, and best luck has been a huge addition to them.
Massive, 100%, and it's great to see that question mark once again is finding big form. That is a big chunk of points as well, and as a team that has somewhat been slacking in the earlier part of the year, that's going to be a huge boost as well for their chances to making it to PGC at the very end.
Yeah, big boost for FaZe here as well. They were 300 points behind Ascent, so now that they can cut down to 150. And, you know, Twisted Minds, at this point here, it's looking fantastic for them to be able to close this one out.
Back-to-back tournaments for Twisted Minds. I feel like they are now back where we know they belong as just continuous superior team. I mean, it's insane that they're always able to crawl back up there.
Yeah, the overlords of EMEA right now, Saga, obviously looking great, but also question mark. They need this point here, and yeah, they either need to win or have a fantastic tournament in PC Fall, or, you know, go to PGS and just win everything there and get direct invite to PGC. And here, the overall, fantastic.
Oh, this is huge.
This is juicy, guys. Twisted Minds, 1,550. That's congrats on PGC. Foot, that's 1,300.
Yeah.
I would say that's probably also PGC as well.
They are through.
Hal put down here, that's the EMEA spot. Ascent, Exalt putting down in 5th place with FaZe pretty close, but Na'Vi now on 8th place, Toby. That is huge.
Yeah, it's DA, Na'Vi, question mark on the hunt. And I mean, okay, if Sabim could go out and do some sort of repeat as well. But right now, I mean, looking at the gap from FaZe down to DA and Na'Vi, whew, it's gonna be difficult to bridge that, what is it, 290 points.
It is huge. You know, of course, it is the top 6 that will go from EMEA unless we get a PGS team to kind of get us another spot, and that has to be some of the teams that are currently in the top. If it's Savim or question mark, that'll just mean that they're in, and we will still have the top 6 go through. But if it's as a team like Twisted Minds, that would push it through, and we would get one more team that would be the top 7. Now that Howl is still doing so good here, Saga.
Twisted Minds is definitely the team that you would look at when considering this, considering that Ascend is unfortunately resting in peace currently. So Twisted Minds, with a very solid performance at PGS 2, could just grab one of those PGS point slots and open the door for what is a very, very tight 3-way sort of points battle now, with question mark adding themselves into the mix on approximately 630 points, very, very close to Na'Vi, very, very close to DA. That one extra slot could be massive.
All right, guys, thank you so much for your commentary and your analysis here doing and between the games. This was the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers. We are sending question mark and Savim to PGS2 alongside FaZe, Na'Vi, and Twisted Minds, of course, in Riyadh for PGS2 in August. If you want to, you can tune in for the Americas to figure out what teams are joining us from there. But that is it for now. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. And thank you to you two gentlemen for giving us the fantastic commentary. That's it for now. So see you later, guys.